Good evening, and welcome back. Tonight, you are sitting in a peaceful living room, wrapped in soft shadows and golden light, while the house around you settles and sighs, promising that you can relax, remember, and rest without fear. The day is already behind you now, like a closed door at the end of a hallway, and all that is left is this quiet space, this gentle lamp, and a story that will walk beside you at a slow, steady pace. Nothing here is in a hurry. The walls hold only soft echoes. The mirrors catch only warm reflections, and every sound is small and familiar, like a house breathing in its sleep. As you listen, you are free to let your shoulders drop, to let your thoughts drift in and out, knowing that this story will not startle you, only keep you company. And if these calm, late-night moments help your heart feel a little safer and your sleep a little deeper, you are always welcome to subscribe, so more of these quiet stories can find their way back to you night after night. Mark drove home with the kind of slow, careful attention that people usually reserve for icy roads or borrowed cars. The sky above the town had already thinned into that washed-out blue that comes just after sunset, when streetlights warm up one by one, and the world seems to sit between day and night, not quite committed to either. His hands rested lightly on the steering wheel as he turned onto his street, tires humming over familiar pavement. It was the sort of American neighborhood that had not changed much in decades. Porch lights glowed like small, steady stars along the row of houses. A flag on one mailbox stirred lazily in the evening air. 2 doors down, someone was standing by a grill on their back deck, smoke rising in a pale ribbon against the darkening sky. To Mark, it all looked like a picture on a calendar, ordinary, slightly too calm, carefully framed. The kind of scene he would have once found comforting without even thinking about it. He pulled into his driveway and put the car in park, but he did not reach for the keys right away. The porch light he had left on that morning cast a soft cone over the steps, turning the front door into a warm rectangle. From outside, the house looked exactly as it always had. Same roofline, same bay window, same old crack in the foundation near the garden hose. It should have been reassuring. Instead, it gave him the uneasy feeling you get when you see an old photograph of someone you love, taken just before everything changed. He sat there for a long moment, engine ticking as it cooled, watching the porch light. There were no shadows moving behind the curtains, no shape passing in front of the window, no sign of anyone waiting. Yet something in the way the house stood there, quietly lit and perfectly still, made it seem expectant, as if it had been holding its breath all day for him to return. Eventually, he opened the car door. The evening air met him with a faint chill that smelled of cut grass and distant charcoal smoke. The gravel crunched under his shoes in a pattern he had heard 1,000 times. But tonight, each sound felt more precise, like someone pressing record on an old tape. He locked the car without looking back and climbed the steps to the porch, one hand trailing along the faded wooden railing. At the front door, his key found the lock easily. Muscle memory guided the turn of his wrist, the small pressure forward. The latch gave its usual soft click, followed by the gentle sigh of the weather stripping releasing. He stepped inside and was met by a breath of air from the interior, warmer than outside, faintly scented with old flowers and something powdery and sweet. The smell was not strong, but it was there. A trace of the lilies people had brought after the funeral, combined with the familiar background of furniture polish and the lavender lotion Anna had kept on the little table in the hallway. It was the smell of a house that had recently held many visitors, many careful gestures, many quiet goodbyes. It wrapped around him before he had a chance to brace himself. He closed the door behind him, and the sound of it shutting off the outside world seemed louder than usual. Coats hung in their usual place on the hooks by the door. His own worn jacket, Anna's lighter one with the fraying cuff, a heavier winter coat that still had her scarf tucked through the collar. Their shoes sat neatly side by side on the mat. Nothing had moved. Nothing had been touched, yet the whole space felt as if someone had pressed pause on a film mid-scene. He stood in the hallway and let his eyes adjust to the softer light inside. Lamps glowed in 2 rooms, bathing door frames and picture frames in a calm, yellow softness. Farther down, deeper into the house, the shadows were heavier, pooling in the corners and under the furniture. The quiet pressed in gently, but firmly, as though it were filling spaces that used to be occupied by voices. His gaze drifted to the shapes that had not been there before Anna died, the covered mirrors. They stood out immediately, pale and unnatural among the familiar lines of the hallway. A white sheet draped over the tall mirror next to the stairs, held in place with tape at the corners, reached almost to the floor. A pillowcase was tied over the bathroom mirror at the end of the hall, its loose bottom edge fluttering slightly when he walked by. In the entryway, the little oval mirror where Anna used to check her lipstick was hidden under a folded tea towel. Seen together, they looked less like household objects and more like people turned politely toward the wall, waiting for something to be over. He could hear his grandmother's voice in the back of his mind, soft and certain, explaining the old tradition when he was a boy. "You cover the mirrors when someone dies," she had said, "so their soul does not get confused and linger, or worse, get caught in the glass. It was just something you did, like bringing food to the grieving, or speaking in low tones around the kitchen table." Back then, it had sounded like a story, half superstition and half comfort. As a child, he had been more fascinated than frightened. When Anna's illness had reached the point where hospice nurses came and went from their home, one of them had noticed the way Mark kept looking at the mirrors after her last bad night. She had quietly asked if his family had any traditions around death. He had told her about his grandmother, not expecting her to take it seriously. Instead, the nurse had nodded with an understanding that came from somewhere deeper than training. "I have seen that in other cultures," she had said. "Sometimes it helps the living too. We can cover them, if you like." They had moved through the house together, gently stretching sheets and pillowcases over reflective surfaces, while Anna slept in the bedroom upstairs. It had felt like drawing curtains in a theater at the end of a long performance. He had not thought much beyond that in the days that followed. There had been too many details to handle, too many calls to make. Now, standing alone in the dim hallway, Mark surveyed the draped rectangles and ovals. They were where they had always been, but their faces were hidden. The thought of lifting even one corner of cloth made his throat tighten. It was not just that he did not want to see himself tonight. It was that he did not know what else might be waiting in that depth of silver if he looked too closely. He took a slow breath and stepped farther inside. The floor was cool under his feet, through the thin soles of his shoes. Somewhere in the kitchen, the refrigerator motor hummed to life with a low, steady vibration. A clock in the living room ticked with measured patience. The sounds were small and ordinary, but they felt arranged, almost intentional, as if the house were carefully choosing which noises to make in his presence. He reached back and pushed the front door fully closed. The latch met the frame with a soft, solid click. Half a second later, from somewhere a few feet in front of him, he heard the exact same click again. It was so faint that he might have missed it if he had not been listening so hard. A tiny echo, like a recording played back at low volume, almost perfectly aligned with the original sound, but just a little delayed. Mark froze, hands still on the doorknob, ears straining. The hallway remained still. The sheets over the mirrors did not move. The clock went on ticking at its usual pace. He swallowed, told himself it was nothing more than the walls settling, some trick of acoustics in an old house. Grief and tiredness, making every noise a story. He let go of the knob and forced his shoulders to loosen. Still, as he walked toward the living room, the idea slipped quietly into his mind and settled there with surprising weight. The sense that the house had not only received him, but had heard him come home and, in its own way, answered. Mark moved through the house the way people do when they have lived somewhere for a very long time and know every small betrayal a home is capable of. His body went on ahead of his thoughts, following a sequence it had practiced for years, long before hospital beds and hospice nurses and quiet drives home from cemeteries. First, the thermostat in the hallway. He reached out, tapped the little plastic cover with his knuckles, and squinted at the numbers the way he always did, as if they might be trying to trick him. The temperature was exactly where he had left it that morning, a modest, reasonable setting. Still, just touching it made him feel a little steadier, as if he had confirmed that at least one thing in his world was controllable. From there, he moved to the living room, flicking the switch of a lamp off and on again, more out of habit than necessity. The lamp responded obediently, washing the room in warm gold, and then letting it fall back into softer half-darkness. The television remote sat untouched on the coffee table, pointed at a blank screen. A throw blanket lay folded on the arm of the couch, one corner slightly crooked where he had grabbed it the night before, and then placed it back without really looking. He walked into the kitchen, his fingers brushing along the counter edge. The stove knobs were all in the off position, small white lines pointing straight up. He checked each one anyway, giving them the tiniest twist and feeling the firm resistance that meant gas was not flowing. The back door's deadbolt turned smoothly under his hand, the metal clicking into place with a sound he had always associated with safety. Tonight, every click sounded like punctuation in a story he had not agreed to tell. This kind of small inspection might have seemed fussy to someone else, but for Mark, it was a way of reassembling the world in his mind. People who have lived long enough often measure their evenings in these little rituals, checking the locks, straightening the mail on the counter, nudging a misaligned rug back into place. When everything else feels uncertain, those motions can stand in for a kind of quiet prayer. The body moves, the hands adjust, and for a while, the mind is allowed to rest in routine. As he moved, he kept seeing the covered mirrors from the corners of his eyes, like pale figures standing very still in doorways. He did not touch them. He did not even let his hand pass too close. When the hallway narrowed near the tall mirror by the stairs, he leaned his shoulder toward the opposite wall, giving the draped rectangle more room than it needed, as if it might bruise if he brushed against it. There is another side to rituals like these, one that people do not talk about as easily. Covering mirrors has always been described as something done for the dead, to keep their souls from distracting themselves, to prevent their spirits from lingering in their own reflections. But perhaps, just as much, it is a practice built for the living. In grief, every glimpse of one's own face can feel like a shock. The red-rimmed eyes, the slack mouth, the way the skin seems to hang differently, as if it suddenly belonged to someone older. To see that again and again, unprepared, can be like picking at a wound. By covering the mirrors, the house offers a kind of mercy. It removes the temptation to check, to monitor, to judge. It spares the mourner from the accusation that can sometimes be found in their own expression. No one writes that part into the tradition, but it lives there quietly, underneath the stories about souls and glass. Mark could feel that instinct at work in himself as he avoided those draped surfaces. If the sheets were lifted, if the pillowcases were peeled away, he would have to confront not just the empty space where Anna no longer stood beside him, but the way his own face had been altered by the last months. He was not ready to see the exact shape of his grief just yet. Stamped into his features, in a language his skin now spoke even when his words would not. He opened the refrigerator and took out a plastic container of soup. Someone had dropped it off the day before, with a note tucked under the lid. Heat when you are ready. Do not worry about returning the container. These small kindnesses had been arriving all week, filling his freezer with meals he had not asked for, gestures from neighbors and friends who understood that cooking can feel impossible when the house is too quiet. He poured the soup into a small pot, added a splash of water, and warmed it on the stove, stirring slowly as steam rose in gentle spirals. The smell of chicken and herbs filled the kitchen, soothing and plain. When it was hot enough, he ladled it into a bowl and carried it to the small table by the window. There were only 2 chairs. There had only ever needed to be 2 here. His own chair, with its slightly uneven leg that wobbled unless you sat just so, and Anna's chair opposite him, where the cushion was worn a little thinner on one side from the way she always perched at the edge, leaning in when she talked. A tiny thread had come loose along the seam of that cushion months ago, and he had promised himself he would fix it one afternoon when things were less hectic. It was still there, a little white curl against the fabric, waiting for fingers that had never quite found the time. He sat in his usual chair and placed the bowl in front of him. The empty space across the table seemed almost more solid than the chair itself. He could picture her there so clearly, one hand around a mug, the other gesturing as she told him about the book she was reading, or the neighbor's new dog, or the nurse who had made her laugh. That chair held the shape of those conversations, even now, as if the air above it had learned the outline of her body and refused to let it go. He ate slowly, not because he wanted to savor the taste, but because it gave his hands something simple to do. Spoon, bowl, mouth, swallow, repeat. Outside the window, the neighbor's porch light cast a soft pool of brightness onto their front walk. Somewhere down the street, a car door closed and an engine started, the sound muffled by distance and walls. Every few mouthfuls, he found himself pausing with the spoon halfway to his lips, a prickle at the back of his neck. It felt like there was someone standing just beyond the kitchen door, in the narrow slice of hallway that he could not see without turning his head. Not moving, not calling out, simply there, the way you might stand for a moment before stepping into a room where someone is already seated. When he did look up, all he saw was the edge of the doorway, and, just beyond it, the tall, pale-covered rectangle of the hallway mirror. The sheet over it hung straight and still, no tremor at the bottom, no indication that anything lay beneath it except glass and a layer of dust. He stared at it for a second too long, trying to decide if the feeling in his chest came from that sight or from some older, deeper habit of expecting to see a familiar silhouette appear instead. He dropped his gaze and kept eating. The warmth of the soup settled in his stomach, taking some of the sharpness out of the hunger he had been ignoring since early afternoon. The clock on the wall above the sink ticked its gentle rhythm. The refrigerator hummed and then fell quiet again. For a while, the house seemed to hold its breath with him. Then, from the ceiling above his head, came a sound that cut through the stillness like a remembered melody. 2 footsteps, a pause, 3 footsteps, soft, measured, unmistakable. Mark froze. The spoon in his hand hovered above the bowl, droplets of broth clinging to its edge. He knew that pattern. He knew it in his bones, the way one knows the rhythm of their own name. It was the exact sequence Anna's steps had made on the upstairs floor for years when she came out of the bedroom and walked toward the top of the stairs. 2 careful steps on the bedroom carpet, a pause as she touched the banister, then 3 slightly heavier steps on the landing boards. He held his breath and listened. The sounds did not repeat. No one came down the stairs. No shadow appeared on the wall. The silence rushed back in, thick and undisturbed. Slowly, he set the spoon down and pushed his chair back from the table. His legs felt strangely light, as if the bones inside them were hollow. He told himself it was the house settling, old wood shifting as the temperature changed, his mind stitching the noises into a pattern it already knew too well. Even so, he found himself moving toward the kitchen doorway, drawn as much by habit as by fear. The stairs were exactly where they had always been, rising up in a straight line from the hallway, the banister smooth from years of hands sliding along it. The light at the top was off, leaving the landing in soft shadow. He climbed slowly, each step deliberate, listening for any second echo of that phantom walk. At the top, he paused in the place where Anna used to rest her hand, feeling the cool curve of the wood under his palm. The landing stretched out in front of him, narrow and familiar. The bedroom door was open. The room beyond was empty, the bed neatly made, the curtains drawn halfway over the window. No one stood in the doorway. No one was waiting in the hall. Across from him, facing the landing squarely, was the bedroom mirror, a modest rectangle mounted just outside the door. Its surface was hidden completely beneath a carefully draped pillowcase, the fabric tucked in at the edges. It reflected nothing now. Whatever had happened in this hallway, whatever had walked these boards, the mirror was blind to it in this moment, catching only the shape of the cloth that silenced its face. Mark searched the quiet space for any trace of movement, any sign that someone had just been there. There was nothing. Only the faint scent of laundry detergent from the clean sheets in the bedroom, and the distant, steady tick of the clock downstairs. He stood there for a long time, his hand still on the banister, heart slowly finding its way back to a calmer rhythm. Then he let his fingers slip from the wood and turned away, leaving the covered mirror behind, its blank, hidden surface facing an empty landing that just a few minutes earlier had sounded like it remembered the weight of another person's steps. Night came in layers, the way it often does in quiet neighborhoods where people go to bed early and the world does not make a show of itself. First, the last streaks of color drained out of the sky. leaving it a soft, deepening blue behind the bare branches of the maple tree. Then the porch lights along the street brightened, one after another, until they formed a low constellation at human height. Finally, the small practical lights inside houses clicked off, room by room, as if some invisible hand were slowly dimming the day. In Mark's bedroom, the ceiling light had been off for a while. A single lamp on the nightstand cast a gentle circle of warmth over the bed, the nightstand, and the framed photograph of Anna that he had not yet moved from its place. The rest of the room was filled with softer shadows, stretched and blurred by the angle of the light. The curtains were drawn halfway, but slivers of street light still slipped in through the gaps, painting thin, pale lines across the floorboards. Beyond the window, he could hear the occasional sound of a car passing on the wet road, tires hissing as they rolled through leftover puddles from an afternoon drizzle. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked once, then settled. The refrigerator hummed briefly in the kitchen below, a low, steady vibration that rose through the bones of the house and then faded away again. Little noises popped in the walls as the temperature shifted, wood expanding and contracting, pipes settling, the building breathing in slow, inaudible sighs. He lay on his back on the bed, fully clothed, one arm resting over his stomach, the other stretched out to the side where Anna's body had once rested night after night. The mattress still held the faint suggestion of her shape, a subtle dip where her weight had been, like a shallow impression in snow that had not yet been filled in by new flakes. The sheets were smooth and cool under his hand, and that coolness felt wrong somehow. He remembered the warmth that used to be there instead. Mark closed his eyes and tried to focus on his breathing. In, out, in, out. It was a technique one of the hospice nurses had mentioned in passing, a way to coax the body toward sleep, even when the mind was busy. He counted 2 breaths, then 4, then lost track and had to begin again. Each time he approached the edge of drowsiness, some stray thought would snag him and pull him back. Part of the problem was the dresser mirror. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel where it was. Across the room, against the wall opposite the bed, its tall frame covered neatly by a white sheet that reached almost to the floor. In the weak light from the nightstand lamp, that sheet took on a faint glow, becoming a long, pale shape in the darkness. When he opened his eyes and glanced in that direction, it made him think of a body lying on a slab, shrouded for viewing, anonymous and solemn. He knew that was an unkind thought to have about a piece of furniture. It was just wood and glass and cloth. But grief has a way of dressing ordinary things in the clothing of fear. The mirror had watched him knot his tie for the funeral that morning. It had watched him loosen that tie when he came home and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at nothing. Now, hidden under its covering, it seemed to be watching him still. He turned onto his side so that his back faced it, as if that might make the sensation go away. The mattress dipped and shifted slightly under his weight. He reached out and turned off the lamp, letting the room fall fully into darkness. At first, the absence of light felt soothing. The blackness behind his eyelids matched the blackness around him, and the faint glow from the street outside softened into a kind of background haze. The ticking of the clock on the nightstand measured out time in calm little increments. He felt his muscles unclench just a fraction. Then slowly, his eyes began to adjust. The outlines of objects returned, as if someone were sketching them in with a pencil made of moonlight. The wardrobe by the door. The chair in the corner, draped with an unused sweater. The white square of the window frame. And, inevitably, the pale, vertical shape of the covered dresser mirror. It lay flat against the wall, not horizontal like a body, but in the darkness, with its bottom edge lost in shadow. His mind insisted on tilting it anyway. It became a slab in his imagination, a covered form on a table in a quiet room. He blinked, tried to dismiss the image, then saw it again a moment later. The more he tried not to think of it, the clearer it became. After what might have been 20 minutes or an hour, time felt blurry, stretched and folded. He gave up. Sleep was not coming to find him in that bed tonight. The sheets, the pillow, the space beside him, all of it felt too charged, too full of absences. Carefully, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and sat up. The floor was cool beneath his bare feet. He reached for the glass of water on the nightstand, took a small sip, then lifted it in his hand as if it were a lantern. The faint reflection of the window in its surface trembled as his fingers shifted. He did not bother turning on the overhead light. Instead, he moved through the house in the semi-darkness, guided by memory and the gentle hints of illumination that seeped in from outside. In the hallway, the light from a street lamp filtered through the blinds, breaking into narrow bands that lay across the floorboards like stripes. His footsteps crossed them one by one, his shadow stretching and compressing as he went. At 2 a.m, even a small sound can feel exaggerated. The soft pad of his feet on the wood seemed too loud at first, echoing in his ears. Each creak of a board rang out like a question. But as he continued, something strange happened. The noises seemed to grow quieter, not because he was being more careful, but because the house itself seemed to be taking them in, absorbing them. It was as if the walls were sponges for sound, taking the impact of his steps and holding it rather than throwing it back at him. He would place his heel down and feel the faint thud travel up his leg, but the air around him remained oddly still, as though it did not want to startle him with his own presence. The effect was both calming and slightly uncanny. The house was not ignoring him. It was listening very closely and choosing, for now, to answer softly. He passed the doorway to the kitchen. The refrigerator's motor was idling quietly, a low purr that seemed more like a cat settling itself than a machine doing its work. A light from the oven clock cast a tiny green square onto the floor. Somewhere outside, another car moved slowly along the wet street. The sound, a faint hiss that rose and faded like someone whispering from far away. When he reached the big hallway mirror by the stairs, he slowed without meaning to. Even in the dimness, the sheet over it was clearly visible, a pale, vertical presence between the darker shapes of the wall and the banister. Standing close to it, he felt a subtle drop in temperature along his skin, the kind of coolness you notice when you walk past a large window in winter. It was not cold enough to make him shiver, just enough to raise a faint awareness along the hairs of his arm. He stopped beside it and lifted the hand that wasn't holding the glass, hovering his fingers an inch from the fabric. The cloth did not touch him. The air there felt slightly cooler than the air in the center of the hallway. He told himself that this was sensible. Large objects often have different temperatures. Old glass can hold chill. But the thought did not fully cover the feeling. As he stood there, very still, the cloth over the mirror moved. It was the smallest of movements, a tiny shift along the bottom edge, as if a whisper of breeze had passed through. But the air around him remained perfectly motionless. There was no draft, no open window nearby, no passing person to stir it. The sheet seemed to lift a fraction of an inch away from the glass and then settle back, like a breath, taken and released. Mark held himself rigid, scarcely daring to inhale. The pulse in his throat thudded against his skin. He watched the fabric for a long handful of seconds. It hung there, quiet, unchanged. "Anna," he said, very softly. Her name barely left his lips. It was a breath more than a word, a slight shaping of sound in his mouth. He was not even sure who he was addressing. The house, the mirror, some corner of himself that needed to hear it again. Nothing moved. No answer came. The cloth did not stir a second time. The coolness along his arm faded back into the general temperature of the hallway. Somewhere in the distance, a truck changed gears, the low rumble passing like distant thunder. Still, the silence felt occupied. Not by a presence shaped like a person, not by any clear sense of being watched, but by something more diffuse. It was as though the word he had spoken had not simply fallen to the floor and vanished. It had gone outward, into the walls, into the sheet, into the wooden frame and the empty spaces above the staircase, and then gone deeper, as if the house had taken it in and placed it somewhere careful. He moved away, walking the length of the hallway, and then back again, finishing the small, aimless circuit his feet seemed to require. He drank a little more water, feeling the coolness in his throat, grounding himself in the solid, ordinary sensation of swallowing. The clock in the living room chimed once, a single, lonely note marking the half hour. By the time he found himself back in the bedroom doorway, the urge to lie down had returned, less as a desire for sleep and more as an acceptance that the night would go on whether he rested or not. He slid under the sheets once more, leaving the lamp off, trusting his eyes to the gentle outlines of objects in the dark. The covered dresser mirror remained where it was, a pale presence against the wall. It no longer looked like a body to him exactly. It looked more like a closed book, its pages pressed together, filled with words he was not yet ready to read. He lay there, listening, to the small shifts and sighs of the house, to the occasional faraway car, to his own breathing. The quiet was not empty. It had weight and texture, like a blanket laid over something fragile. As his thoughts drifted and circled, a realization came to him with a kind of soft certainty. The house did not feel vacant, despite the fact that only one living person lay within its walls. It felt crowded with all the moments that had not been voiced, with all the things he and Anna had not said out loud in those last weeks for fear of hurting each other, with the relief and guilt and love he had not known how to name. It felt full of unsaid things. The unease that crept along his spine was not the fear of being haunted by a ghost, not exactly. It was the awareness of being surrounded by his own unfinished sentences, his own unspoken truths, held gently but firmly by the wooden bones of the building. Lying there in the dark, staring up at the ceiling he could barely see, Mark understood that the horror pressing lightly on his chest was something quieter and more enduring than any sudden apparition. The house had begun to listen, to footsteps, to breaths, to the way a single name could tremble on a man's tongue. And now that it had started, it did not seem likely that it would ever stop. By the time a few days had slipped past, The sharp edges of the funeral had dulled into something quieter, but no less heavy. The cards on the mantel had all been opened and read. The flowers on the dining table were beginning to lean, petals loosening, their scent turning from bright to tired. The casserole dishes had come and gone, returned with murmured thanks on the porch. Life, in its stubborn way, had started to flow around the absence, like water finding new paths around a stone. Mark settled into a version of mourning that felt both familiar and off-key. He woke early without an alarm, his body still remembering the months when he had risen at dawn to check on Anna, to measure medications, to greet the nurse with a hushed voice. Now he sat up in bed to a quieter room, listened to the soft tick of the clock, and swung his feet to the floor with a care that seemed unnecessary in the absence of machines and tubes. In the kitchen, the movements came automatically. He filled the kettle, set it on the stove, and reached for the jar of coffee grounds on the counter. The spoon scraped gently against glass, a sound that echoed just faintly in the corners of the room. The burner clicked and then whooshed into flame. When the water began to murmur, he poured it over the grounds in the old ceramic dripper Anna had found at a yard sale years ago, watching the dark liquid bloom and drip into the mug below. He sat at the small kitchen table with the newspaper folded in front of him, the blue ink of the headlines slightly smudged where his fingers had brushed it. The cup warmed his hands, the smell rising in a familiar cloud, but the words on the page did not quite stick. He read the first few lines of an article, then realized he had no idea what he had just taken in. His eyes slid down columns of text without catching, the stories of politics and weather and local events slipping through his mind like water through a sieve. What did register, more than the printed words, were the sounds. At first, they were just the ordinary noises of a house settling into day. The faint whir of the refrigerator as it cycled on. The soft hiss of the heater waking up to push warm air through the vents. The distant rumble of a garbage truck at the end of the street. But as he sat there with his mug cooling in his hands, he began to notice something he had not paid attention to before. When he rose from the table and walked into the hallway, the same floorboard complained beneath his right heel. A quick, high little squeak just in front of the tall, covered mirror. He had heard that sound 1,000 times over the years, always in the same spot, always dismissed as that one board. Today, it struck him as strangely precise, as if the wood had been taught to speak only when someone passed a certain line. He went into the pantry to put away a half-used box of crackers, closing the narrow cabinet door with the care of someone who does not want to startle themselves. The door shut, then popped back an inch and clicked again, the catch catching on the second attempt. It did that every time, he realized. Close, resist, surrender. Two parting notes, like a stutter in the music of the kitchen. Later, when he turned off the overhead light above the stove, there was a tiny pause, and then the heating vent in the corner gave a soft sigh, as if exhaling in response. Once, that would have been nothing more than coincidence. Today, it felt like a pattern lined up, a quiet call and answer that had been happening around him for years without his notice. Older houses do this, of course. They learn, in their own inanimate way, the people who move through them. Wood yields under the same weights day after day, until certain boards become more flexible, more ready to speak. Doors hang a little differently on their hinges after being opened a particular way 1,000 times. Pipes settle into a rhythm, groaning and whispering in harmony with the habits of those who bathe and cook and wash dishes. A home becomes worn not just in its surfaces, but in its sounds, the way a walking trail shows the repeated paths of feet long after the walkers have gone. As the days slid by, Mark began to pay attention to this acoustic map of his house. Each creak and sigh felt less like random noise and more like a word in a language he had not been taught, but had been hearing all his life. He decided to test it as gently as one tests the edge of a sore tooth. From the kitchen, he walked into the hallway at a normal pace. The floorboard by the mirror squeaked once in its usual place. He stopped, took a step back, then moved forward again, placing his heel deliberately on that spot. The board answered with the same small cry, sharp and loyal. He did it a third time, feeling a little foolish, and earned the same response. The sound did not wander or change. It lived there. He moved to the pantry and opened the cabinet door, then closed it softly. Click, pause, click. He smiled in spite of himself, an expression that felt stiff and unfamiliar on his face. The cabinet, too, was keeping to its script. In the evening, he turned the kitchen light off and waited. The room dipped into a softer gray. A heartbeat later, the vent in the corner exhaled its warm breath, the thin metal rattling just enough to be heard. He tried flipping the light on and off again, and again the vent seemed to respond, like someone clearing their throat after being addressed. He did not know why this small predictability comforted him, but it did. In a life that had recently been filled with wild, uncontrollable variations, good days and bad days, lab numbers rising and falling, mood swinging like doors on a windy day, there was something reassuring about a floorboard that always spoke in the same place, a hinge that always stuttered in the same way. The house, at least, was holding its line. Somewhere in that comfort, though, there was a new kind of unease. It crept in slowly, like a draft under a door you thought was closed. The more he recognized the patterns, the more he became aware of how closely the house seemed to be tied to his movements, how ready it was to answer him. One morning, when the sky was still a soft gray and the world outside had not yet fully woken, he decided to walk the path again. More deliberately this time, he set his coffee mug on the counter and stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the hall, feeling the texture of the smooth wood under his bare soles, listening to the steady ticking of the clock on the wall. He stepped forward, crossing the threshold. The familiar squeak rose from the floorboard near the mirror, clear and faithful. He paused there, then took another step toward the stairs. The house was quiet for a beat, as if considering. He turned, retraced his steps back into the kitchen. No sound. Forward again. Squeak. Back. Silence. He did this 3-4 times, his movement forming a strange small dance between rooms. Each time he crossed that invisible line in the hallway, the board underfoot gave its little protest. Each time he retreated, it held its tongue. It began to feel unmistakably like call and response. He moved. The house answered. He retreated. It waited. The pattern made a kind of sense, and within that sense, a new question curled itself. If the house had learned him this well, what else had it learned? What else had it recorded in the grain of its boards and the hollow of its walls? The thought slid sideways in his mind, touching something he did not yet want to approach. He set it aside, focusing instead on the simple fact of the squeak, the click, the sigh, the vocabulary of the place. Later that same morning, with the sun higher and the weight of the day beginning to gather on his shoulders, he moved into the living room to straighten a cushion and pick up a discarded magazine. His coffee had gone cold on the side table, but he lifted it anyway, taking a small sip for the comfort of the motion. The radio played softly in the background, a distant voice discussing the weather for the week ahead. He walked toward the hallway again, crossing the same patched strip of floorboards between the living room and the stairs. His heel came down on the familiar squeak. It answered right on cue. He felt almost fondness for it now, the way one feels affection for an elderly dog that still barks once when someone comes to the door, even if it no longer rises to its feet. As he took his next step, there was another sound, a faint creak from somewhere above his head. He stopped mid-stride, one foot flat on the floor, the other hovering just a fraction off the ground. The sound had been small, but clear enough. A plank shifting, a board complaining. It could have been anything. Houses moved all the time. He stood there, listening. Slowly, he set his lifted foot down. The board under him gave a soft, answering groan. A beat later, from upstairs, another creak answered, just a shade higher in pitch, as if made by wood of a slightly different thickness. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He took a cautious step backward. The floor under his feet made its expected noise, a little sigh where two boards met. From above, another creak, delayed by the length of a breath. It was not loud. It was not even particularly eerie, taken on its own. It was simply synchronized. His movement downstairs, followed by a faint echo upstairs, like the reflected clap you hear when you test the acoustics in an empty hall. He waited, heart beating heavier than the sounds deserved. The house settled, stretched, quieted. No more creaks came. Carefully, as if not wanting to startle whatever balance had just been struck, he took another step forward. The hallway board near the mirror squeaked. A moment later, from the bedroom above, another floorboard complained in harmony, the timing slightly off, as though someone, or something just out of sight was following his path, a half-beat behind, on the floor above. For a brief, unsettling second, the image came to him, another version of himself, walking the upstairs hall in the same rhythm, matching him step for step, separated only by a ceiling and a layer of time. He could picture it so clearly that he almost expected to see a shadow moving across the bedroom window if he looked from the yard. He stood there, every sense stretched thin, and then, as if suddenly aware of his own mind's ability to run away with him, he let out a breath he did not know he had been holding. Old houses, he murmured to the empty space, trying to coax his voice into sounding amused. You make one move and everything shifts. The explanation was plausible. It was even likely. Wood flexed, nails loosened, sound traveled in odd ways through beams and joists. But beneath that layer of reason, something quieter remained. The awareness that his footsteps were no longer traveling through the house alone. They seemed to have picked up a companion, an echo that did not belong entirely to the past or the present, but to the place itself, answering him from just one floor away. The box had been sitting in the back of the hall closet for so long that when Mark pulled it out, a fine veil of dust lifted from the cardboard and hung in the air for a moment, like breath on a cold morning. The flaps were bowed from years of being opened and closed, then finally left alone. Someone had written "Misk, old stuff" on the top in a fading marker that might have been his, or Anna's, or both. The words were crooked and casual, as if whoever had written them had assumed that whatever was inside would never be particularly important again. He carried the box to the kitchen table, setting it down with more care than he used to. The table, too, had its history. Small scratches from dropped forks, a pale ring where a too-hot pot had once rested without a trivet, a long, nearly invisible line where Anna had accidentally cut through paper while opening a package. The chair creaked softly as he sat, a familiar complaint that had never quite risen to the level of needing repair. Lifting the flaps, he found the kind of time capsule that belonged specifically to a certain generation. Technology already on its second or third life. There were cassette tapes with handwritten labels, their clear plastic cases clouded in places. A few DVDs in mismatched sleeves, some marked with titles, some left bare. And, nestled toward the bottom, like an artifact from a different age, an answering machine with a built-in microcassette. Its plastic a shade of beige that had never existed in nature. He picked up the answering machine and turned it over in his hands. It was heavier than it looked, dense with the small machinery of its era. For years, it had sat on the little table by the phone in the hallway, catching voices that arrived when they were not home, storing them until someone pressed a button and unleashed them into the air. When they switched to a newer phone with digital voicemail, Anna had insisted on keeping the old machine just in case. Just in case of what? He had asked her, amused. In case we ever want to hear how we used to sound, she had said, only half joking. Now, here he was, years later, doing exactly that. He found an outlet near the end of the kitchen counter and plugged the cord in. The red light on the machine flickered, then steadied, a small, determined glow. He pressed the tiny button to open the tape compartment and eased the microcassette out. The label on it was blank. Whatever history it contained had been entrusted entirely to its whirring magnetic memory. He set it back in place, closed the cover with a gentle click, and carried the machine to the table. The kitchen felt different with it there, like the past had pulled up a chair. Outside, the day was settling into afternoon. Sunlight slanted in through the window over the sink, catching dust motes in loose constellations. The house was otherwise quiet. The refrigerator had just finished a cycle. The heater was resting between breaths. He pressed play. There was a brief rush of static, then a small mechanical whine as the tape settled into its rhythm. A beep sounded, cheerful and officious, the sound that had once told callers to speak. Then his own voice, younger and smoother, came through the tiny speaker. Hey, it's us. We're not here right now. You know the drill. Leave a message. He could hear Anna laugh in the background after he said it. A little burst of amusement from a moment long gone, then another beep, and a stranger's voice launched into a message about a delayed delivery. He sat back, listening as fragments of a life unspooled in miniature. Anna's voice appeared often. Mark, I am at the store. Do we need more milk? She asked in one message, the rustle of grocery bags audible behind her words. In another, she said, I am running 10 minutes late. The traffic is ridiculous. Do not eat without me. Her tone shifted depending on the day. Bright, tired, teasing. But it was always her. The particular cadence he knew so well. The way she let her sentences fall at the end. His own voice turned up here and there, apologizing for being stuck at work, promising to bring home takeout, reminding her to check whether the back door was locked. He sounded impatient in one message, unusually sharp in another, and hearing those versions of himself made him flinch slightly, even now. There was a holiday greeting from her mother, who had been gone for many years. her accent coloring the vowels in a way that tugged at something deep in his chest. Recordings have a peculiar power. Memory is soft around the edges. It edits, it smooths, it misremembers to protect or to simplify. But when a voice is captured on tape or in a file, it cannot adjust itself to your current needs. It plays the way it was, every time. In that reliability, there is a kind of comfort. Proof that a person laughed, worried, called about milk, existed in a world where you both planned for dinner and thought nothing of tomorrow. At the same time, the sharpness of those captured moments can hurt. Hearing a loved one's voice, exactly as it was long after they are gone, can feel like pressing on a bruise. It insists, they were here, and now they are not. The tape does not fade in the way memories do. It does not forget, even when you might wish that some parts would soften. As Mark sat there, the answering machine serving its old purpose once more, he began to notice something beneath the sound of the voices. Not the crackle of static or the whir of the tiny motor, but quieter noises tucked into the background of the messages themselves. A door closing, a cupboard opening, a distant creak that might have been a step on a familiar stair. On one message, left by Anna on what sounded like a rushed morning, he heard her say, "I will be home by 6, I promise. Do you want anything from the bakery?" Behind her words, there was the soft thump of a cabinet door closing in the kitchen, followed by a faint, metallic clink as she set her keys down in the bowl by the hallway table. As he listened to that message in the present, something uncanny happened. The cabinet in his own kitchen, long closed, seemed to give a tiny settling sound at almost the same moment, as if the memory of that gesture had echoed outward. It was easy enough to write that off as coincidence. Sounds travel oddly in houses. A truck passing outside can rattle dishes. A change in wind can sway a loose vent cover. But once he heard it, he could not quite unhear the way the rhythms seemed to overlap. The tape rolled on. There was a message from a neighbor about a barbecue, another from the dentist's office reminding Anna of an appointment. The neutral, efficient voice of a receptionist wrapping words around a date and time. Between those messages, the tape caught the mundane symphony of a shared life. Footfalls crossing a room, the click of a lamp chain, the murmur of a television in another part of the house. As he listened, the present house continued its own, quieter performance. The same floorboard in the hallway gave its little squeak when the building shifted. The heater sighed once, then rested. The refrigerator tapped lightly somewhere in its metal depths, a cooling pipe flexing as it relaxed. The more he listened to the recordings, the more the living sounds and the stored sounds appeared to weave together, threads of different colors in the same cloth. His attention sharpened when he reached a point on the tape where the pre-recorded greeting played, and there was a longer gap before the first message. The machine emitted its small beep. There was a breath of static, and then Anna's voice came through again, clearer this time, with that intimate tone she used when she thought no one else was listening. "Mark, I am in the hallway. Can you hear me?" she said, a smile audible in the curve of the words. "You always let it ring too long." In the background, there was a distinct creak, short, high, and familiar. He knew that sound. It was the exact complaint the floorboard near the tall mirror made, the one that had begun to feel like a word in a language between him and the house. On the tape, it followed her question by less than a heartbeat, as if the house had answered her too. As he sat at the kitchen table, the little machine humming softly, he heard that same creak again. this time not through the speaker, but from the hallway itself. A second, tiny cry of wood in real time. He turned his head toward the sound, though there was no reason to. He could see only the edge of the kitchen door frame from where he sat. No one was walking out there. He was certain he was alone. His own feet were planted firmly on the kitchen tiles. Yet the board had spoken, as surely as if a weight had pressed down upon it. On the tape, Anna laughed quietly, as if at some private joke. "Pick up," she said. "Do not make me talk to the machine." The message ended with a beep. The tape rolled on, the motor ticking softly. In the hallway, the floor was silent again. Mark sat very still, listening to the fading resonance of the creak inside his own chest. For a long moment, it felt as though past and present had overlapped, as if the house were playing back its own recording to itself. A woman in the hallway, a question, a step on the board, repeated years later for the benefit of the man sitting at the kitchen table. Both of them contained within the same set of walls that had heard it all the first time. That night, when the sky had gone from blue to black and then to that faint, grainy gray that comes just before true darkness, Mark found himself drawn to the stairs without quite deciding to go there. The house had quieted in stages, television off. Lamps clicked dark one by one. Faucet turned and checked. Doors tried and tapped to make sure latches had caught. All the little closures that tell a building it can rest. He did not go up. Instead, he sat down at the foot of the staircase, on the second step, from the bottom where the wood was broad enough to hold him comfortably. He folded his hands loosely in his lap and let his back rest against the newel post. From there, he could see a portion of the hallway, the doorway to the kitchen, and the shadowed rise of the steps above him disappearing into the dimness. It was a position halfway between levels, halfway between spaces, as though he were sitting at the edge of a shallow indoor cliff. He did not turn on any lights. Enough illumination seeped in from the street through the slats of the blinds to draw faint lines across the floor. The glow from the digital clock on the stove in the kitchen cast a small green rectangle that reflected off the polished tile. Far above, the sky showed itself in a narrow band through the high window on the landing, a dull strip the color of worn slate. He sat and listened. At first, he heard only the most obvious sounds. The gentle ticking of the wall clock in the living room, marking out seconds with the patient determination of something that has seen enough days to know it will see many more. The soft, slow whoosh of the heating system kicking in for a brief burst, sending warm air whispering through unseen vents. The distant, almost imagined rush of a car passing 2 streets over, its presence marked more by the way the house's windows seemed to lean toward the sound than by the noise itself. As his breathing settled into a quieter rhythm, his attention shifted. Smaller details surfaced, like fish coming close to the surface of a pond once the ripples have smoothed. Somewhere in the walls to his right, a pipe made a small popping sound, as if clearing its throat. He glanced toward the linen closet down the hall, behind which those pipes ran. He realized he had heard that same pop many times, almost always when he walked past that particular door on his way to the bedroom. It was a noise that belonged not just to the house, but to that segment of his path, to that sliver of his routine. Above him, one of the stairs groaned faintly, timber shifting under its own weight. He knew, without looking, that it was the 3rd step from the top. It had been that way for years. Anyone who stopped there for a moment, catching their breath, adjusting their grip on a laundry basket, listening to see if the phone was ringing, coaxed that particular complaint from the wood. It was as consistent as an old friend clearing their throat before they spoke. From the kitchen, after a long pause, the refrigerator motor stirred itself awake. The low hum rolled gently across the floor, filling the lower level with a subtle vibration. He noticed, with a small, odd prickle of recognition, that it always seemed to begin when he stood by the kitchen window for more than a minute or two. As though the appliance, too, had grown used to his patterns and chose its work to accompany them. The house spoke in these small, reliable ways, waiting for the right cues. Pipes popped, hinges ticked, boards answered pressure with sound. Taken individually, each noise was nothing. A quirk of construction, a detail of age. Taken together, observed over time, they began to form something more like a pattern, a score written across wood and plaster. Sitting there on the stair, his hands growing calmer in his lap, Mark let his mind follow that idea. He imagined the house as a long-playing record, the old kind made of thick, dark vinyl, with grooves cut into its surface in spirals. Each groove holding the impression of sound, waiting for a needle to trace it and release the music trapped in the shallow valleys. What if the floorboards and walls were like that? The places where he and Anna had walked, most often worn just a little smoother, their grain shaped minutely by the pressure of their feet, the warmth of their bodies passing by. What if every late-night trip to the bathroom, every midday crossing from the front door to the kitchen, every slow climb of the stairs with a basket of laundry or a tray of tea had drawn a kind of groove into the structure of the house? He pictured nurses, too, moving quietly down the hall with their soft-soled shoes and their calm voices, the weight of portable oxygen tanks on the floor, the wheels of a folded wheelchair rattling over a threshold. All those visits, all those nights when the hours stretched and sagged under the strain of waiting, might have left their marks. Not visible ones, but tiny physical memories in the way the boards flexed inside. In that image, the house became a record of a life lived together. Each repeated action cut a line, each laugh in the kitchen, each raised voice in the living room, each whispered reassurance at the side of a bed in the small hours of the morning. All of them etched into beams and joists again, layered atop one another until the building was full of grooves. The thought comforted him. If the house remembered, then nothing was completely gone. Even if consciousness left, even if voices fell silent, the echo of those presences remained in how the place behaved in their absence. It meant that somewhere in the quiet stretch of hallway behind him, the boards remembered being walked on by two sets of feet at once, side by side, the cadence of their steps aligned. It meant the kitchen remembered the pattern of two people cooking together, moving around each other with practiced ease. It meant the bedroom remembered an old habit of Anna reaching out in the dark to place her hand on his arm, and the mattress answering with a soft shift. The idea that something physical held those traces, that the house itself was carrying the weight of these shared days with him, was strangely gentle. It took some of the pressure off his memory alone. He did not have to hold every moment perfectly. The walls were doing some of that work quietly in the background. He closed his eyes and let the soundscape wash over him. The clock's steady tick, the low hum of the fridge, the occasional tiny click from the baseboard near the closet. It was not silence. It was a kind of music, slow and minimal, the score of an ordinary life. Time passed in a soft, unmarked way. His back grew aware of the hardness of the newel post, his knees of the angle at which he sat. But he did not move just yet. He was listening now, not just with his ears, but with the part of himself that had learned to track slight changes in tone during Anna's illness. The part that could hear a difference in her breathing from one hour to the next. If every kindness, every ordinary morning, every shared joke was etched into the structure of this place, then somewhere in the grain of the floor beneath his feet, there must be traces of all those nights he stood at the sink, washing dishes, while Anna dried them, their hands brushing occasionally as they traded plates. Somewhere, in the metal of the heater vents, must live a memory of the evenings he sat in the armchair, reading aloud to her. The same chapter repeated when she fell asleep halfway through and asked him later to go back. Somewhere in the door frames, the faint pressure of hands steadying themselves, of shoulders leaning against them in tired moments, must be preserved. He let that wash over him too. The knowledge that their better days had left marks, that their laughter had not simply vanished into the air, but had nudged the world around them in small, permanent ways. Then, like a change in the weather, a darker thought moved in behind the comforting ones. If the house remembered all of that, the joy, the routines, the small tendernesses repeated so often they seemed unremarkable while they were happening, then it would remember the other things too. The times he had lost patience and raised his voice, the words he regretted the moment they were out, the evenings when he had come home later than he said he would, and the floor had heard the heaviness in his steps and the stiffness in hers. The nights when he stood alone in the hallway, his hand on the closed bedroom door, afraid to go in and see how much worse she had become in the hours he had been away. And, most of all, it would remember that worst night, the night he had sat in a chair by the hospital bed they had squeezed into their bedroom, watching Anna struggle to breathe. The night when the machines glowed softly in the half-dark, and the numbers on their screens meant more and less than they had the day before. The night when the nurse had left with a gentle squeeze of his shoulder and clear instructions, and he had been the only one awake in the house besides the woman whose hand he held. He could see it if he let himself, the arc of his own back as he leaned forward, the tremor in his fingers as he adjusted the flow of medication, the moment when his body moved in a way that could never be taken back. The boards under the bed had felt the shift in weight. The walls had heard the tiny, gasping breaths, lengthen and slow. The ceiling above had registered the quiet of the room dropping even further, like snow falling on snow. Sitting at the foot of the stairs now, the images came not as sharp, cinematic flashes, but as a dull, heavy knowing in his bones. If the house was a record, then that night had cut its groove just as surely as any of the others. Deep, inescapable, etched in a circle that would play over and over for as long as the structure stood. He opened his eyes and looked around at the familiar shapes in the dimness. The line of the banister, the rectangle of the covered mirror, the outline of the kitchen doorway. Nothing had changed in the past few minutes, yet everything felt slightly rearranged by the direction his thoughts had taken. It was one thing to be comforted by the idea that laughter and kindness had left their marks here. It was another to realize that the worst thing you had ever done, or believed you had done, was inscribed just as deeply. The house had not chosen what to record. It had taken in everything, without commentary, without judgment, the way a needle tracing grooves cannot decide which part of the music to play. It knew, in its own mute way, every time he had tucked a blanket around Anna's shoulders. And it knew the exact moment he had decided he could not watch her suffer as she was suffering anymore. That awareness settled over him like a second layer of darkness, not suffocating, but inescapable. The walls around him were not accusing him. They were simply incapable of forgetting. He let out a slow breath and listened once more to the small, patient sounds of the house. The clock ticked on. Somewhere, a board flexed and eased. In the kitchen, the refrigerator motor came to a gentle stop. All at once, he understood that he was living inside a place that remembered him more completely than any person ever could. Every kindness, every failure, every ordinary morning, and that one terrible night when he had tried, in his own flawed way, to be merciful. The house had never stopped recording. The day it happened was one of those afternoons that seemed almost determined to be kind. The sky outside had settled into a soft, steady blue, without the restless clouds of spring or the heavy threat of storms. Sunlight poured through the living room window in a wide, gentle sheet, falling across the rug and up the wall in a slope of warmth. It lit up the floating dust in the air, turning each tiny speck into a slow-moving star, drifting in lazy orbits, invisible on any other day. Mark sat in his usual spot on the end of the couch, a book open but forgotten in his lap. The television was off. The house, for once, did not feel like it was pressing him down. It felt like it was waiting quietly beside him. The warmth from the window reached all the way across the room, laying a light hand on his shoulder and the side of his face. He leaned into it without thinking, the way a cat leans into a patch of sun on the floor. From his seat, he could see the small side table near the window, the one that had once held a lamp they never turned on, and a dish for keys that they constantly forgot to use. On top of it, someone had placed a small decorative mirror years ago, more for the way it caught light than for any practical purpose. Before the illness, Anna had liked to set a vase of flowers next to it and watch the reflected colors flicker in the afternoons. Now, like all the others, the mirror was covered. A square of light fabric, probably a dish towel pressed into service on short notice, lay over it, its corners hanging down just enough to hide the frame. In the sunshine, the cloth glowed faintly, a soft, opaque shape against the polished wood of the table. Dust motes drifted past it as if curious. He had grown used to walking around these covered shapes, treating them as temporary monuments that he was not yet allowed to disturb. They had become part of the landscape of his grief, neutral, unmoving, strangely protective. He had told himself he would leave them as they were until some unnamed later date, when he would be ready to see himself again. But the longer he stared at that small, glowing square, the more a different feeling stirred. Not defiance exactly, more like an itch. An old, human curiosity waking up after hibernation. Without fully deciding to, he set the book aside and stood up. His knees complained a little at the change in position, the joints stiff from too much sitting. He smoothed his hand down the side of his pants, an old nervous habit, and crossed the room toward the window. The sun grew stronger on his skin with each step, warming the back of his neck, brightening the colors in the room. The living room looked gentler in this light. The faded pattern on the rug softened. The worn arm of the couch took on a kind of dignity, and the photos on the wall, weddings, birthdays, quiet vacations by lakes, gleamed under their glass like small, contained memories. He stopped in front of the table, Up close, he could see the faint texture of the fabric over the mirror, the weave of the threads, the slight warp where the cloth had been washed and dried too many times. One corner was not perfectly aligned. He could see, peeking from beneath it, a sliver of the mirror's frame. It was a simple frame, painted a soft cream color, chipped in one spot where someone had once bumped it with a vase. For a moment, he simply looked at the covered shape, feeling his heart beat a little faster against his ribs. It was a ridiculous reaction, he knew. There was nothing dangerous beneath that cloth. At the same time, the last weeks had taught him that the most ordinary things could suddenly become unbearable. A mug, a song, a sweater left on the back of a chair. He took a slow breath and reached out. His fingers closed gently on the edge of the fabric. It felt cool and slightly rough, familiar from 100 uses in the kitchen. The motion of lifting it was small, but it felt like crossing a threshold. The cloth slid upward and then down, folding over his hand as he peeled it away. The mirror lay beneath, smaller than he remembered, its surface dulled slightly by a thin film of dust. For an instant, as the light struck it directly, there was nothing but a bright blur. Then shapes emerged from the glare and resolved into an image. His own face looked back at him. He had been bracing himself for something worse, some distortion, some unfamiliar stranger. But the reflection was, undeniably, his. The lines around his eyes were deeper, the skin under them a bit darker, the jaw a little looser. There was more gray at his temples than he'd last consciously noticed. But the essential structure was the same. The curve of his nose, the set of his mouth, the particular way one eyebrow lifted slightly higher than the other when he concentrated. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His shoulders dropped a fraction. The mirror, it seemed, was not a trap. It was just a surface telling the truth. Beyond his face, the glass held the room in miniature. The branches of the maple tree outside appeared in the top corner, filtered through sheer curtains, their small, early leaves trembling slightly in the breeze. A segment of the backyard fence cut across the lower edge of the reflection, its weathered wood catching the light. On the fence, a small bird hopped from slat to slat, tilting its head, then pecking at some invisible prize. The whole scene looked calm, almost like a painting seen through a window. He studied his reflection more closely. For all the changes he saw, one detail stood out more than any wrinkle or discoloration. He was still here, standing, breathing, looking. The face in the glass might have borne the marks of the last hard months, but it was not empty. There was a person in it, and that person was him. The realization was quiet, but significant. In a life that had lately felt defined by endings, the simple fact of his continued existence felt almost like defiance. Without quite thinking about it, he lifted his hand and touched the edge of the mirror's frame. The wood was smooth under his fingertips, worn to a gentle satin by years of casual contact. His thumb brushed the chip spot in the paint, the little imperfection he had always meant to fix and never had. "Thank you," he said softly, the words barely above a whisper. It was not clear, even to him, whether he was thanking the mirror itself or the version of his face it reflected. "Thank you for not lying, for not making me into something monstrous, for simply showing what is. Thank you for being honest." The mirror, being a mirror, offered no reply beyond a steady, unwavering image. He let his hand fall back to his side and glanced away for a moment, out the actual window. The maple's branches swayed gently, their leaves making small, private sounds. A car passed slowly on the street, its shadow briefly cutting across the lawn. Somewhere, a neighbor's wind chime gave a soft, uncertain jingle. When he looked back at the mirror, something was different. Behind his own reflection, in the blurred area that showed the room, he saw the back of the couch, the corner of the coffee table, and the familiar outline of the armchair by the far wall. Draped over the back of that chair, just visible in the narrow slice the mirror captured, was a piece of fabric, a soft blue curve of color he recognized instantly. Anna's scarf. The one she used to wear in the fall, looped once around her neck, its ends trailing over her coat. He had not seen it in weeks. He knew exactly where it was, folded carefully in the top drawer of the dresser upstairs, tucked between two sweaters that still held her perfume. But there it was, in the mirror, the edge of a blue scarf, resting on the chair as naturally as if she had just walked in, taken it off, and draped it there without thinking. He frowned slightly and turned his head to look at the actual armchair. It was bare. No fabric, no color. Just the plain, neutral upholstery they had picked out years ago because it would not show stains. The space where the scarf had appeared in the reflection was completely empty. A small, cool sensation slipped down his spine, not a sharp shock, but a chill, like stepping into a patch of shade on a warm day. He looked back at the mirror quickly. The scarf was gone. The chair, in the glass, matched the chair in the room. Undressed, uncomplicated, entirely ordinary. For a moment, he considered the possibility that he had simply imagined it, that his mind, steeped in memories and prompted by familiar shapes, had painted what it wanted to see onto the reflective surface. Light could play tricks. Grief could too. And yet, the clarity of that blue had been so precise, the way it had curved over the upholstery so familiar. It had felt less like a fantasy and more like a whisper, quick, almost embarrassed to be heard, withdrawing the moment he tried to look straight at it. He stood there a while longer, watching his own face settle back into a more neutral expression, feeling the house around him breathe its quiet sunlit breaths. The mirror showed nothing more unusual than a man in a room on a bright afternoon, with dust in the air and a bird on the fence outside. Still, as he gently replaced the cloth over the glass, not to hide it forever, but as if putting a bookmark in a chapter he would return to, he could not shake the sense that something, somewhere in the house, had just reached out in the smallest possible way to remind him that he was not the only one who remembered where that scarf was usually kept. After the small living room mirror proved itself to be nothing more than an honest surface with a fleeting, unnerving flicker at its edge, something in Mark loosened. The fear that every uncovered glass would hold some unbearable revelation gave way to a quieter, more manageable apprehension. He began to think that perhaps he could open these faces again, one at a time, like old letters taken down from a shelf. The next one waited in the bathroom. For days, he had been brushing his teeth at the sink, with his eyes fixed firmly on the faucet, the tiled wall, the pale oval of the covered mirror above it. It was impossible not to be aware of that draped shape in a room so small. The fabric turned the mirror into a kind of patient guest, standing politely with its face veiled, refusing to intrude, but impossible to ignore. One evening, as the light outside shifted from afternoon into the wan gold of early evening, he stood in the doorway of the bathroom and regarded it. The house was quiet apart from the low hum of the refrigerator and a faint murmur of the television from a neighbor's home somewhere down the row. The mirror waited. He stepped closer and reached up, fingers finding the familiar edge of the cloth. The material was different here, a hand towel taken from the rack beside the sink, its terry loops flattened where it had rested against the glass. He peeled it away with a slow, steady motion, folding it once in his hands before setting it aside on the counter. The mirror beneath was cloudier than the one in the living room, tiny scratches at its surface catching the light and spreading it into a faint haze. It had seen steam and soap and the careless flicks of water from shaking hands. For a heartbeat, it showed only an indistinct blur. Then his features emerged. The bathroom, more than any other place, had always shown him versions of himself he could not avoid. Tired, rushed, flushed from the shower, pale in the middle of the night. Today's face looked older than the last time he remembered really studying it in this particular frame. There were hollows where there had once been smoothness, shadows under the eyes that seemed to have taken up permanent residence. His hair, always a little unruly, had surrendered more fully to gray along the sides. But layered over the image of the man he was now, another picture rose, not in the glass, but in the back of his mind. He saw himself standing here years ago, toothbrush in hand, half asleep, while Anna, already finished with her own brushing, pulled exaggerated faces beside him. She had puffed out her cheeks with toothpaste foam, crossed her eyes, and tried to sing around the froth. He, stubbornly serious, had attempted to ignore the performance, but the corners of his mouth had betrayed him, tugging upward until finally he was laughing too hard to keep brushing. He could almost feel the ache in his cheeks from grinning, the way he had leaned on the edge of the sink for support, the mirror holding both their reflections, one tall, one a little shorter, both shaking with silent laughter because the hour was late and the house was quiet. Nothing in this recollection was dramatic or heroic. It was just a slice of an ordinary night. Yet the memory had weight, like a coin found in a pocket you thought was empty. The bathroom, with its narrow walls and frosted window, had kept that moment snug inside itself, ready to hand back to him as soon as the mirror could show his face again. He stayed there for a while, allowing other small scenes to surface. Anna leaning close to inspect a freckle on her cheek, muttering about age and sun. The two of them standing side by side, tired but content, after a long day of painting the spare room. Her reflection behind his as she reached around his shoulders to straighten his collar. Both of them framed together in the glass. These were not cinematic, just real. And the ache of remembering them was tender rather than sharp. Objects can do this, especially in a home lived in for a long time. Certain things become anchors for particular kinds of memory. A mug calls back early morning conversations. A set of keys carries the echo of every time they were grabbed in a rush. A chair remembers every weary body that has sunk into it. Mirrors, especially, hold not only the light of a room, but the shapes of the people who have passed through, layering their images one over another in the mind of anyone who looks long enough. When grief is fresh, it can feel safer to turn away from these anchors, to avoid the places and items that know too much. It is a reasonable instinct. The heart has only so much capacity at once. But over time, if one is gentle and patient, allowing these encounters to happen a little at a time can help sorrow move instead of harden. A mirror can show not only what has been lost, but the continuity between then and now, the way the same face has carried both joy and pain and is still here to witness another day. Encouraged by this thought, Mark wiped a small circle in the foggy surface with the side of his hand, clearing away a faint residue he didn't remember leaving. His reflection sharpened slightly, the lines more definite. He met his own gaze, not quite daring to hold it, but not flinching away either. Later, in the hallway by the front door, he turned his attention to another covered frame. This one was small and rectangular, hung at eye level above the narrow table, where they had always meant to keep their keys and mail organized. The cloth over it was a neatly folded square of an old pillowcase, its once bright pattern of faded flowers visible along the edges. He lifted it away and found the mirror as he remembered it. Unassuming, functional, good for a last-second glance before stepping out into the world. This was the glass that had watched him knot ties on important mornings, leaning in to check for crooked lines and smudged chins. It had watched Anna adjust earrings with quick, practiced movements, smoothing her hair with the flat of her palm. The memories that rose here were more hurried. Mornings when they had both been late, moving around each other in a small, efficient dance. Evenings when she had stood here with her coat half on, checking her reflection before they drove to yet another medical appointment, her expression composed, but her eyes betraying a flicker of tiredness. He saw himself reaching around her to grab the car keys from the bowl, their shoulders bumping, a murmur of "excuse me" and "you are fine" passing between them like a lightweight garment. Each mirror he uncovered worked like this. Not a door to another world, exactly, but a doorway into a smaller room in his memory, one with its own lighting and its own set of sounds. The reflections did not replay events like a screen. Instead, they triggered the mind's own projectors, casting films against an interior wall. The ache that came with these images was real, but it was softer when he allowed it to unfold at its own pace. In a drawer in the bedroom, while searching for something else entirely, he found one more mirror. It was not hanging on a wall. It lay at the bottom of Anna's old purse, tucked beneath a crumpled tissue and a lip balm worn flat in its tube. The purse itself still held a faint trace of her perfume, something floral and warm that had outlasted the last time she'd actually used it. He lifted the compact mirror out, its metal case cool and familiar against his palm. He remembered buying it for her in a drugstore when their old one had snapped at the hinge. "Nothing fancy," she had said then, dropping it into her bag with a grateful smile. "Just something so I do not have to use the back of a spoon." He opened it now, and for a second, the tiny glass showed only the ceiling above, the soft glow of the bedroom light. Then his own eye appeared, startlingly close. The lines at its corners magnified. Behind the image, the scent of her perfume wrapped around him, pulling up a flood of memories. Her checking her lipstick in the car's visor mirror, borrowing his glasses to read a menu, laughing at herself in a shop window reflection when the wind had caught her hair. He closed the compact gently and set it back in the drawer, not yet ready to decide what to do with it. It was enough, for now, to know it was there, and that when he lifted it again, a whole world of small shared moments would come with it. That night, back in the bathroom, he stood once more in front of the uncovered mirror. The room was lit only by the fixture above the sink, casting a clear, even light across his face. The window beside the shower was a rectangle of darkness. Outside, the world had folded itself in. He leaned in a little closer, studying the reflection. It was an odd sensation, seeing so much familiarity and so much strangeness in one image. He tilted his head slightly to the left, watching the angle of his jaw change. He lowered his chin, noting the way the skin at his throat gathered. The glass responded dutifully, showing each adjustment. Then, without moving, he had the sudden impression that something was off. His shoulders, in the mirror, seemed wrong. Not dramatically, not enough to make him jump, but just a fraction out of alignment with what he felt in his own body. It was as if the reflection were holding its posture a beat behind him, or had turned a degree more than he had, as though listening toward a sound he had not heard. He blinked, straightened, then leaned in again, this time watching the edges of his silhouette more carefully. The familiar man looked back, shoulders square, head aligned, everything ordinary and as it should be. He told himself it was the glass. Old mirrors warp over time. The silvering at the back can shift. The surface can bow ever so slightly. Light from the overhead fixture could have been bending at an odd angle, making one side of his reflection appear a fraction closer than the other. The brain, always quick to notice asymmetry, might have seized on that and dressed it up in unease. Or perhaps, he thought, his sense of himself had changed so much that any reflection would feel a little misaligned until his mind caught up. He turned off the bathroom light, letting the room slide into darkness. In the brief moment before the switch clicked, he saw his face in the mirror one last time. Perfectly ordinary, shoulders level, eyes steady. Then the glass became simply a darker square on the wall. Out in the hallway, he could feel the house listening in its usual quiet way. The mirrors he had uncovered during the day stood silently in their places, each one a waiting surface. Together, they did not feel like a row of traps. They felt like doorways he could choose to open when he was strong enough, knowing that on the other side lay not monsters, but pieces of the life he had shared, ready to be remembered and eventually laid gently down. By the end of that week, the house looked subtly but unmistakably different. It was not that any new furniture had appeared, or that he had done a deep cleaning, or that visitors had suddenly filled the rooms. The difference came from something simpler. Many of the mirrors were bare again. In the living room, the small decorative mirror on the side table caught the afternoon light and sent it skipping in a pale stripe across the floor. In the bathroom, the wall above the sink held not a blank, veiled shape, but a slightly fogged, honest rectangle of glass. By the front door, the little mirror over the table reflected the hallway lamp in a modest glow each evening when he turned it on. The effect of these uncovered surfaces was more than visual. Light had more places to land now and more directions to travel. It bounced from window to frame to wall in quiet relays, softening corners, brightening nooks that had seemed heavier when everything was covered. The house felt less like a museum in mourning and more like a place where people had lived and might, in some way, still be living. For Mark, there was a small lift in his chest each time he passed one of these reclaimed mirrors and caught a glimpse of himself without bracing for impact. He did not linger every time. Sometimes he only saw the blur of his shoulder or the shadow of his jawline as he walked by. But the mere fact that he could see these fragments and keep moving without the ground opening under him was, in its quiet way, progress, the memories that rose with each reflection. Anna's foam-covered grin in the bathroom, her quick adjustments to his collar by the front door, the flash of her scarf in the living room. Hurt, certainly, yet the hurt was threaded with warmth. These were not just reminders that she was gone, but confirmations that she had, for a long time, been vividly present. He could feel something in the air of the house shifting alongside him. The spaces where people sat and spoke and laughed seemed more accessible, as if the rooms themselves had been waiting for him to look up and see them clearly again. The kitchen, with its humming appliances and modest cabinets, welcomed him with the same patient solidity it always had. The living room seemed to breathe a little easier, with the blinds open and the glass surfaces free to catch the day. Only one mirror remained covered. It stood in the hallway at the bottom of the stairs, tall and slightly wider than a doorway, framed in dark wood that had once gleamed under regular dusting and occasional polish. The cloth over it, this time a full sheet, folded and taped in place, hung from the top all the way down to just above the floor, obscuring every inch of silver beneath. It had been the first mirror the hospice nurse had covered, with a gravity in her movements that matched his own unspoken dread. It was the last one he had not yet been able to touch. This mirror faced the entrance to the bedroom where they had squeezed in the hospital bed for Anna. From the hallway, when the door was open, the glass had reflected the whole scene. The metal rails, the white sheets, the monitors that blinked and sighed, the chair where he had spent so many nights in vigil. It had not only shown his face when he walked by, it had caught the outline of his body as he stood in the doorway, weighing decisions too heavy for any one person. Now, each time he walked past that place in the hall, he felt a faint tug somewhere behind his breastbone. It was not a violent pull, more like the sensation of walking by a closed door behind which you know something important is stored. It was enough to make his steps shorten for a moment. His head turned just a fraction toward the veiled shape. He passed it in the morning on his way to the kitchen for coffee, when the newly uncovered front door mirror showed him the pale light of the day behind him. He passed it at midday, taking a folded basket of laundry upstairs, the weight of the fabric in his arms, and the familiar creak of the third stair greeting him as he climbed. He passed it in the evening, on his way to turn off the upstairs lights, his hand trailing along the banister out of habit. Sometimes he let his fingers brush the edge of the cloth without lifting it, feeling the smoothness of the sheet where it had been ironed long ago, the slight roughness where tape held it to the wood. Even that small contact made his pulse quicken, as if the fabric were not covering glass, but flesh. Once, coming down the stairs in the late afternoon, he stopped directly in front of it. The house around him was calm, a distant car outside, the faint groan of heating ducts adjusting somewhere unseen. Dust floated in the hallway light, visible only when it crossed the shaft of sun slipping through the small window on the landing. His hand rose almost of its own accord. He took hold of the bottom edge of the sheet, gathering a fold of it between his thumb and fingers. The cotton was cool against his skin. He lifted it a few inches, just enough to see the mirror's frame, the dark wood with its simple carved lines, the corner where the varnish had worn away from years of hands resting there as people checked their reflection before leaving the house. The tiniest sliver of glass showed beneath, a thin line of brightness at the bottom, like the edge of a lake glimpsed between reeds. It reflected nothing yet but a slice of opposite wall and a strip of hardwood floor. His heart began to thump harder. A faint ringing rose in his ears, the sound of blood moving more quickly. He realized his breathing had gone shallow. He lowered the cloth again, letting it fall back into place with a soft whisper. Not yet. He stood there for a long moment, his hand still hovering near the sheet, fingers curling and uncurling slightly. The image that came to his mind was not of a ghostly figure waiting in the glass, but of his own body on that worst night, standing in exactly this spot, silhouetted in the mirror's surface. To uncover it fully would be to invite that version of himself back into the room, not just as a memory, but as an almost tangible presence. He was not ready, he realized, to see himself there again. Not ready to look into the mirror that had watched him at the moment when love and fear and exhaustion had tangled into something he still did not know how to name. The smaller mirrors had given him fragments he could handle. This one threatened to hand him the whole picture at once. So he walked on. Up the stairs, down again, moving around that covered rectangle as if it were not just a piece of furniture, but a sleeping animal he did not wish to wake. Days passed like this. The house grew used to the new pattern. Some mirrors opened to the light, one still closed. The uncovered glass surfaces responded to the changing hours. Bright in the morning, gentle in the afternoon, dimming to vague shapes at night. The covered one remained constant, a fixed pale landmark in the hall. Then came a night when sleep eluded him entirely. He had gone to bed at a reasonable hour, had turned off the lamp, and lain in the familiar darkness. His body felt tired enough. His muscles ached with that dull, ordinary fatigue that comes from moving quietly around a house all day. But his thoughts refused to obey the signal to slow. He lay there listening to the subtle sounds he knew so well now. The heater's muted sigh, the refrigerator's distant murmur, the occasional tap from within the walls. An hour passed, then another, measured by the soft, persistent ticking of the bedside clock. His mind circled the same paths again and again, returning with stubborn insistence to the image of the hallway mirror, veiled and waiting. Finally, near the thin hour that sits between late night and early morning, he gave up. He slid out of bed, careful not to bump the nightstand, and padded to the doorway. The house met him with its usual nocturnal stillness, an atmosphere both empty and full. He did not turn on any lights. He walked down the short stretch of hall from the bedroom to the stairs, his hand gliding along the wall. The darkness was not complete. A faint wash of streetlight seeped in through the window on the landing and the narrow side lights by the front door downstairs. It feathered the outlines of things, enough for him to avoid bumping into furniture. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he stopped in front of the tall mirror. In the dimness, the sheet over it was a deeper shadow among shadows, a featureless shape rising from floor to a foot above his head. The air was cooler here, as it often was near large surfaces. He could hear the muted pulse of his own heartbeat, and beneath it, an almost imperceptible hush, like the sound of someone else's breathing in the next room when they are trying very hard not to disturb you. He stood very still, letting his eyes adjust further, his thoughts quieting in the face of so much darkness. There was nothing to see but the pale outline of fabric, nothing to hear but the small usual sounds of the sleeping house. And yet, he felt it, a presence that did not belong to any single person, living or dead. Not malicious, not pressing against him, but undeniably alert. The sensation was not of being watched in the way one feels under human eyes, but of standing in front of a surface that was entirely, intensely aware of him. Behind the cloth, the glass might as well have been open. He had the unnerving impression that the mirror, despite being covered, was fully awake, listening, waiting. Not in a hungry way, not like a trap ready to spring, but with the long, patient stillness of something that has witnessed much and knows that in time, everything that is hidden comes back into view. The knowledge moved through him slowly, chilling and oddly soothing at once. He reached out, not to lift the sheet, but to rest his fingertips lightly against it, as one might place a hand on a closed door. The fabric was cool and motionless. Underneath it, he could almost feel the smooth, unyielding plane of the glass. "Not yet," he whispered, though he did not know whether he was speaking to the mirror, to himself, or to the version of Anna that still lived so fiercely in his memory. The cloth did not stir. The house made no new sound, but the sensation of being gently, thoroughly noticed, of standing before something that had recorded him at his best and at his worst, and was prepared to show him both whenever he was ready, stayed with him, following him back up the stairs and into the restless quiet of his bedroom. It was not one night, of course. It almost never is. It was a long, slow narrowing of days, a gentle closing in of the world from the size of a town to the size of a house, and then from the house to a single room at the top of the stairs. The bedroom had once been an ordinary space, a double bed under a quilt Anna had chosen for its soft colors, two mismatched nightstands, a dresser by the far wall, and a window overlooking the maple tree in the front yard. On autumn mornings, the light would come through, filtered by yellow leaves, painting the ceiling with a trembling gold. They had slept there for decades, in all the ordinary ways people sleep, deeply, restlessly, side by side, and sometimes turned away from one another, taking turns being the one who got up when a noise downstairs sounded suspicious. When her illness deepened, the room changed shape without the walls moving at all. The double bed was pushed to one side to make room for the hospital bed the hospice company delivered. Men in neutral uniforms carried it up the stairs in pieces, their work brisk and practiced, assembling it where the dresser used to stand. The machine that adjusted its height hummed and clicked, cords snaking along the baseboards toward outlets that had never been asked to hold so much responsibility before. Soft blankets, chosen by Anna from their own linen closet, were layered over the hospital sheets to make the bed less like a place for patients and more like a place where a person might still feel at home. She had insisted on her favorite pillowcase, the one with the little embroidered edge, even though the nurse had gently suggested something easier to wash. A small lamp was brought from the living room and set on a rolling tray, so its warm circle of light could follow her instead of waiting by the nightstand. Medical equipment took up quiet positions along the walls. A portable oxygen tank tucked itself near the head of the bed, its regulator gently ticking when she needed it. A plastic bin held supplies, syringes, alcohol swabs, packets of thickened liquid. On the dresser, between framed photographs and a stack of folded t-shirts, a cardboard box contained bottles of medication arranged in careful rows by a nurse with neat handwriting. Hospice nurses came and went through this rearranged landscape, always soft-voiced, always respectful of the fact that this was not just a workplace, but a home. They showed Mark how to read the labels on the bottles, how to measure the liquid into the small plastic spoons, or attach the necessary tubing. They taught him what certain changes in Anna's breathing might mean, pointed out the small muscles that would tighten when her pain was rising, reminded him, again and again, that he should call if things felt too big. "You do not have to be a hero," one nurse told him kindly, her hand light on his shoulder. "You have already done the hard part by being here. We are here to carry some of the rest." He nodded, grateful, but the words did not make the load in his chest feel much lighter. Being there was the only thing he knew how to do. Being there was the baseline. Everything else felt like improvisation without training. In the quiet hours, because there were always quiet hours, even in the midst of so much movement, he and Anna spoke in the soft voices people use when others are sleeping nearby. Even when there was no one else in the house. Sometimes she joked, especially earlier on, when the medication still smoothed the edges cleanly. She made faces about the taste of certain syrups, stuck her tongue out after swallowing something particularly bitter, and said it ought to be illegal to make medicine for grown women that tasted like bubble gum. She teased him for his meticulous notes, the way he wrote down times and dosages in a spiral notebook like a student cramming for an exam. "You are going to get a gold star from the nurse," she whispered one night, eyes crinkling at the corners. "Maybe they will let you graduate." He smiled because she wanted him to. The sound of their shared laughter was thinner than it used to be, but it was still theirs. Later, as the weeks wore on, and the good hours became fewer, the tone of their conversations changed. There were apologies, the kind that circle back again and again, no matter how often they are answered. "I am sorry," she said one night, her voice dry and quiet in the half-dark. "I did not mean for it to go on like this. I did not mean to be such a burden." The word cut through him with a sharpness that no medical instrument could match. Burden. As if she were a weight he had not chosen to carry, as if her presence in that bed was something he could have put down if he had wanted to. "Do not say that," he replied, his voice low but fierce. "You are not something I am stuck with. You are my wife. I am exactly where I am supposed to be." She looked at him with that tired, familiar patience, as if she knew he needed to say it as much for himself as for her. The guilt that caregivers feel does not always come from doing something wrong. It often comes from the simple, impossible fact that they cannot fix what is broken. Even when they measure every dose perfectly, even when they never miss a visit, even when they love as hard as they can, there is a part of the mind that whispers, late at night, that more could have been done. On another night, when the pain had been worse than usual, and they were both stretched thin from it, she reached for his hand and held on tightly, her grip surprisingly strong. "I am tired," she said, her gaze drifting toward the window, where the maple branches traced slow patterns against the sky. "Not just sleepy tired, tired of hurting, tired of watching you hurt." He squeezed her fingers gently. There were no right words for moments like that. Anything that sounded too hopeful would ring false. Anything too honest would feel like betrayal. He settled on the simplest truth he could manage. "I know," he said. "Me too." Outside, the world went on with its small, indifferent business. The mail truck rolled past at the same time each afternoon. Children walked home from school in pairs, their voices rising and falling. The maple tree changed with the season, its leaves deepening in color, then loosening their hold and drifting down to gather in drifts against the roots. From the bedroom window, they watched some of this, but the edges of their attention had drawn inward. The room had become its own weather system. Even then, the house was listening. On the nights when Mark got up from the chair by her bed to refill a glass of water or fetch a blanket from the hallway closet, the floorboard just beyond the doorway gave its familiar small squeak under his weight. It did so, no matter how lightly he stepped, announcing his comings and goings as it had always done. The sound followed him into the hall, then faded into the general hush when he returned. When a nurse came in the early morning for a scheduled visit, the echo in the hallway changed slightly, the tapping of professional shoes instead of his worn slippers. But the creak at the same spot answered just the same. The house did not care whose feet produced the pressure. It recorded the rhythm of care being given again and again. As he sat by the bed, sometimes in silence, sometimes with the television murmuring low in the background, the faint noises of the home reached them. The refrigerator humming, the vents whispering warm air, the distant, muffled chime of a neighbor's doorbell. He had not thought of these sounds as anything more than background then. Only later, when he looked back from the safety of the present, did he understand that the building had been a constant witness, taking in each sigh, each whispered apology, each small joke squeezed out between waves of discomfort. On one particularly still night, as he stood for a moment in the doorway with his hand on the frame, watching Anna sleep in the dim lamplight, the floorboard beneath him voiced its tiny complaint. In the quiet that followed, he could hear the faintest hint of an echo, as if the sound had traveled down the hallway and brushed against the tall mirror at the bottom of the stairs before settling into the bones of the house. The thought did not fully form in his mind then. There was too much else to hold. But somewhere, in the grain of the wood under his feet and the plaster of the walls around him, a record was being kept, not in words, not in judgments, but in the simple fact of repeated motion and sound. The house was bearing witness, in its own mute, steady way, to a man doing his best in a situation with no clean answers, and to a woman who was trying to let go without pulling him down with her. The night it finally came to a point was not dramatically different from the nights around it, at least not at first glance. There was no storm outside, no sudden blackout, no cinematic crack of thunder to punctuate the moment. The weather was quiet. The town outside the bedroom window had gone to sleep in its usual way. Porch lights on, television screens flickering behind curtains, the occasional car easing down the street and then disappearing around the corner. Inside the house, the lamp by Anna's bed cast its steady, amber circle over her pillow, the blankets, the tray with tissue, and a half-full glass of water. The difference was in her breathing. It had been changing for days, becoming shallower, more uneven. He had watched the pattern shift the way one watches the sea change before a storm. Small variations at first, barely noticeable if you were not paying close attention. Then larger swells that left less and less room for calm. On this night, the rhythm had become jagged in a way that set every nerve in his body on edge. She lay slightly propped up, her head turned toward the window. Each breath seemed to catch on something invisible before it made its way into her lungs. A small hitch, followed by a strained release. Her fingers clutched at the sheet near her chest, not in a dramatic clawing gesture, but in a continuous, reflexive tightening, as if she were trying to hold on to the edge of a cliff that only she could see. The nurse had been there earlier in the evening. She She had gone through the familiar routine, checking vital signs, adjusting pillows, listening to Anna's chest with her stethoscope, consulting the chart at the foot of the bed. She had spoken softly to Mark, explaining again how to measure the medications, when to administer the next dose, what signs might mean it was time to call. Her instructions were clear, her manner compassionate. When she left, she had put a hand over his for a moment and said, "You are doing everything you can. Remember to breathe." Now, with the house emptied of visitors and professionals, those words felt small against the reality of the room. The clock on the nightstand ticked with an insistence that bordered on rude. Each second seemed to fall into the air like a tiny stone, piling up between them and the rest of the world. The hallway beyond the open bedroom door was dark and very still. Even the old floorboard that usually creaked when anyone passed remained quiet, as if the house itself were holding back its usual commentary out of respect. Mark sat in the chair he had claimed as his own over the last months, his body folded forward slightly, elbows on his knees, hands clasped together so tightly his knuckles had gone white. He had given her the prescribed dose of pain medication at the right time. He had followed the schedule written in the nurse's neat handwriting, but as the minutes stretched, it was painfully clear that tonight the medicine was no longer reaching the place where her suffering lived. He watched her chest rise and fall, each inhalation a small battle she had to win before she could rest for a moment. There were no theatrics to it. She did not gasp or cry out. That somehow made it worse. Her face, drawn and pale, held an expression of weary concentration, as though she had been walking up a steep hill for far too long and could no longer imagine what level ground felt like. At one point, she opened her eyes and turned them toward him. The lamplight caught the faint sheen of moisture there. She did not need to say anything. The message was already there, raw and clear. But she spoke anyway, her voice hoarse and thin, each word sanded down by effort. "I do not want to do this," she whispered. "Not like this, not for many more days." She did not say, "Please make it stop." She did not ask him to act. She had always been careful, even in her pain, not to place that weight directly on him. But in the space between the words, in the way her gaze held his, there was more than simple complaint. There was a plea for rest, and a reflection of his own exhaustion mirrored back at him. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. The room seemed to contract around them, the air thickening until every breath felt like an effort for him too. He wanted to tell her that it would be better tomorrow, that the nurse would adjust the medications, that they would find a way to make the pain softer. He wanted to say something that sounded hopeful and certain. The words would not come. He could not make himself lie to her. "I know," he said instead, his voice barely louder than hers. "I know you are tired." He reached for her hand and felt the tension there, the tendons standing out against the thin skin. He stroked the back of her hand with his thumb, a small, repetitive motion that had become his default comfort when all other comforts failed. It soothed him more than it seemed to soothe her. In every caregiver's story, there are moments that do not fit easily into language. They are the decisions made in the middle of the night, when professionals are not in the room and the person you love is suffering in a way that no chart can capture. The instructions on the bottle say one thing. The reality in front of you seems to demand another. You are told to follow the guidelines, to trust the plan, to call if you are unsure. You are also told, in more careful, coded ways, that comfort is the priority now, that there is a point at which the goal is no longer prolonging life, but easing the final part of it. Mark had heard all of this. He had nodded, taken notes, repeated back what the nurses told him to prove he understood. But there is a vast gulf between understanding something in theory and sitting in a small lamplit room, watching the person you love most in the world fight for each breath, whisper that they cannot stand many more days, and realizing that the clock is not the only thing ticking. His gaze drifted to the tray beside the bed, where the medications sat within reach, ready and waiting. The labels were clear. The doses were marked. His own handwriting, careful and cramped, annotated the schedule. Times given. Times next due. The nurse's voice echoed in his mind. You can repeat this dose if the pain seems to be returning. You know what is safe. Even within those guidelines, there was space. Space that could feel like mercy or like danger, depending on which way you leaned. His hands were shaking when he reached for the small bottle. He did not think of ratios or volumes or any concrete detail that could be written down as a set of instructions. His thoughts were not that organized. He thought only of the lines around her mouth, the tension in her fingers, the words, "not like this," hanging in the air between them. His fingertips fumbled slightly on the cap. The plastic clicked against the tray. He adjusted the medication, not with the methodical precision of the nurses, but with the fearful, driven care of someone standing at the edge of a line he had always sworn he would never cross. It was not a dramatic, cinematic action. There was no thunder to acknowledge it, no sudden drop in the pitch of the room. It was a small movement, a slight shift, the kind of thing that might have looked insignificant to an outsider. Inside him, it was a moral storm. He could feel his heart pounding in his throat, could hear the blood in his ears like distant surf. A part of him screamed that this was too much, that he was making a terrible mistake, that he would not be able to live with himself if he went any further. Another part, the one that had been watching her struggle for so long, whispered that she deserved peace, that clinging to the strict letter of the instructions while she clawed at the edge of consciousness was a different kind of cruelty. Hands unsteady, breath shallow, he chose. He gave her more relief than the page strictly allowed. Afterward, there was nothing to do but wait. He set the bottle back down with exaggerated care, aligning it with the others on the tray, as if neatness could somehow make the act less enormous. He settled back into the chair, the cushioning under him suddenly feeling too soft, too forgiving. The clock on the nightstand kept up its steady, indifferent march. At first, nothing seemed to change. Her breathing continued its rough, stuttering pattern. Each inhale a small battle, each exhale a tired release. He watched her face, searching for any sign, any small easing in the lines carved there by pain and perseverance. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the rhythm shifted. The hitch in each breath smoothed out just a little. The space between inhales lengthened, not in a frightening way, but in a way that suggested the body was no longer fighting quite so hard. Her hand, still clutching the sheet, loosened its grip a fraction. The deep furrow between her eyebrows relaxed, her mouth softening into an expression that reminded him, startlingly, of how she looked when she was simply asleep on an ordinary night years ago, before any of this. Her face, in that moment, looked more like herself than it had in weeks. Not the self she had been at 30 or 40, but the self he knew now. Lined, tired, beloved. The harshness had melted. What remained was something gentler, as if the tide of her suffering had pulled back from the shore of her features, leaving the sand smooth for a little while. He felt both relieved and sick at the same time. Relief that she was no longer caught on the jagged edge of pain, that her body had found a quieter rhythm. Sickness at the knowledge that he had helped her get there in a way that could not be undone. Exhaustion rolled over him like a wave. He leaned back in the chair, letting his head rest against the wall. His eyes drifted toward the doorway, almost by accident, seeking some neutral point to steady his gaze. The bedroom door was open a bit wider than he remembered leaving it. Through that narrow gap, he could see a slice of the hallway. At the far end of that slice stood the tall mirror, its surface visible tonight because, in this memory, the cloth had not yet been laid over it. The lamp in the bedroom cast enough light to send a faint glow down the hall, catching the edge of the frame and the dim reflection within. In the glass, he saw himself. Not in close detail, not the way he looked in the bathroom or the mirror by the door. This was a more distant, half-lit version. A man in a chair beside a bed, shoulders slumped, hands slack in his lap. The curve of his spine spoke of defeat and determination in equal measure. Even from here, he could see the tension in the set of his mouth, the dark hollows under his eyes. For a heartbeat, the sight shocked him, as if he had stumbled upon a stranger trespassing in his home. Then recognition settled in, heavy and inescapable. The mirror was not inventing anything. It was simply showing what was. He had the uncanny sensation, in that moment, that the glass was doing more than reflecting. It felt as though it were taking a picture without a camera, recording not just the arrangement of light and shadow, but the weight of the decision he had just made. The room around him, the bed, the blankets, the tray of bottles, the window with the maple tree beyond, seemed to flatten into a kind of stillness, as though the house itself were holding its breath. Then Anna sighed softly in her sleep, the sound delicate and peaceful. His gaze tore away from the mirror and returned to her face. The spell broke, or at least loosened its hold. When he looked back toward the doorway again a moment later, the reflection had changed only in small ways. His shoulders slightly lower, his head tipped forward another fraction. The man in the glass worn down by forces both outside and inside himself. The mirror, whatever it had captured in that instant, held its silence. The house, bearing witness as it had all along, absorbed the new groove being cut into its quiet, listening structure. In the present, the room had shrunk back to its original size. The hospital bed was gone. Men in different uniforms had carried it out one morning not long after the funeral, dismantling it as efficiently as it had been brought in. The cords had been unplugged, the oxygen tank wheeled away, the cardboard box of medications removed with quiet, professional hands. What remained was the old double bed, returned to its place, made up with the quilt Anna had chosen so many years earlier. The dresser stood against the wall again, its surface cleared of pill bottles and stacked instead with folded sweaters and a small ceramic dish for loose change. Mark sat on the edge of that bed, his hands resting on his thighs, fingers spread as if steadying himself. The quilt beneath him was smooth, the corners tucked in neatly. The pillowcases matched. The room looked, at a glance, like any bedroom belonging to an older couple who had taken care with their things. To anyone who asked, and many had, in soft, tentative ways, he had given the same answer about the night Anna died. She went peacefully in her sleep, he would say, eyes lowering in the way people expect from the bereaved. After everything, it was gentle. It was not a lie, not exactly. She had been sleeping when her breathing finally settled into a slow, even pattern that did not falter again. There had been no terrible struggle at the very end, no dramatic clutching or gasping. Her face, in those last minutes, had been calm in a way that felt like a blessing. But the sentence he offered to the world left out one crucial detail: that her sleep had been eased into that peacefulness by his hand on the medication. His choice tipped just a little beyond the line drawn on the paper. He had never described that part, not to the nurse, who had returned the next day and given him a hug that smelled faintly of soap and hospital disinfectant. Not to the pastor, who sat with him in this very room for half an hour, hands folded, listening while Mark spoke in general terms about the end and her last night. Not to the friends who stood in the church hall after the service, balancing paper plates of sliced ham and potato salad, saying how grateful they were that at least she had not suffered at the end. He had let them all keep the simpler version. It was easier for them. It was easier, in some ways, for him. She went peacefully in her sleep, fit neatly into people's understanding of how things are supposed to go, if they have to go at all. It sat comfortably alongside phrases like, "No more pain now," and "a better place." It allowed them to nod, to squeeze his arm, to go home and tell their own families that while it had been hard, at least the final part had been gentle. The other version of the story did not fit anywhere so neatly. In the version he carried alone, there was a man sitting in a chair who made a decision in the heavy dark of early morning, who reached for a bottle with hands that would not hold still, who gave more relief than the nurse had explicitly prescribed, because the woman he loved most in the world had whispered that she could not keep doing this. In that version, the line between letting nature take its course and nudging it forward was thin and blurred, and he had stepped across it without fanfare, with no witnesses but the woman in the bed, the house around them, and whatever part of himself stood apart and watched. Sitting on the bed now, in the quieter air of days that had passed, he let both stories sit side by side in his mind. Was it mercy? He had wanted her pain to stop. He had wanted her to rest, truly rest, without flinching at every breath. He had heard the weariness in her voice, seen it in her eyes when she said she could not face many more days like that. Was it murder? The word itself felt harsh in his mouth, like something made of iron. He had not raised a hand in anger. He had not acted out of hatred or impatience, but he had intervened. He had changed the timing. He had done something deliberate that could not be undone. Or was it both at once? A single act that carried two truths in its hands, each as heavy as the other. His mind went around and around these questions, not in frantic circles as it had in the days immediately after, but in slower, more deliberate loops, like a person walking a familiar path, noticing new details in the same landscape each time. No matter how he approached it, he could not find a clean answer that separated him into good or bad, innocent or guilty. He was simply a man who had loved someone and, in loving her, had done something he never imagined he would do. He stood finally, the mattress rising behind him, the quilt smoothing itself back into place, as if eager to erase the indentation of his weight. For a moment, he rested his hand on the bed frame, grounding himself in the solid feel of the wood. Then he walked toward the doorway. The hallway outside was lit only by the ambient light filtering in from the windows. The tall mirror at the foot of the stairs stood where it always did, its form hidden under the sheet. The cloth blunted its edges, but by now he knew the outline by heart. It faced the bedroom door, ready, if uncovered, to reflect exactly where he stood. He moved toward it, his steps slow but steady. The floorboard near the threshold gave its familiar, small squeak under his heel, acknowledging his passage. The sound felt almost like a greeting. When he reached the covered mirror, he did not reach for the cloth. Not this time. Instead, he positioned himself directly in front of it, close enough that if the sheet were not there, he would be looking straight into his own eyes. The house around him was very still. The heater was between cycles. The refrigerator, for once, was silent. Even the clock in the living room seemed to have softened its tick, as if unwilling to interrupt. He stared at the pale expanse of fabric, seeing himself there in imagination. A man in a hallway, shoulders slightly bowed, mouth set, eyes tired. Behind that imagined reflection, the faint suggestion of the bedroom doorway, the bed, the rearranged furniture, the ghosts of machines that were no longer there. He had the sense, irrational but insistent, that the glass beneath the sheet knew exactly what picture it would show him if it were allowed to. For the first time, he spoke directly to it. "I have told them you went peacefully," he said, his voice low and steady. "And you did. You did." The statement hung in the air for a moment, settling into the folds of the cloth, into the grain of the wood around the frame. He drew in a breath that did not feel entirely like his own. His chest felt tight, as if something long coiled there had reached the end of its patience. He had not said any of this out loud before, not in words that named his part so clearly. His next sentence emerged not as a planned confession, but as something pulled up from deep water, breaking the surface only because it could not stay submerged any longer. "I helped you die," he whispered. The words came out cracked at the edges, as if they had rusted in his throat before managing to pass. Once they were in the open, they seemed to expand, filling the small space between him and the mirror, then seeping past him into the hallway and the rooms beyond. He waited, braced without realizing it for some kind of response. The house did not groan. No sudden draft rushed down the stairs. The sheet over the mirror did not flutter or darken or tear. The light in the hallway remained exactly as it had been a moment before. Somewhere outside, a car rolled past at a modest speed, its tires whispering over the pavement. A bird called once from a nearby tree, then fell silent again. Only inside him did anything move. The knot that had been sitting in the center of his chest for so long, tight, dense, made of fear and guilt and unspoken truth, seemed to loosen a little at the edges. Not enough to vanish, not enough to leave him feeling free, but enough to change shape. There was a burn to it now, a warmth that stung, like blood returning to a limb that had fallen asleep. He pressed his lips together, eyes stinging. The admission did not rewrite what had happened. It did not change the balance of mercy and harm in that night. But speaking it, here, in front of the mirror that had watched him without comment, felt like finally acknowledging to himself what he had always known beneath the softer narrative he had offered to others. The house remained steady around him, bearing the weight of his words without protest. The covered glass gave no sign that it had received his confession, and yet he felt, in a way that defied logic, that it had, not in a courtroom sense, not as a judge tallying evidence, but as a witness who has simply heard and will continue to hold the memory. He stood there a while longer, breathing slowly, the knot in his chest pulsing with its new, aching looseness. Then he turned away from the mirror and walked back down the hall, each step accompanied by the small, familiar sounds of the house settling, not accusing, not absolving, just existing alongside him as it always had. The next evening, he treated it like an appointment. All day, the thought sat at the back of his mind, quiet but steady, like a note held at low volume. He moved through his small routines, washing dishes, sorting the mail, answering a polite phone call from a neighbor checking in. But each thing he did seemed to be part of a slow, careful circling towards something he had already agreed to meet. As the sun slid down and the light in the house changed from white to amber, he began to prepare the hallway. It was an ordinary space, a strip of floor between the front door and the stairs, with a narrow table along one wall and a small rug that had always had a tendency to drift sideways if someone caught the corner with their shoe. Tonight, he straightened the rug, pressing its edge flat with the side of his foot. He cleared a small stack of old mail from the table, tucking it into a drawer. He dusted the top of the tall mirror's wooden frame with a soft cloth, his hand careful and reverent, even though the sheet was still taped in place over the glass. He turned on a single lamp in the hallway, the one with the simple beige shade that cast a mellow pool of light across the floor and halfway up the far wall. It was not bright enough to erase all shadows. Instead, it softened them, blurring the edges so nothing stood out too sharply. The rest of the house he let slip into a dimness that felt respectful rather than eerie. The living room lamp was off, the kitchen light reduced to the small glow over the stove, the bedroom lamp upstairs extinguished. He paused at the foot of the stairs and listened. The refrigerator in the kitchen gave a last, brief hum before settling into silence. The heater clicked once as it finished the cycle, then fell quiet, leaving the air still. Outside, a car passed, its headlights cutting across the drawn curtains for a heartbeat, and then fading. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked twice and was hushed. Inside, the only rhythm was the soft ticking of the living room clock and the faint sound of his own breath. Satisfied that the house had gone as quiet as it was likely to, he stepped into the center of the hallway and turned to face the mirror. Up close, the sheet seemed larger than it did in passing, a full, pale rectangle rising from just above the floor to well above his head. The tape at the corners had begun to loosen slightly, the adhesive dried by time, so that small curls of fabric had freed themselves along the edges. The sight made him feel oddly guilty, as if he had left someone standing too long under a heavy coat. He took a breath, filling his lungs slowly, releasing the air just as slowly. His hands felt almost separate from him as they lifted, one on each side, fingers closing on the top edge of the cloth. "All right," he murmured, though he did not specify to whom the words were addressed. With a single, steady motion, he peeled the sheet away. The fabric slid down over the wood, with a soft whisper, catching briefly on a corner before yielding. He stepped back as he lowered it, folding it automatically in his hands, the movements ingrained from years of changing bed linens and packing away seasonal curtains. When his eyes rose again, they met the surface that had been hidden for so long. The glass returned his gaze without ceremony. There, in the center, stood a tired man holding a folded cloth. Shoulders slightly rounded, hair more gray than not, fine lines etched around his mouth and eyes. The lamp's light caught in his pupils, twin points of reflected brightness. His shirt, a plain, soft thing he had thrown on without thinking, hung a little looser than it had a year ago. His hands, visible at the bottom of the frame, gripped the folded sheet like an anchor. Behind him, the mirror captured the stairway rising over his left shoulder, each step a clear, familiar plane. Over his right shoulder, it showed the open doorway to the bedroom, the edge of the doorframe, the sliver of wall inside that room, and the beginning of the bed's wooden footboard. The visible part of the quilt on that bed was neatly spread, its muted pattern of leaves and vines squared to the mattress. There was nothing else. No pale figure hovering in the periphery. No strange shadow where there should be none. No text or image burned into the glass from that worst night. The reflection was, in its exactness, almost aggressively ordinary. Relief washed through him first, a warm, unsteady rush that made his knees feel suddenly weaker. He had not fully realized how much he had braced for something else, for some impossible, supernatural replay, or a glimpse of his own face twisted into an expression he had never seen before. Seeing only what was really there now felt like stepping onto solid ground after imagining cracks in every tile. But mingled with the relief was something else he had not expected. Disappointment, small but sharp. Part of him, the part that had spent months convinced the house could not possibly have let that night pass without marking it in fire, had almost wanted the glass to bear some trace of it. A stain, a shimmer, a line of light that did not belong. Anything that would prove, definitively, that what he had done was as enormous in the fabric of the world as it felt inside him. Instead, the mirror showed him only the present. A man, a hallway, a doorway, a bed. He stood there, the folded sheet slowly losing its structure in his hands, and let both feelings sit with him. Relief that the mirror held no accusation. Disappointment that it offered no external confirmation of the weight he carried. The two emotions did not cancel each other out. They layered, forming a complex, bittersweet ache. He took a small step to the side, adjusting his position so that he could see a bit further into the reflected bedroom. The mirror responded obediently. The doorway shifted in the frame, revealing more of the bed, the nightstand with the lamp, the empty stretch of wall where the medical equipment had once stood. All of it was neat, composed, unremarkable, and yet, as he looked, something else began to rise, not in the glass, but behind his eyes. The scene in the reflection remained what it was, the current arrangement of furniture, the absence of machines, the made bed, but layered over it, like an old film projected at a low opacity over a new one. His mind began to superimpose another image. In that layered image, the bed in the reflection was narrower, its metal rails catching the light from the lamp. The quilt was gone, replaced by hospital sheets. Tubing ran along the floor, disappearing out of frame. The corner of an oxygen tank gleamed near the headboard. In the chair beside the bed, that same chair, though now his imagination supplied it, sat a younger version of himself from that night. Shoulders hunched, elbows on knees, hands knotted together, eyes fixed on the woman in the bed. For a moment, it was as if the mirror held two times at once, the present crisp and quiet, and the past ghosted over it in softer lines. The glass had not changed. It had not replayed anything on its own. His mind was using the reflective surface as a screen, throwing up its own stored images, inviting him to see what had once been there in the exact space his eyes now occupied. He watched, and in watching, he felt again the thickness of the air in the room that night, the dryness in his throat, the way the lamp's light had seemed too warm against the pallor of Anna's skin. He saw the moment his younger self leaned forward, reaching towards something just out of the frame, heard in memory the slight clink of a bottle against a tray, the soft rustle of a blanket being smoothed. The details were not perfect. Memory never is. Faces blur, sounds soften, sequences slip slightly out of order. But the emotional truth of that layered scene was undeniable. It was as if, by finally removing the sheet, he had given his own recollection permission to play freely in the space, no longer blocked by the protective blankness of the cloth. He stayed like that for a long time, standing in the dim hallway, watching both images at once, the present reality and the flickering overlay of the past. Slowly, gently, the older picture began to fade, not because it was being erased, but because his mind could not sustain holding both with equal clarity forever. The hospital bed receded. The oxygen tank withdrew. The younger man in the chair lost focus and then eased away, leaving only the current scene. Himself now, standing in front of a mirror that reflected him and nothing more. He exhaled, a breath he had not realized he had been holding. The folded sheet in his hands had become a crumpled bundle. He smoothed it absently against his leg, feeling the texture of the cotton under his palm. The glass in front of him remained steady, impartial. It did not judge the man it showed. It did not separate his acts into categories. It simply offered back whatever stood before it, let his mind do what it would with the rest. "Just a mirror," he said softly, not quite believing it, but not entirely disbelieving it either. His reflection's mouth moved in perfect sync with his own, the sound of his voice falling softly in the narrow space. For the first time since the cloth had been taped over that frame, the tall glass had nothing between it and the world but air. It was open now, as ready to show him the man he was still becoming as it had once been, to show him the man who sat by a bed on a hard night, doing something that could never be untaken. For a while after uncovering it, Mark simply stood there, letting the fact of the mirror settle in. The glass had held. The world had not tipped. The sheet lay folded over his arm, like some small, retired costume piece. Then a different impulse stirred, quieter but insistent, the urge to test. He shifted his weight a little to the left, barely more than the width of his own shoulders. The reflection adjusted in perfect sympathy. The staircase behind him slid further into view, the angle of the steps more pronounced. The open bedroom doorway narrowed in the frame, its edge moving closer to his shoulder. He stepped to the right, the wooden floor ticking faintly underfoot. The mirror returned the move like a dance partner who knew the steps by heart. Now more of the bedroom showed in the glass, the foot of the bed fully visible, the corner of the nightstand coming into frame, the lamp sitting there unlit. He turned his back for a moment, facing down the hallway toward the living room, then glanced sideways at the mirror to catch the angle. It showed his profile, the line of his nose, the curve of his neck, the slight roundness at his middle that had crept up on him over the years. Nothing warped, nothing out of place. When he lifted a hand, the reflection raised its hand too, fingers slightly bent, matching shape and timing. After a minute, he reached out and switched off the hallway lamp. The light went with a soft click, and the immediate space around him fell into dusk. The only illumination now came from the window at the top of the stairs and from whatever was drifting in from the living room. In the mirror, his outline became less precise, more a suggestion of a man than a sharp image. The staircase behind him dimmed, and the bedroom doorway sank into shadow. He watched his own silhouette for a while, letting his eyes adjust. The glass did not suddenly conjure another figure behind him, no extra shade emerging from the darker corners. It simply continued to hand him back what the world offered it, this pale shape, these softened edges. He turned the lamp back on. The reflection brightened, lines snapping into clarity once more. On some level, this was all obvious. Mirrors had been doing this since the first human leaned over a still pool and saw their own face in the water. Yet after months of treating this sheet-draped rectangle as something almost mystical, watching it behave with such straightforward loyalty felt strange, even humbling. It did not care what story he had woven around it. It had not been waiting to lecture him. It only knew how to do one thing. He tried the bedroom door next. Leaving the lamp on, he moved into the doorway, feeling the change in floor under his feet as he crossed the threshold. The room beyond was tidy, the bed made, the curtains slightly parted to let in a band of light. He placed a hand on the edge of the door and swung it gently inward until it nearly closed, leaving only a narrow gap between the frame and the latch. Back in the hallway, he watched the mirror. The slice of the bedroom in the reflection shrank accordingly. Less of the bed was visible, more of the door itself. When he pulled the door open again, the reflected view opened with it, revealing once more the full foot of the bed and part of the wall beyond. He repeated this a few times, almost hypnotized by the simplicity of the cause and effect. Door moves, reflection changes. Door still, reflection steady. No hidden hand reached in to alter the picture. No secret second image floated just below the surface, waiting for his attention to lapse. Glass does not make distinctions, he thought, not in the way people do. It does not have an opinion about what it shows. It does not separate kindness from cruelty, mercy from harm. It throws back light with the same certainty, whether that light falls on a person holding a bouquet or a person holding something far heavier. The moral meaning of an act, whatever it is, does not live in the mirror. It lives in the heart and mind of the one who remembers doing it. Somewhere along the way, without quite realizing it, Mark had turned the house into a courtroom in his imagination. The creaking floorboards were not just noise. They were murmured testimony. The covered mirrors were not sheets over glass. They were evidence lockers, preserving a perfect record of his worst night, ready to be unveiled when his unnamed trial finally convened. The walls, the doors, the very air felt like potential witnesses, each one holding a piece of the case against him. He looked at the tall mirror now, bare and unsurprised, and felt that elaborate construction begin, slowly, to loosen. The glass had not changed that night. It had not leaned forward in its frame or flared brighter in outrage. It had simply reflected a man in a room, the way it reflected him now. Any judgment that followed had come from inside him, not from the wood or the silver backing or the thin, impersonal layer of glass. Objects hold associations. A chair can feel haunted if the person who sat in it is gone. A cup can bring someone to tears if they once watched a loved one drink from it every morning. A mirror can become terrifying if the last time you really looked into it, you did not like the person you saw. But the objects themselves are passive. They do not condemn. They do not forgive. They wait. The punishment, he realized, had been self-imposed all along. It was he who had avoided the mirrors. He who had decided that the house was accusing him every time a board groaned or a pipe knocked. It was he who had layered meaning onto every small, ordinary sound until the familiar soundtrack of his home felt like a litany of charges. Standing there, he felt a thin thread of compassion stir, not toward some abstract idea of people like him, but toward his own hunched figure in the glass. How quickly he had assumed that if there was a witness, there must also be a jury. How ready he had been to cast himself as the one on trial, to believe that every reflection was a verdict. He took one more small step toward the mirror, close enough now to see the tiny imperfections in the surface. A faint scratch near the bottom, a minuscule dark speck where the backing had worn, a slight waviness along one edge where the glass was not perfectly flat. It had its flaws, like anything made by human hands. Yet even those flaws did not speak. They simply bent light in their own consistent ways. The idea came to him then, simple and almost childlike. He did not plan it. It rose, and he followed. "What do you remember?" he asked the mirror. The words left his mouth softly, barely more than a breath shaped into sound. He was not sure whether he was speaking to the glass, to the house, or to the memory of himself, standing here years earlier. The question carried all of it. His fear that the mirror had stored some unerasable, incriminating image. His hope that maybe it had seen more than just that one night. His need to know whether the place he lived in kept score. For a second, there was only the faint ring of the words in his own ears. Then the mirror answered in the only way it could, by letting his question bounce back to him. "What do you remember?" came his own voice, hoarse now, slightly distorted by the acoustics of the hallway. It sounded older than he felt on the inside, the edges roughened by sleepless nights and unshed tears. It felt, strangely, like hearing a stranger imitate him. The echo slid into the air and thinned, dissipating like breath on a cold window. No other sound followed. No second voice layered itself atop his. No hidden recording played from behind the glass. That echo, fragile and fleeting, was the real haunting. It was not the house that was repeating the question. It was his own mind, reflecting his words back to him, insisting he sit with them. The mirror had only provided a place for the question to exist for a moment longer than it would have otherwise. He stood there, feeling the quiet close in around him again, this time not as a threat, but as a space. The big glass rectangle showed him a man with his mouth slightly open from speaking, shoulders lifted just enough to betray tension, eyes still searching. It didn't tell him what to think about that man. It didn't offer absolution or condemnation. It left him with his own echo, his own memory, his own conscience. Slowly, he let out a breath, watching the reflection of his chest rise and fall. "All right," he said again, more to himself now than to anything else. He stepped back, just a pace, giving the mirror room to include more of the hallway again. The frame of the glass seemed, if anything, less imposing than it had under the sheet. It was not a sealed vault of accusations. It was simply an object in a house that had heard many things, yes, but had never once declared what those things meant. The meaning had always been his to wrestle with, and perhaps, he thought, that meant it was also his to soften, little by little, as he learned how to live alongside the truth instead of always standing before it as if it were about to pass sentence. In the days that followed, the tall hallway mirror became less of a monument and more of a place he passed through. He did not plan a ritual at first. It started with one sentence spoken almost by accident. He was on his way from the bedroom to the kitchen one afternoon, the late light lying in long stripes across the floorboards, when he paused in front of the glass without thinking. His reflection waited, calm and unsurprised, the house quiet around him. The words rose and reached his mouth before he had time to talk himself out of them. "I loved you," he said. They were simple words, almost obvious. Everyone at the church, everyone at the funeral would have assumed them without needing to hear them. Yet speaking them here in this narrow strip of hallway felt different. They were not part of a eulogy or a polite thank you card. They were addressed to the space that had held so many nights of fear and tenderness, to the image in the mirror that carried both his guilt and his grief. His reflection's mouth moved in sync with his own. Nothing else changed. But standing there, he noticed that his shoulders sat a little straighter after he spoke, as if a piece of the weight had shifted from his back onto the floor. The next day, on another pass through the hall, he stopped again. The mirror, once more, offered him the quiet companionship of glass. The house made its usual small sounds in the background, a faint tap from the baseboard, the soft sigh of air adjusting. This time, he chose a different sentence. "I was afraid," he told the reflection. The admission settled in the space between him and the mirror like a small stone dropped into shallow water. He thought of the long months of Anna's decline, the way he had dreaded every new symptom, every doctor's call, every late-night change in her breathing. He thought of the fear that had wrapped itself around him on that last night. Not only fear of losing her, but fear of what he was capable of doing in the name of love. Naming the fear did not erase it, but it made it less vague. It became something he could see the outline of, something that could be acknowledged rather than just felt as a constant, invisible pressure. His reflection did not flinch at the words. It simply stood there, bearing them. After that, the sentences began to come more easily, though they were not necessarily more comfortable. Sometimes, he chose them on purpose before he reached the mirror, rolling them around in his mind like a pebble in his hand. Sometimes they surprised him, arriving only when he stood there, face to face with himself in the tall glass. "I did not want to watch you suffer," he said one morning, the kitchen still smelling faintly of toast and coffee. As he spoke, he remembered the many times he had stepped into the hallway during those last weeks just to lean against the wall and breathe, out of sight of her bed, because seeing the pain on her face had been almost more than he could bear. That reluctance had haunted him. It had felt like a kind of cowardice. Saying it aloud here turned it into something softer, the natural reaction of a man watching the person he loved most endure more than anyone should. "I do not know if I did right," he admitted on another day, the words catching slightly in his throat. This, more than anything, was the core of the knot inside him. He had gone over that night in his mind countless times, replaying each moment, wondering whether a different choice would have been kinder or more cruel, whether waiting would have been better, whether calling the nurse again would have shifted anything, whether he had stepped too far or not far enough. The uncertainty gnawed at him as much as the act itself. The mirror received each confession without comment. Each time, he felt as if he were adding another layer to the reflection, not on the surface of the glass, but within his understanding of the man it showed. He was no longer only the person who did this one thing. He was also the person who loved, feared, resisted, wished for relief, doubted himself. The picture grew more complex, less like a single harsh word and more like a sentence with many clauses. Other mirrors in the house took on roles of their own in this quiet practice. In the kitchen, the small decorative mirror by the window became a place for small truths. As he rinsed dishes or waited for water to boil, he might glance at it and say, "I miss the way you hummed when you cooked," and see in the tilt of his own mouth the echo of her contentment. That glass collected gentle domestic memories. Grocery lists, birthday cakes, burnt toast scraped into the sink with laughter. The bathroom mirror, with its faint cloudiness and its history of toothpaste foam and nighttime jokes, became the station for humor and tenderness. Sometimes, while brushing his teeth, he would meet his own eyes and say, "You were ridiculous about that bubblegum medicine," and feel a small, genuine smile tug at his lips as he remembered her exaggerated disgust. Even in grief, there was room for that quiet amusement. The hallway mirror remained the place for heavier truths. It faced the bedroom door, the stairs, the path he had walked so many times on that last night. It was where he went when he needed to carry something weighty out of the fog of thought and into the clearer air of spoken language. The practice did not change the past. It did not answer the unanswerable questions. But slowly, it changed the way he held them. One evening, as twilight settled into the street outside and the first porch lights blinked on in the neighborhood, he found himself standing once again in front of the tall glass. The hallway lamp cast a soft glow. The rest of the house had drifted into that early night quiet where the day's tasks are done and nothing new has yet begun. He could see his own face clearly. The lines, the tiredness, the steadiness that had survived everything. He felt the familiar flutter of nerves in his chest, and then, underneath it, a steadier current of determination. He knew what he wanted to say this time. The sentence had been forming all day, waiting for this small ceremony. "I am not only the worst thing I have done," he said. The words sounded strange to him, almost too bold. For a heartbeat, he was afraid the house itself would reject them, that some board would creak in protest, that the mirror would distort his image, as if to say, "That is not yours to claim." But the hallway remained as it was, still, lamplit, unremarkable. The glass reflected a man who had just spoken a sentence that cost him more courage than anyone around him would ever know. He studied that man. At first, his eyes went to the familiar markers of wear, the sag of his shoulders, the grooves at the corners of his mouth, the fatigue in his gaze. These had been, for months, the features of a culprit in his own mind, the physical signs of someone who had crossed a line and was now living with the consequences. But as he looked longer, something shifted. The set of his shoulders, which he had always read as guilt, also spoke of endurance. They were the shoulders of a person who had lifted his share of weight. Laundry baskets, grocery bags, medical equipment. The emotional load of showing up day after day in a room where suffering lived. The grooves at the corners of his mouth were not only from strain, they were also from years of smiling, of trying to reassure, of choosing gentleness even when he was exhausted. The fatigue in his eyes did not erase the fact that those eyes had stayed open through countless long nights, watching over a woman who could no longer watch over herself. They had stayed when it would have been easier to look away. Slowly, the figure in the mirror began to look less like someone standing at the defendant's table and more like a tired caregiver who had stayed until the very end, who had made a painful decision with love in his hands instead of malice. The act itself did not become simpler or cleaner under this new light. It was still tangled. It was still something he would carry. But the man who had done it became, in his own eyes, a little more understandable, a little less monstrous. For the first time, the image in the glass felt almost forgivable. Not fully absolved, not wrapped in any easy comfort, just human. A man who had done his best in an impossible situation, who had stumbled, perhaps, or stepped too far, but who had not acted out of cruelty. A man who could be seen with all his contradictions and not turned away from. He stood there a long time, letting that perception settle in his bones. The mirror offered him no commentary, no stamp of approval. It simply continued to do what it had always done, reflect what was in front of it. The difference was that now, when he looked, he was starting to see more than a single terrible night. He was beginning to see the whole long line of days that had led there, and the man who had walked each of them, one careful step at a time, in a house that listened and remembered but never once told him what he must be. It was the hospice nurse who first mentioned the group. They were standing in the kitchen on a Tuesday morning, the light outside still pale and thin, the kettle whistling softly on the stove. She had just finished checking in on him, not in any formal way, but with the practical questions. Was he eating enough? Was he sleeping at all? Did he have someone he could call if the nights got too long? There is a circle that meets over at the community center, she said, wrapping her hands around the mug he had offered her. Just a few people who have gone through something similar. No pressure. But you might like knowing you are not the only one whose house is too quiet now. He had nodded politely, the way people do when offered something that sounds both useful and intimidating. For a few weeks, the idea sat on a shelf in his mind, alongside other things he meant to consider later. Later arrived on a gray afternoon, when the walls of the house felt closer than usual, the clocks ticking unusually loud, the television too empty no matter what was on. He found the little flyer she had left on the counter, folded in half, the address written in her careful, firm handwriting. He called the number. A gentle voice answered and told him what time to come. The first few meetings were held in a side room of the community center, a space that usually hosted craft classes and small birthday parties. The chairs were mismatched, some metal, some padded, some clearly borrowed from other rooms when more people showed up than expected. A pot of coffee sat on a folding table, next to a box of tea bags and a plate of store-bought cookies still in their plastic tray. He listened more than he spoke at first. There was a retired neighbor from 3 streets over who had lost his wife after 52 years together. He wore the same beige cardigan each week and had a habit of twisting his wedding ring around his finger as he talked. There was a widower from his church, a quiet man with a deep laugh who spoke about the strange emptiness of his dining room table, how it felt like a stage between performances. There was a woman who had cared for her mother through years of dementia, her eyes both sharp and tired, who said carefully that sometimes she missed the version of her mother who argued with her more than the polite, confused stranger who had taken her place at the end. They talked about paperwork and casseroles, about well-meaning friends who said the wrong thing, about the strange way grocery shopping changed when you no longer needed to buy someone else's favorite cereal. They did not linger too long on the medical details, though those surfaced now and then in quiet asides. Mostly, they spoke in simple sentences about complex feelings. "I am angry she is gone," one man admitted one evening, his voice shaking slightly. "And I feel guilty for being angry, because I know she was tired. Both things are true, and I do not know what to do with that. I still set 2 plates out sometimes," the woman with the dementia story said, smiling in a way that did not reach her eyes. "Then I put one back in the cupboard and act like I meant to do that all along." The leader of the group, a middle-aged chaplain with gentle hands and a talent for pouring tea without spilling, mostly listened, occasionally asking a question that opened space for someone to say a little more. In rooms like that, all across the country, older faces gather around folding tables and living room coffee tables, holding mismatched mugs of tea, their knees pressed up against the underside of furniture that was never designed for this kind of quiet work. These are not grand, cinematic scenes. There are no speeches that resolve everything. Instead, there are small confessions, a few honest laughs, long pauses where no one rushes to fill the silence. The universality of it is both comforting and sad. In so many modest homes, people are sitting together, telling stories they never thought they would have to tell. After a few weeks, when it became clear that the group might be more than a passing experiment, the chaplain mentioned that they were having trouble with the community center schedule. A yoga class needed the room on alternate Tuesdays. A painting club had put in a request for more time slots. "We can make it work," he said. "But if anyone ever wants to host in their home instead, that is also an option. Sometimes it is nice to be in a real living room." The idea landed in Mark's chest with a quiet weight. His first instinct was to look away from it. The house had been his private witness for so long. The thought of inviting other people's grief into it felt overwhelming. Then over the next few days, another thought grew beside the first. Perhaps the house needed more voices than just his. Perhaps the walls that had absorbed so much of his fear and sorrow could be asked to hold something broader, a chorus instead of a single voice. At the next meeting, when the chaplain brought it up again, he heard himself say, "My living room is large enough, if you do not mind a bit of dust and an old couch." They did not mind. They arrived the following Tuesday evening with warm jackets and small offerings, a tin of cookies, a carton of milk for the tea, a bag of oranges. Shoes came off by the door or stayed on, depending on habit. The kettle hissed on his stove as if it had been waiting for a larger audience. The old couch, which had once seemed too big for him alone, now comfortably held 3 people. The armchair claimed another. 2 folding chairs from the basement completed the circle. The room took on a different quality with them in it. The lamp by the window lit up not just his own lined face, but others. Tired, kind, marked by their own losses. The coffee table, which had recently held nothing but a remote control and the occasional magazine, now held mugs in various stages of being emptied, a plate of cookies with a few crumbs scattered, and a box of tissues someone had thought to bring. They settled into conversation slowly, as they always did. The chaplain asked how the week had been for everyone. Stories emerged, small and large. A man described the quiet shock of receiving mail addressed only to him for the first time. The woman who had cared for her mother talked about cleaning out the old house and finding a drawer full of greeting cards her mother had bought but never sent. The retired neighbor spoke about the strange relief of not having to keep track of medication schedules anymore and the guilt that followed that relief. As they talked, Mark found himself listening not only to their words, but to the way his house responded. When someone laughed, a short, surprised burst when the woman recounted her mother calling the microwave the picture box for food. The sound bounced softly off the walls, a new kind of echo that had not existed there in many months. When someone's voice broke and they paused to breathe, the old floorboard by the hallway gave a small, sympathetic creak, as if reminding them that the building, too, had known weight and stress. He noticed the heater sighing gently to life, just as the widower from church spoke about the coldness of his bed at night, warming the room by a degree, as if in quiet protest. He heard the refrigerator hum, a low, steady presence, while the retired neighbor described the silence of his kitchen now that no one was asking what was for dinner. These were ordinary sounds, the same ones that had played around his own solitary reflections. Yet tonight, layered under other people's stories, they felt less like accusations and more like a backdrop, a kind of low, domestic music. He had the distinct sensation that the house was absorbing these new voices alongside his own, adding them to whatever record it kept in its boards and beams. It was as if the grooves carved by his footsteps and whispers were being joined by other tracks. The cadence of the woman's speech, as she said, "I did my best, but it never felt like enough." The rhythm of the man's deep laugh when he admitted he still talked to his wife's favorite chair. The little creaks and breaths of the building seemed to answer all of them equally, impartial and attentive. Where before he had heard only his own history in those noises, now he could sense something broader. A house listening not just to one private storm, but to a small weather pattern of collective grief and endurance. Sitting there in his armchair, a mug of tea cooling in his hands, Mark looked around at the circle. There were no ghosts standing in the corners, no spectral shapes in the mirrors. There were only living people, carrying stories they had kept quiet for too long, finally letting them into the air of a room that knew something about sorrow. The horror, he realized, was not his alone. Neither was the healing. The second time they met in his living room, the air felt a little less tentative. The chairs were in the same loose circle as before, but people settled into them more easily, choosing the same spots without needing to ask. The chaplain set the box of tissues on the coffee table as if it belonged there now. Someone had brought a lemon loaf this time, sliced unevenly, its crumbs gathering like soft yellow snow on a small plate. The lamp by the window cast its usual gentle light, pooling around their feet and leaving the upper corners of the room in kindly shadow. They began, as they often did, with the smaller pieces of the week. A phone call from a distant cousin, a birthday that did not feel quite right, a drawer of clothes finally emptied, or not. Then the conversation turned, slowly, toward heavier things, drawn by the quiet gravity that seems to live wherever people dare to tell the truth. It was the retired neighbor who spoke first in a different register. He had his hands wrapped around a mug with a chipped rim, his fingers working at a small crack in the glaze as if it were a worry stone. "I keep thinking about the last few months," he said, staring down into his tea, "about all the treatments I pushed for. Every time the doctor mentioned something new, I said yes. Every test, every procedure. I thought that was what love looked like. You fight for every day." He swallowed, throat working. The room listened. "But now," he continued quietly, "I lie awake, and I wonder if I made it worse. If I gave her more time, or just more pain. I picture her in that hospital bed, all those tubes, and I think maybe I was holding on for me, not for her. I keep thinking, maybe I should have let go sooner." He did not say, "I am guilty." He did not need to. The feeling sat in the spaces between his words. He was not describing a crime. No court would call what he had done anything but devotion. Yet the weight in his chest was real, a stone he could not put down. The woman who had cared for her mother with dementia spoke next, her eyes fixed on the pattern of the rug. "There was a day," she said slowly, "near the end, when my mother kept asking the same question over and over. She wanted to go home. We were already home. I had explained it a dozen times that morning. I had not slept the night before she had wandered." Her hands resting in her lap tightened into loose fists. She reached for the drawer with the pills again. I had told her not to. I had told her I would help, and she reached anyway. I snapped. I shouted at her, loudly, in a way I never had before. I slapped her hand away from the drawer. She lifted one hand now, palm up, as if showing them the scene. She flinched like a child, her eyes filled with tears. She said, "I am sorry. Do not be angry." She did not even know what she had done. I have never forgiven myself for that. Not once. The group was very still. No one rushed to tell her it was understandable, even though that thought floated through more than one mind. The truth of what she felt did not need to be smoothed over. It needed space. These were not the kinds of confessions that appear in headlines or court documents. No one would call the neighbor cruel for saying yes to every treatment. No one would look at the woman's hand and see anything but a normal, aging hand, not one that had ever done harm. Yet what they described lingered in them like bruises. They were examples of a quieter kind of injury, one that arises when a person's sense of what is right collides with what they actually do under pressure and fear. The chaplain listened with his usual stillness, nodding once in a while, his expression soft. When he did speak, it was only to say, "Thank you," and "That sounds very heavy to carry." He did not bring in complicated terms. There was no need. The room already understood. Mark sat in his armchair, a little to the side of the circle, his own mug warming his hands. As he listened to the others, something shifted in him that felt like a floor lowering, making room. He had lived for months with the conviction that his act separated him from other people, placing him in a category apart. He had watched himself in the hallway mirror and seen not just a man in grief, but someone fundamentally stained in a way he assumed others were not. The house, in his mind, had become the archive of one terrible night that no one else could truly understand. Now, hearing the neighbors speak of insisting on every possible treatment and wondering if he had extended suffering rather than life. Hearing the woman describe the sharp, brief slap of her hand against her mother's and the echo of that flinch in her memory, he felt a different, unnerving recognition. They, too, had made decisions in the fog of love and fear that they were not sure about afterward. They, too, had moments they could not bear to examine directly for very long without feeling sick. Their actions would not appear in any legal file. Yet they lived inside those moments as if in locked rooms, returning to them in the night, replaying them with a scrutiny far harsher than any judge would apply. He was not uniquely monstrous. He was, in a quiet and terrible way, ordinary. The realization came with both horror and relief. Horror, because it meant that this kind of moral injury was woven into far more lives than anyone admitted. How many people were sitting in houses like his, replaying small scenes of shouted words, of signatures on consent forms, of doses given or withheld, feeling that they had crossed some personal line. Relief, because it meant that he was not alone on this strange, painful ground. Other people had stood there too, their hearts pounding, their hands shaking, and had gone on living afterward, even if they did not quite know how to forgive themselves. The conversation in the room moved on, gently. Someone mentioned the way smell could ambush them, catching a whiff of their wife's perfume on a scarf, or the scent of their father's aftershave on an old sweater. Someone else spoke about dreams that replayed ordinary days, not the last ones. There was a point, a lull between stories, when the chaplain looked over to Mark, not pressing, just leaving an open space in case he wished to step into it. He thought for a moment that he might speak about the dose. His heart gave a sudden, heavy beat. He could picture the words forming. I increased her medication that night. He imagined the way the room might react. Soft eyes, nods. Someone saying, "Many of us have brushed that edge." The words rose to his throat and stopped there, caught on some inner ledge. They did not yet feel ready to move into the wider air. The story of that night still belonged, for now, to him, the house, and the mirror. Instead, he chose something smaller, something that was still true. Sometimes I feel like the house knows more than anyone, he said. The group turned their attention toward him with that quiet focus he had come to recognize. Not intrusive, but curious and kind. He glanced around the room, at the familiar walls, the pictures on their hooks, the tall mirror visible just beyond the doorway, catching a sliver of lamplight. He thought of the footsteps, the creaks, the way the floorboard by the hallway always seemed to respond when he passed. He had treated these small sounds as evidence, and now, perhaps, they were becoming something else, a kind of shared memory. It has heard everything, he went on, voice low. Every argument, every joke, every bad night. I walk around sometimes and I think, the walls know more than any person ever will. It makes me careful. I find myself whispering, even when there is no one else here. Across the circle, an older woman he did not know well yet, a quiet presence who often spoke only once each meeting, nodded slowly. "Houses remember?" she said. Her voice was soft, but it carried. That is why we whisper, even when we are alone. There was a murmur of agreement. Heads dipped, eyes glazed briefly as people glanced inward at their own kitchens, their own hallways, their own chairs in the dark. The statement did not feel frightening. It felt strangely right. Houses remember, in the way worn steps remember the feet that have passed over them, in the way a door handle polished by many hands remembers each one without telling the others. They hold the shapes of all that has happened inside them, without ever pronouncing on any of it. In that moment, sitting among others whose homes carried their own secret weights, Mark felt the pressure around his chest, ease another fraction. His house did know more than anyone else, but so did theirs. The remembering was not a curse laid only on him. It was part of being human in rooms that have listened for years. He glanced toward the hallway, where the tall mirror waited in its frame, bare now, doing nothing more or less than reflecting the slice of the room it could see. The creaks in the floor under so many feet, the soft sound of breathing, the halting confessions, all of it slid into the structure of the house. If there was a haunting here, it was not of vengeful spirits, but of the echoes of their own voices, finally speaking aloud the things they had carried in silence for far too long. When the group left that evening, the house did not fall back into silence all at once. It eased into it. There was the soft shuffle of shoes being put back on by the door, the murmur of goodbyes, the polite repetition of "thank you" and "drive safe." The front door opened and closed in small waves as people stepped out into the night one by one. Each time it shut, a brief pocket of quiet filled the living room, only to be stirred again by the next farewell. Then, finally, there was a last click of the latch, a last fading echo of footsteps on the front walk, and the house was alone with him again. The living room carried the faint aftertaste of their presence. The air held a blend of tea steam and lemon cake, of winter coats and familiar soaps. The cushions on the couch were slightly indented where people had sat, their shapes still ghosted into the fabric. A half-empty mug on the coffee table had left a small ring of moisture that glistened in the lamplight. A stray crumb from the lemon loaf rested near the edge of the plate, too small to matter, too stubborn to fall on its own. It felt, in a way, like the lingering scent of incense after a quiet service. Nothing overwhelming, just a trace of something that had happened there, a reminder that the room had held more than its usual solitude. Mark stood near the doorway for a moment, hands loosely at his sides, listening to the new version of the house's quiet. It was different from the silence of a day when no one visited. There was a warmth in it, a soft hum beneath the stillness, as if the walls were still holding the vibrations of voices that had spoken hard truths and then fallen gently silent. He moved into the room, picking up empty mugs and carrying them to the kitchen. The familiar motions, turning on the tap, rinsing cups, setting them in the drying rack, felt less lonely tonight. As the water ran, he could almost hear echoes of the group in the seams of the room. The woman saying, "I shouted, and I hate that I did." The neighbor murmuring, "I wonder if I held on too long." The older woman's calm voice stating, "Houses remember." When the dishes were done and the counters wiped, he turned off the kitchen light, leaving only the living room lamp on. The house dimmed around the edges, the corners softening into shadow. Instead of heading straight upstairs, he felt himself drawn into a slow, unhurried walk through the rooms. As he passed the doorway from the kitchen into the hall, he reached out and let his fingers brush the doorframe. The wood was smooth in some places from years of contact, slightly rougher in others where the grain had pushed itself forward. He had never thought much about how many hands had touched that spot. His, Anna's, the nurse's, now his visitors. It was a small, silent handshake between people and place. In the dining area, he ran his hand along the back of one of the chairs, feeling the curve where the wood met the upright slats. He remembered the hours he had sat there with paperwork spread out, the conversations during meals about nothing and everything, the way Anna's chair had always squeaked a little when she shifted. Tonight, that same chair, had held someone else's weight, someone else's story. The chair had taken it as easily as it had taken his, adding another layer to the invisible record it kept. He crossed into the living room and paused by the side table where the small mirror sat. Its now uncovered surface reflected the lamp, the corner of the couch, and the edge of the coffee table. Earlier, it had held glimpses of other faces, lined, thoughtful, sometimes wet with tears. The glass did not keep those images in any literal way, but the room felt different for having seen them. He placed his fingertips lightly on the edge of the frame, as if acknowledging it. "You have heard a lot today," he said quietly, not expecting an answer. He moved on, touching the top of the television, the arm of the couch, the frame of a photograph on the wall. This was not an inspection, not a ritual in any formal sense. It felt more like a series of small thank yous, a way of acknowledging the objects that had sat patiently in their places while human beings used them as anchors for their stories. The narrator in his mind, the part of him that had begun to describe his own life with the same quiet, observant tone he had heard in the hospice nurse and the chaplain, offered a thought as he walked. Perhaps it was not a curse that houses remember. Perhaps this patient witnessing is one of the ways the world helps people carry things that are too heavy to hold alone. Chairs bear the imprint of bodies that needed rest. Walls hold the echo of words spoken in fear and in love. Floors record the back and forth paths of pacing feet. In this way, the weight of a life does not sit solely in a single heart. It is distributed gently across wood and plaster and fabric. At the foot of the stairs, he stopped beside the tall mirror. Its glass caught the lamplight from the living room and the dim glow from the small fixture above the stairs, blending them into a soft, even illumination. His reflection looked back at him, familiar now. The tired caregiver who had stayed. The man who was learning to hold his own story with less cruelty and more curiosity. He rested his hand on the frame, thumb rubbing absently along the dent in the varnish. For a moment, he simply stood there, breathing, feeling the steady pulse in his fingertips where they met the wood. Then his imagination widened. He pictured suddenly and vividly the other houses on the street. The neat little bungalow across the way, with its tidy yard and wind chimes on the porch. The two-story, with the peeling shutters and the patch of garden that always bloomed late. The duplex at the corner, where the mailbox leaned slightly forward, as if straining to hear. He imagined, inside each of them, their own collections of rooms that had listened. Living rooms where arguments had sparked and then softened into apologies. Kitchens where people had sat up too late at small tables, talking in hushed voices about test results or job losses or unexpected news. Bedrooms where children had whispered secrets into the dark. Hallways where someone had stood, hand on the wall, trying to steady themselves after a phone call that changed everything. He thought of other mirrors, hanging on other walls, reflecting other faces that had done things they were proud of and things they regretted. Other door frames felt by other hands. Other floors worn by other patterns of pacing and dancing and stumbling. The image came to him like an odd, quiet revelation. The entire neighborhood as a silent city of witnesses. Not one haunted house, but many, each in its own way, holding an archive of choices, regrets, kindnesses, and near misses. Each house a gentle container for all the things its people could not quite carry unaided. It was an eerie thought, but not in the way ghost stories usually are. There were no malevolent presences stalking from house to house, no spectral figures leaning in windows. There were just buildings that had been present for a great many human moments, standing shoulder to shoulder along the street, their roofs lined up against the sky, like closed books on a shelf. Instead of fear, he felt a strange comfort spread through him. If his house was not the only one that remembered, then he was not alone in living with a home full of echoes. All along this quiet street, behind similar doors, people were making impossible decisions, losing their tempers, and then regretting it, sitting beside beds in the dark, laughing over small jokes to keep despair at bay. Their houses heard it all and held it silently, just as his did. The burden of memory, he realized, was shared, not just among people, but between people and the places that sheltered them. He looked at his reflection in the tall mirror, then past it, in his mind, to the row of other houses. The man looking back at him did not seem trapped now. He seemed like one figure among many, part of a larger, quiet landscape of human beings, trying, failing, trying again. "Thank you," he said softly, to the mirror, to the hallway, perhaps to the entire house. His reflection's lips formed the same word. The glass, as always, did what it was made to do. It reflected. The walls continued to stand. The floor continued to hold him up. He turned off the hallway lamp. The mirror dimmed, but did not disappear. Upstairs, the bedroom waited, a room that had seen both suffering and rest, now made ready for another night. As he climbed, the familiar creak met his foot on the third stair. The sound was not accusing. It was simply the house saying, in the only language it knew, "I remember you. I am still here." Winter had come in quietly that year, the way a careful guest enters a room where someone might be sleeping. Snow had been falling most of the afternoon, not in dramatic gusts, but in steady, patient flakes that drifted down from a low sky and settled on the roofs, the sidewalks, the bare branches of the maple tree out front. By evening, the street looked softened, edges rounded, as if the whole neighborhood had been given an extra layer of padding. Porch lights shone out in small circles onto the white, each one a little island of warmth in the cold. Inside the house, the air was thick with a gentle heat from the radiators. The windows held faint halos of condensation at their corners. In the living room, the lamp by the couch cast a warm pool of light over the books on the side table and the simple pattern of the rug. The television was off. The kettle on the stove had already done its work and was resting, a faint cloud of steam still clinging to its spout. The house was the same house it had always been. Same walls, same doors, same stubborn floorboard in the hallway. But the way it held itself had changed. Time had done its slow smoothing, the way water wears a stone. The sharpness of the first months after Anna's death had eased into something quieter, more woven into the fabric of Mark's days. He had settled into a slower rhythm. Most evenings, he followed a familiar path, making tea, sometimes for others if the grief circle was meeting in his living room, often just for himself. Hosting the group had become an occasional steady part of his life, not an emergency measure. Every few weeks, chairs would gather in a circle, voices would rise and fall, the house would listen. Then, afterward, it would return to its usual small soundtrack of pipes and vents and ticking clocks, now with the memory of other people's stories folded into its listening. On nights when it was only him, he still spoke softly as he moved around the rooms. The sentences he offered the mirrors had changed over time. The early confessions, I was afraid. I do not know if I did right, had been joined by other truths, lighter ones. I made it through another year, he might say, catching his reflection in the hallway glass on a random Tuesday. You would have liked the lemon cake they brought, he would remark to the kitchen mirror after a meeting, a faint smile touching the corners of his mouth. The mirrors were all uncovered now, not just the tall one by the stairs. He cleaned them regularly, not with any ritualistic fervor, but with the ordinary care one gives to things that have proven themselves useful and honest. A soft cloth, a gentle spray, circular motions that erased fingerprints and the faint haze of time. When he was finished, each mirror caught the light a little more easily, reflecting back the rooms in a way that made them seem both larger and clearer. They made the house brighter, not colder. In the bathroom, the mirror above the sink showed his face every morning, lined but calm, as he shaved or washed up. He sometimes heard an echo of Anna's old toothpaste jokes in his own huffed laugh. By the front door, the small mirror still gave him one last glimpse of himself before he went out. A man with a scarf around his neck, a hat pulled down over his ears, keys in hand. No longer someone fleeing a crime scene, just someone stepping into the weather. The tall hallway mirror had kept its place as his main companion. It saw him move through the seasons, in shirt sleeves in summer, in sweaters in fall, now in thick socks and a cardigan against the winter chill. It had watched him age in small increments, the way only a daily witness can see. On this quiet winter evening, he moved through his bedtime routine with the careful thoroughness of someone who has lived long enough to know the comfort of predictable tasks. In the kitchen, he rinsed his teacup and set it in the drying rack. The faucet hissed and then quieted. He wiped a small ring of water from the counter, folded the dish towel neatly over the oven handle. The clock on the wall showed a respectable hour, not too early to sleep, not so late that he would feel it in his bones tomorrow. He walked to the back door and checked that it was locked, hand resting on the cool metal of the deadbolt for a second longer than necessary. In the small hallway by the back porch, he turned off the light, watching the rectangle of brightness shrink, then vanish, leaving only the dim spill of glow from the next room. In the living room, he switched off the lamp by the couch, pausing to pat the arm of Anna's old chair as he passed. It was a small gesture, almost unconscious now. His fingers tapped lightly on the worn fabric, acknowledging the empty seat, in the same way he might greet an old friend in passing. The chair had seen her knitting, reading, dozing, watching shows with him. It had seen, later, the way he sat alone, remote in hand, the sound on low. Now it simply waited, a quiet presence by the window. He adjusted the thermostat on the wall, a familiar click under his fingertips. The heater answered with a low, contented murmur, promising that the house would not grow too cold while he slept. Finally, he moved toward the stairs. The tall mirror stood in its usual place, flush with the wall, catching the soft overlap of light from the living room and the small fixture above the stairs. Snow light from outside added a faint, bluish undertone to the edges of the reflection. The combination made the hallway look cozy and a little dreamlike. He stopped in front of the glass, as he always did. His reflection regarded him. An older man in a thick cardigan, hair more silver now than gray. Lines settled firmly into his face, but not harshly. His shoulders were a touch stooped, true, but they did not seem weighed down in the same way they had once been. His eyes were tired, in the way of someone who has lived and loved and lost, but they were steady. "Good night," he told the man in the mirror and the house around them. "We did all right today." The reflected mouth echoed the words in silence. Behind him, the staircase rose, the banister smooth from years of hands. The doorway to the bedroom waited, the edge of the quilt just visible in the frame. A room that had been, at different times, a haven, a sick room, a place of decisions, and now once more, simply a place to sleep. He reached to the wall and turned off the hallway lamp. For just a second, between the click of the switch and the full settling of the dark, the light changed shape. Shadows slid, lines blurred. In that brief in-between, when the world was half illuminated and half remembered, he thought he saw two figures in the mirror instead of one. His own form was there, solid and clear, the outline he knew so well by now. Just behind his right shoulder, though, there seemed to be a fainter outline, taller than a trick of light, softer than a full shape, like someone standing just out of focus. No details, no face, just the suggestion of another presence sharing the frame for the smallest fraction of time. His heart did not leap the way it once might have. The moment was too gentle for that. It felt less like a jump scare and more like the feeling of remembering a melody you have not heard in years. A quiet recognition. Then the darkness settled. The mirror became a darker rectangle on the wall, reflecting only the pale blur of snowlight from the window at the top of the stairs. The second figure, if it had been anything more than his mind layering memory over reality, was gone. He stood for a breath longer, listening to the quiet. The faint ticking of the clock in the living room, the soft, steady hum of the heater, the whisper of wind outside brushing against the siding. The house around him felt as it usually did now, attentive but not accusing, full but not crowded. "Good night, Anna," he said softly into the dim hallway, not to conjure anything, not to trap any soul in glass, but simply because it was part of his rhythm now. The boards beneath his feet did not creak in any unusual way. The walls did not answer, but there was a sense, as he turned to climb the stairs, that the house had tucked his words away with all the others it had heard over the years, adding this small, tender sentence to its gentle archive. He took the steps one by one, hand on the banister, the familiar small complaint from the third tread marking his passage. Upstairs, his bed waited in its usual place, the quilt smoothed, the lamp ready to be turned off. Outside, snow continued to fall, softening the world. Inside, a man who had once been terrified of his own reflection moved toward sleep, watched over by a house that remembered everything and judged nothing. He had already taken 3 steps up when the thought would not leave him alone. 2 figures. The image had been so brief that he could easily have dismissed it as a trick of his eyes adjusting to the dark. A momentary overlap of shadow and memory. For years, that is exactly what he had done with such moments, pushing them away before they had a chance to settle. Tonight, he found himself turning back instead. He walked down the few steps he had climbed, hand gliding along the banister, and reached for the hallway switch. The click sounded louder in the quiet than it did in the day. The lamp bloomed back to life, filling the narrow space with its soft, steady glow. The tall mirror woke with it, shaking off the dim rectangle it had become, and returning to its clear, reflective self. Only one figure stood in the glass now. His own face looked back at him, familiar and unremarkable in its tiredness. Hair silvered, lines set, eyes framed by the gentle sag of age. His shoulders were relaxed, not hunched. His cardigan hung a little loosely, but sat straight. Behind him, the staircase rose. The bedroom doorway waited its turn. There was no blur at his shoulder, no soft outline hovering in the border between lamplight and shadow. He stayed where he was. He did not lean closer, did not squint, did not move from side to side hunting for some confirming distortion. He simply watched his reflection, letting his heartbeat slow from its brief flutter. "If you ever were here," he said quietly to the empty stretch of air over his own shoulder, "you are not here to hurt me." The words did not feel foolish. They felt like something he had needed to say for a very long time, whether or not anyone else was listening. The mirror, obedient as always, showed his lips moving, his throat working, the soft rise of his chest as he breathed out. Perhaps that second figure had been nothing more than his tired mind, layering an old habit of expectation onto the trickiness of changing light. The brain sees patterns in shadows all the time. It fills in blanks with familiar shapes. On another night, in another state of mind, he would have seized on that explanation and held it like a shield. Perhaps, too, in some way that needs no explanation, there had been a presence beside him for that heartbeat of darkness. No clanking chains, no cold breath on his neck, just a sense of not standing entirely alone. If houses can remember in their boards and beams, if a life can leave grooves in wood and air, then it is not such a large leap to imagine that love might echo in ways that do not fit neatly into what can be measured. The narrator, if there were one standing invisibly in the hallway, could not say for certain which was true. The evening did not tip one way or the other. Instead, the ambiguity settled like a thin blanket, not heavy enough to smother, warm enough to rest under. After a moment, he turned away from the mirror and walked up the stairs, this time with a different purpose. At the top, he paused outside the bedroom, hand on the doorframe, feeling the familiar texture of the paint under his fingers. The room itself was dim, lit only by the small lamp on the nightstand. But he did not switch on the overhead light. The softer glow was enough. On the dresser, in its usual place, stood a framed photograph of Anna. It was not the youngest picture they had, nor the most formal. In it, she was perhaps in her late 50s, standing in the backyard on a summer afternoon, the maple tree full and green behind her. She wore a light blouse and that blue scarf he had seen once, perhaps, and perhaps not, in the living room mirror. Her hair was pulled back loosely. She was not smiling in a posed way, but her mouth had a curve that suggested laughter a second before or after. Her eyes looked straight into the camera in a way that, even now, seemed to look straight through the years. He picked up the frame with both hands, careful not to smudge the glass. It was a simple frame, wood, with a narrow border, worn smooth, where fingers had lifted it and replaced it many times. The photograph within had faded slightly at the edges, but still held her clearly. Carrying it, he went back down the stairs, the familiar creak on the third step marking his passage. The hallway lamp still shone, patient. The tall mirror waited, catching his approach. He stopped in front of it and lifted the frame so that the photograph sat beside his own face in the reflection. The effect was immediate and somehow very gentle. In the glass, two faces appeared side by side. On one side, the present, his lined living features, moving slightly as he breathed, eyes blinking, shoulders rising and falling. On the other, the frozen image of the past. Anna, as she had been on that summer afternoon, caught in the act of being herself. Hair pulled back, scarf loose, expression open. They did not match in age. He had gone on aging without her. The lines in his face did not exist in hers. Yet in the shared space of the mirror, the mismatch did not feel wrong. It felt like a simple statement of how time works. One person continuing, one held forever at a particular moment. The house held both without effort. The glass did not flicker. It did not seem strained by the task of containing the living and the remembered together. It simply did what it was meant to do, reflecting what was placed before it. He studied the combined image with a tenderness that surprised him. It was not quite like looking at an old photograph in an album, or at himself alone in the bathroom mirror. This was a third thing, a meeting of then and now, of what had been and what remained. A man who had made hard choices looking into the eyes of the woman for whom he had made them. For a moment, he let himself imagine that she could see him too, from within the small frame, taking in the gray in his hair, the extra lines, the way his mouth tightened when he was thinking deeply. He imagined her shaking her head at his long months of self-punishment, at the way he had turned every creak and breath of the house into a verdict. He imagined, too, that she might simply say, "You stayed. That is what I will remember." His own eyes blurred slightly. The reflection blurred with them. After a while, his arms grew tired from holding the frame aloft. He lowered it carefully, letting the photograph drop out of the mirror's field. His face remained alone again, but changed by the memory of what had just been next to it. As he stood there, the house offered one more small sound. From somewhere behind him, along the stretch of hallway that led toward the bedroom, he heard a very faint pattern in the floorboards. 2 soft creaks, a pause, then 3 more, spaced in a rhythm that his body recognized before his mind did. 2 steps. Pause. 3 steps. It was the old, familiar pattern of Anna walking down the hall, the way she had moved when she was coming from the bedroom toward the stairs, pausing for a moment near the tall mirror to adjust her scarf or smooth her hair, then continuing on. He had heard that sequence 1,000 times when she was alive, half aware of it as part of the soundscape of their life. He could have turned. He could have rushed to see if any indentation marked the rug, if any shift in light betrayed movement. He could have called out her name, heart racing, mind scrambling for explanations. Instead, he stood where he was and let a small, sad smile form at the corner of his mouth. "Of course," he murmured, not sure if he was addressing the house, the memory, or the part of himself that had finally stopped insisting on sharp divisions between what was real and what was remembered. "Of course you are still walking." The sounds faded, absorbed into the usual quiet. The boards under his own feet felt solid and ordinary again. No doors swung open. No objects moved. He did not chase the noise. He did not test the floor by stepping where he thought she had stepped. He allowed the echo to be what it was, a brief replay of an old rhythm, whether in wood or in his own mind, a reminder that their shared life had been long and full enough to leave patterns everywhere. Holding the photograph gently against his chest, he turned away from the mirror. The lamplight laid his shadow on the wall beside him, a single figure now, moving toward the stairs and the waiting bed. Behind him, the tall glass stood quietly, having reflected for one soft moment, past and present side by side. The house, which had listened to so many breaths, so many words, so many footsteps, added this evening to its archive and settled once more into its role. A patient witness, keeping company with a man who was learning, slowly and carefully, to live with what he remembered. Snow kept falling, quiet and unhurried, as if the sky had all the time in the world. In the living room, the lamps were turned low. One on the side table cast a soft circle of light over the worn rug, the arm of Anna's old chair, and the small stack of books that had become more company than obligation. Beyond the window, the world blurred to a gentle gray and white, the reflection of the room floating faintly in the glass over the faint shapes of porch lights and buried hedges. Mark sat in his usual chair, the one facing both the window and the doorway to the hall. A blanket lay over his knees, tucked in loosely, more for comfort than for warmth. His hands rested on top of it, fingers relaxed, no longer clutching anything. The television was silent, the remote untouched. The only true movement came from the slow blink of his eyes and the almost invisible rise and fall of his chest. He was tired, but not in the frantic, jagged way of those early months. This was a quieter fatigue, the honest weariness of someone who has walked a long road, stopped looking over his shoulder quite so often, and finally let himself sit down without checking every door twice. In this calm, thoughts came not as sharp darts, but as slow, drifting shapes. He thought of Anna, not in a single frozen image, not even in the photograph now resting once more on the dresser upstairs, but as an entire sequence of years. Her laughter in the kitchen when the pot boiled over, her annoyed frown at the mail when the bills came in clumps, the way she walked down the hall with that familiar rhythm. 2 steps, a pause, 3 steps, pausing by the mirror almost every time. The softness of her hand on his arm when crowds were too much for him. The way she had said in that last stretch that she was tired, and meant it in so many more ways than one. He loved her deeply. That much had never been in question. He also thought of the night that had lived for so long, like a sharp stone in his chest. The lamp by the bed, the bottles on the tray, the sound of the clock in the quiet, his own shaking hands, the decision he had made when he nudged the dose higher than the paper said, hearing her voice in his memory, saying she did not want many more days like this. The sense, afterward, that something in the world had shifted by the smallest but most irrevocable amount. He had made a choice about her pain that he could not unmake. That too was true. For a long time, he had tried to separate these facts, to file them into different folders in his mind. Love here, action there, as if he could examine one without the other. Tonight, winter wrapped around the house and quiet wrapped around him. He let them sit side by side as they had always belonged. He loved her. He did what he did because of that love, and because of his fear, and because of his human limits. The act did not erase the love. The love did not neatly excuse the act. They were threads of the same story, woven so tightly that pulling one always tugged at the other. The house around him no longer felt like a judge waiting for a verdict. There had been a time when every creak of the hallway floorboard sounded like a question, every sigh of the heater like a disapproving breath. He had walked from room to room, as if under cross-examination, convinced that the walls held not only the memory of what he had done, but an opinion about it. He had covered mirrors the way people cover evidence, Now, as the heater murmured gently to itself and the refrigerator cycled in the background with its low, familiar hum, the house felt more like a quiet companion with good listening skills. It held, in its boards and beams, the echoes of their laughter, their small arguments over unimportant things, the rasp of Anna's breath near the end, the sound of his own whispered apologies long after she was gone. It held his worst night. It held his long, slow apology. It held, too, all the evenings that came before and after, the ordinary ones that would never make it into any formal record. The tea, the grief circle, the small confessions spoken to mirrors and then allowed to drift harmlessly into the dust. He sat back in the chair and closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the warmth of the blanket on his legs, the faint weight of his own hands. "I did what I did because I loved you," he whispered into the half-lit room. The words floated out, barely louder than the ticking of the clock on the far wall. He did not address them to any particular spot. They were not aimed at the mirror, or the photograph, or the ceiling. They were simply given to the air, which, in this house, felt like a trustworthy holder of such things. "I will carry it honestly," he added, the sentence slower, as if he were choosing each word with care. "If you are anywhere at all, I hope you know that." There was no answering voice, no sudden chill, no flare of light. The room did not change shape, but something in him registered the fact that he had spoken the truth without flinching from it, and that alone was a kind of quiet blessing. His eyelids grew heavier. The effort of staying awake thinned at the edges. He did not fight it. Sleep, once an enemy that pounced in the dark and dragged up every memory at once, had become, slowly, a little more like an uncertain friend. Nights still had their rough patches, but they no longer felt like a punishment he had to survive. Tonight, in the soft glow of the lamp, with snow pressing its gentle white hush against the window, sleep felt possible. The house settled around him as he drifted. Somewhere overhead, a board in the ceiling made a tiny, familiar adjustment, a sound like a contented sigh. In the hallway, the old floorboard near the bedroom gave a small creak, not because anyone stepped on it, but because wood is alive in its own slow way. The heater cycled on with a low exhale, sending another round of warm air through the vents, then eased back into a resting murmur. The refrigerator joined in, its motor humming at an easy, steady pace, a sound not unlike a slow, mechanical heartbeat. Nothing urgent, just a reminder that something in the house was always keeping time, even when he was not. Nothing dramatic happened. No doors slammed. No lights flickered. No shapes moved where they should not. It was simply a place, at night, keeping its quiet watch while the man who lived in it allowed himself to rest. His head tilted slightly to one side. His breathing deepened. The blanket slipped an inch, then stilled. In the mirror down the hall, if anyone had been there to look, his reflection would have shown an older man asleep in a chair, mouth softened, hands loose, the lines in his face smoothed by the gentleness of dreams or dreamless dark. Somewhere outside the frame of his own life, the narrator, the voice that had watched him move from fear to something like acceptance, turned outward, toward the listener. It suggested softly that the house around the listener might hold old stories too. Perhaps there is, in some corner of your home, a chair that remembers the night you sat up waiting for news, a countertop that has heard you mutter words you never said out loud to another person, a bedroom doorframe that has felt your hand press into it when you were steadying yourself from something you did not think you could absorb. A mirror that has seen your face on good days and on days you would rather forget. The question is not whether the house judges you. Wood and glass do not know how to weigh right and wrong. They only know how to hold the sounds and shapes that pass through them. The question is whether you can tell yourself the truth about what you have lived, about the kindnesses and the sharp words, the careful choices and the hasty ones, and still allow yourself to sit down in a quiet room, breathe, and rest. Back in Mark's house, the hallway lay in gentle dimness. The tall mirror reflected only the faint glow of the living room lamp and the softened outline of the man in the chair, his head tipped, his body at ease. No ghosts clustered at the edges, no accusing scenes replayed. The glass showed exactly what was there. An older man, asleep at last. Not haunted, but accompanied by everything he had lived, in a house that remembered and, in its own mute, patient way, simply kept him company through the falling snow. Story 6. David Hales and Jiaosu Blackmore. Elaine Carter moved slowly through the house as the winter evening closed in around the neighborhood, one light at a time. Outside, the small New England street was already dim. The sky the color of used paper. The last traces of daylight sinking behind the bare trees and the pointed roofs. Inside, her house carried the faint, settled warmth of a place that had held many years and was now learning how to be quiet. She made her way from room to room with the same patient sequence she followed most nights. In the hallway, her slippers whispered over the worn runner, the fabric softened by decades of footsteps. On the wall, framed class photos lined up like a gallery of younger faces, each year's group caught in that stiff, hopeful stillness of school portraits. Elaine had memorized the arrangement long ago. She could have walked the hallway in the dark, touching the glass one by one and naming them. Sometimes, when sleep would not come, she did. In the bedroom closet, Tom's last suit still hung among her own clothes. She did not reach for it. She shifted past the familiar weight of old chalk-stained blazers instead, pressing the wood hanger aside with 2 fingers. The faint scent of dry cleaning fluid and school corridors lived in that narrow space. She remembered standing in front of her students in those jackets, pockets filled with pens and folded notes, chalk dust catching in the seams. The memory brushed against her chest like a tired hand. The living room was modest, but arranged with the care of 2 people who had once enjoyed small rituals. A quilted throw folded over the arm of the couch. A low bookcase with its dependable row of paperbacks. A coffee table with coasters worn pale in the middle. Near the end of the sofa stood the one object that felt essential now, a small brass lamp with a pleated shade, its bulb a soft, warm yellow. Elaine reached for the switch and turned it on, watching the glow spread over the rug, the table, the arm of the couch, the empty space where Tom's legs used to rest at the end of the day. The rest of the house could sink into darkness if it wanted to. This light would stay. Total darkness, she had discovered since his death, felt less like sleep and more like being erased, as if the house itself might forget that someone still lived here. The lamp stood against that feeling, a gentle refusal. She ate a simple dinner in the kitchen, listening to the small domestic orchestra that kept time in her nights. The refrigerator hummed in a steady drone. The old clock over the doorway ticked with a slightly uneven rhythm as if it were limping through the minutes. Now and then, a car rolled past outside, its tires whispering over the street. The wind pressed against the window once, twice, testing the latch, then moved on. After washing the dishes, she returned to the living room and settled on the couch with an old Afghan covering her knees. The television warmed the room with its polite chatter, some harmless show with canned laughter and soft music. She watched without really watching, letting images move in front of her while her thoughts drifted elsewhere. They drifted, as they often did, back to the classroom. She saw again the long rows of desks, the whiteboard lined with dates, the occasional cartoon she drew in the corner to wake the room up. She heard the murmur of students rustling notebooks, the long exhale of the heater, her own voice explaining another war, another election, another movement that had seemed urgent and clear on the page. She remembered the days when the schedule pressed in on her, when there had been too much material and not enough weeks. She could almost hear herself say it again. We will have to skip some of the details, just the basics today. At the time, it had felt harmless, necessary even. The curriculum did not care about nuance. Tests measured recognition, not understanding. So she had learned to simplify, to trim stories down to a few names, a few dates, a line on a study guide. Over the years, that habit had settled into her like a second spine. Now, lying awake at night, with nothing but the refrigerator's hum and the echo of old lectures, she wondered what had been cut away. She saw faces in old photographs, people who had lived through the events she had turned into bullet points. She thought of students who had left her classroom with a neat list in their notebooks, and no sense of the weight that list had once carried. A thin thread of regret ran quietly through her evenings, not loud enough to break her, but too persistent to ignore. She muted the television for a while and listened instead to the house itself. The ductwork exhaled a soft sigh as the furnace cycled. Pipes clicked faintly inside the walls. A branch tapped once against the glass, more like a question than a threat. In the silence between those sounds, she heard ghosts that were not really ghosts at all. A boy at the back of the class laughing. A girl in the front row asking if a certain story was true. A chorus of chairs scraping back at the end of the period. You made it feel alive, one student had told her years ago, long after graduation, meeting her by chance in the grocery store. Elaine had smiled and thanked her, but the compliment had never quite settled. Making history feel alive and making it fully honest were not always the same thing. Late at night, with the lamp the only light in the house, she wondered which one she had chosen more often. As the evening drifted toward night, her body followed the motions she knew would not really lead to sleep, but that she performed anyway. She folded the Afghan, smoothing its edge. She stacked the remote neatly next to the coasters. She checked the front door, though she already knew it was locked. In the hallway, she paused before the row of class photos. Her reflection hovered over dozens of young faces, a ghost among the living. On the way back to the couch, she glanced at the corner where Tom's armchair still stood. The imprint of his presence had faded but not disappeared. She had not had the heart to move the chair. Sometimes she imagined him there when the news was on, grumbling at some politician, his hand reaching down to scratch the dog they no longer had. The emptiness of the fabric tonight felt a little heavier than usual. The show on television reached its quiet conclusion, theme music soft and forgettable. Elaine clicked it off, and the sudden absence of flickering blue light made the lamp's circle of warmth seem more solid. The room was now a pool of yellow surrounded by gentle shadow. She let her eyes take in the familiar shapes one last time before heading to bed. That was when she noticed the pen. It lay on the coffee table, just beside the nearest coaster. Not a random ballpoint, but the old red grading pen she had used for years, the one she had retired ceremonially on her last day of school. She had placed it, she remembered clearly, inside a small ceramic mug on the bookshelf, somewhere between a worn copy of a biography and a stack of ungraded extra credit she had finally decided to forgive. Tonight, it was here, uncapped. A tiny dot of ink marked the surface of the coaster, a small, precise circle of red, like a period at the end of a sentence. The sight was not dramatic. No wind howled, no lights flickered. The house remained as calm as it had been a moment before. Yet something in Elaine tightened. A quiet line of awareness pulled taut. She stood very still, looking at the pen, trying to reconstruct the day. Had she taken it down without thinking? Had she brought it to the couch while sorting through an old folder and forgotten to put it back? It was possible. Many things were possible. Grief had made small details slippery. She knew that. Still, the shape of that dot on the coaster, so neat and deliberate, whispered of intention. It seemed to say, "This is wrong. Fix it." For a moment, as she reached out and capped the pen, she felt again the old sensation of standing at the front of a classroom, eyes on her, holding the instrument that decided what counted and what did not. She placed the pen on the edge of the table instead of returning it to the shelf. The lamp glowed steadily beside it, casting a soft halo on the wood. Elaine switched the television off fully at the wall, checked once more that the doors were locked, and began her slow walk down the hall toward the bedroom. Behind her, the house settled deeper into night, and the tiny red dot on the coaster dried in the quiet, an ending to a sentence she was almost certain she had never written. The morning found Elaine in a different kind of light, the thin, clinical brightness of the medical clinic. The waiting room smelled faintly of disinfectant and old magazines. Outside, the sky was a pale gray that promised either more snow or rain, the season still undecided. She sat with her coat folded over her lap, fingers resting on the soft wool, listening to the occasional ring of a phone behind the reception desk and the low murmur of other patients' conversations. When the nurse called her name, she rose with the small effort that came from too many quiet nights. In the exam room, the walls were a soothing blue, decorated with framed prints of seaside scenes, beaches and lighthouses, as if the memory of vacations could work like medicine. Her primary care doctor, Dr. Nguyen, entered with the chart in hand and a warm, practiced smile that had a way of softening the hard edges of the visit. They talked first about the usual things: blood pressure, which was acceptable, cholesterol, which could be better, the ache in her knees on damp days. Then Dr. Nguyen asked about sleep, and Elaine felt herself hesitate before answering. "It comes and goes," she said. "I fall asleep sometimes, but I wake up in the middle of the night. It feels like the house is too loud and too quiet at the same time." Dr. Nguyen nodded in a way that made it clear she had heard this before from many people, but she did not treat it as something small. She asked gentle questions. When did Elaine wake up? How long did she stay awake? What did she do then? Elaine described the hours of listening to the fridge and the wind, the lamp in the living room, the television murmuring until she turned it off. "You have lived through a lot of change in a short time," Dr. Nguyen said. "Retirement, your husband passing, the rhythm of your days shifting. The mind does not always know where to put all of that once the structure disappears. Evenings can feel very large." Elaine looked at her hands, at the faint trace of ink still caught beneath one fingernail from the pen the night before. "I suppose I have more time to think now than I ever did." "Time to think is good," the doctor said. "But unstructured time at night can become a kind of echo chamber. You have fewer distractions, and worries can grow loud. Sometimes what helps is not just medication, but giving the mind something gentle to hold. A project, something that belongs to you." "A project," Elaine repeated, tasting the word. It sounded like something a younger person might have. Someone taking classes, or starting a garden, or planning a trip. Dr. Nguyen set the chart down and leaned back slightly, her expression thoughtful. "You taught for many years. You must have stories. Have you ever thought of writing them down? Not necessarily for publication. A journal, perhaps, or a small book for your family. Something that would give shape to the memories, so they do not just circle around you at 3 in the morning." Elaine let out a quiet breath that was almost a laugh. "I spent decades grading other people's writing. I am not sure anyone wants to read mine." "That is not what I asked," the doctor said gently. "What I am really asking is whether you want to listen to yourself. Writing can give a place for the thoughts to go. It can anchor the evening. Instead of drifting from channel to channel on the television, you could sit down with a notebook and give the past a home outside your head." Elaine imagined herself at her kitchen table, pen in hand, trying to corral years of faces and dates onto the page. The thought made her chest tighten, but not entirely in a bad way. There was weight in it, but also purpose. "I will think about it," she said at last. "I do not promise anything." "That is all I am asking," Dr. Nguyen replied. "Think about it. Start small, if you start at all. One memory at a time. One evening at a time." When she stepped back out into the daylight, the cold air felt clearer somehow, as if someone had opened a window in her mind. The idea of writing followed her down the sidewalk like an extra shadow. She did not quite welcome it, but she did not shake it off either. It settled in, quiet but persistent. She decided, on impulse, to stop by a small coffee shop on Main Street before heading home. The place had large front windows that let in the pale light, and the low sound of conversations mixed with the hiss of steaming milk. She ordered a tea and found a table near the window, watching people move past in their winter coats, each absorbed in their own errands, their own stories. "Mrs. Carter," a voice said, bright with recognition that spanned years. "Is that you?" Elaine looked up to see a young woman in a worn cardigan and a loosely wrapped scarf, a stack of papers clutched in her arms. Her hair was pulled back in a way that tried to be neat and had partly given up. For a moment, Elaine saw not the woman, but the teenager she had been sitting in the second row, always leaning forward as if the words on the board might slip away if she did not catch them quickly enough. "Lena," Elaine said, and a genuine smile found its way to her face. "Goodness, look at you. I suppose I should say Ms. Morales now." "God, no. Please do not," Lena replied, before catching herself and softening her tone. "I mean, I hear that enough from my students. Sit, may I? I am on a grading break." She slid into the chair across from Elaine, setting her papers down with a sigh that carried both fatigue and affection. They spoke of ordinary things first: the town, the weather, Lena's parents, who still lived not far from the high school. Then the conversation turned, almost naturally, toward the past. "I still remember your class," Lena said. "The way you told the story about the bread riots. You made it sound like something that could happen down the street, not just in a book. It felt alive somehow." Elaine felt a mixture of pride and that old familiar doubt. "I am not sure the state exams appreciated my methods." "I did," Lena said firmly. "It is part of why I went into history. Well, adjunct history," she added, rolling her eyes with a rueful smile. "I am at the college now, a couple of survey courses, one seminar when they remember I exist." Elaine imagined her in a lecture hall, the front row filled with students who might or might not be listening, the weight of thin paychecks and heavy reading lists pressing on her shoulders. "That sounds like a great deal of work." "It is," Lena said, "but sometimes a student stays after and asks a real question, and I remember why I signed up for this madness." She paused, looking at Elaine with a sudden intensity. "You should see the department office. It is all paper and coffee and tired brilliance." Elaine smiled at the picture. "I think I have had my fill of tired brilliance." "Maybe not," Lena said. "Actually, this is strange timing. We have an empty office at the college, room 312. The legend is that no one wants it, but the truth is the department is too poor to hire enough full-time people to fill it. It used to belong to Professor Ezra Blackwood. Very famous, if you like footnotes. Some faculty say his presence still lingers in the books." She said it with a lightness meant to amuse, but the name hung in the air with unexpected weight. Elaine had heard of him, of course. An author of dense, respected works that other historians cited with reverence and a little fear. She pictured shelves bending under the weight of his opinions. "His presence," Elaine repeated with a small tilt of her head. Lena laughed softly. They joke that he is still watching the citations, checking everyone's dates from beyond the grave. It is mostly an excuse to blame him when the copier breaks. But the office is real, and it is sitting there empty most days. You could use it if you wanted. I am sure we could arrange something. It might be nice to have a quiet place, a different kind of quiet from home." The idea struck Elaine as both ridiculous and strangely appealing. Her own house had begun to feel like a loop. The same rooms, the same lamplight, the same echoes. The thought of walking down an academic hallway, of sitting at a desk that looked out over something other than her own street, stirred a part of her that had gone still. "I am retired," she said. "I do not belong in a college office." "You belong anywhere people care about the past," Lena replied gently. "You could bring a notebook. Work on that book about teaching you probably say you do not have in you. Or just read. Drink bad departmental coffee. Complain about faculty meetings you no longer have to attend." They both laughed at that. The sound was warm, shared, drawing a small line from the classroom they had once shared to this table by the window. "I will think about it," Elaine said again, the same words she had used with Dr. Nguyen, though this time they felt less like a polite dismissal and more like the beginning of something taking shape. Later, Lena offered her a ride home. The afternoon had leaned into early evening, and the sky was deepening to a soft, bruised blue. As they drove, the college came into view on the hill, its older buildings lined up like thoughtful faces turned toward the town. Windows glowed with a calm yellow light, Not the harsh brightness of an office tower, but the gentle illumination of lamps on desks, screens in quiet rooms, people bent over work that mattered to them. From the passenger seat, Elaine watched the campus pass by. The brick paths threaded between bare trees. The library's tall windows catching the last of the light. The place looked not grand, but steady, a small refuge for thought in a noisy world. "That one there," Lena said, lifting a hand from the wheel to point toward a slightly older building with a peaked roof and a row of evenly spaced windows. "History department. Room 312 is on the 3rd floor, at the end of the hall. They say Blackwood still checks the footnotes. You can feel him breathing down your neck if you misquote a date. He was obsessed with getting the facts perfectly right. Students used to say, 'He is watching you even when he is gone.'" She spoke lightly, intending the line as a harmless joke. But as the car rolled past the building, Elaine felt a faint chill travel along her arms, as if a draft from some unseen door had slipped under her skin. The sensation was gone almost as soon as it came, leaving behind only the lingering image of a lit window at the top corner of the building. Its glow like a small lamp left on for someone who had not yet come home. The building felt older than the rest of the campus, the kind of place that had settled into itself decades ago and seen no reason to change. Elaine stepped through the front door a few minutes after 6, the winter light already fading outside, and paused just inside the vestibule to let her eyes adjust. The air held the faint chill of stone and old radiators, with an underlying warmth slowly pushing back against the cold. She climbed the worn stairs to the 3rd floor, hand grazing the smooth banister, polished by countless students rushing up and down over the years. At the top, the corridor stretched out in a straight line, carpeted in a muted pattern of blues and grays. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed gently, a soft, continuous sound that reminded her of the old projectors in her classroom. Most of the office doors were closed, their nameplates catching the light in narrow flashes of brass. She walked slowly, reading the names as she passed. Some she recognized from book spines or local talks. Others meant nothing to her, just letters arranged in professional combinations: assistant professor, associate professor, visiting scholar. The real life behind each door was hidden now, replaced by the quiet presence of books and paper and empty chairs. On the walls, bulletin boards held layers of paper, their edges curling slightly from the dry air. Posters advertised lectures that had already taken place, dates crossed off by time, faces of visiting speakers smiling eternally in past tense. There were flyers for reading groups, office hour schedules, and one faded comic strip tacked in the corner where someone had drawn a tiny figure drowning in a sea of footnotes. Elaine smiled despite herself. Some feelings, it seemed, did not change from one generation of scholars to the next. A faint draft slipped along the corridor, finding gaps near the tall windows that looked out over the campus. The glass carried a ghostly reflection of the interior lights, overlapping with the silhouettes of bare tree branches and the soft glow of lampposts outside. The smell here was a particular blend she recognized from every old academic building she had ever entered: paper, dust, aging carpet, and a distant trace of coffee that had been brewed earlier in the day and forgotten. Halfway down the hall, a door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of dark beyond it. The nameplate read, "Ezra Blackwood, Professor of History, Emeritus." The lettering was beginning to fade, but it was still clear. Someone had not yet replaced it, or perhaps had decided not to. Elaine felt the small prickle of awareness she had carried since Lena had mentioned the jokes about his presence lingering. She placed her hand lightly on the door and gave it a gentle push. Room 312 was not large, but it greeted her with a kind of compact warmth that surprised her. The carpet continued inside, a little more worn at the threshold. An old oak desk sat near the center, angled slightly toward a high window that overlooked a stand of maple trees and the parking lot below. The desk's surface bore the faint sheen of many years' use. The wood darkened and smoothed where hands had rested, where books had been stacked, where papers had been spread out like small landscapes of thought. Against one wall stood a tall bookcase crammed with hardcovers, their spines faded by time. Some titles leaned toward pure dates and events. Others hinted at narrow corners of history that someone had loved enough to devote entire volumes to. The shelves bowed slightly under the weight, but held. Near the window, a radiator ticked quietly, radiating a low, steady heat that tempered the chill from the glass. Elaine set her bag down and tried the desk chair. It creaked as she sat, the sound rounded and familiar rather than sharp. The cushion had been compressed by many hours of wait, but it adjusted to her without protest, as if accustomed to different bodies and their troubles. She rested her hands on the edge of the desk for a moment, feeling an odd sense of ceremony. This was not her space, not really, but for the evening it would hold her. She unscrewed the lid of her thermos and poured steaming chamomile into a mug she had brought from home, the one with a faint ring of discoloration near the handle from years of use. The scent rose gently into the air, mingling with dust and paper. She placed the mug on a coaster she found in the top drawer, then lifted her laptop from her bag and set it on the desk. The machine woke with a quiet chime and a soft glow, the modern blue light settling into the room without quite disturbing its older character. Beside the laptop, she stacked a couple of yellow legal pads and uncapped a pen, the ordinary blue kind she used for grocery lists and birthday cards now. She sat back and looked at the blank document on the screen, the blinking cursor waiting for her to decide what it would become. She thought of what Dr. Nguyen had said about a project, and of Lena's bright insistence that she still had stories worth telling. She thought of the town itself, the streets she had driven 100 times, the faces she had seen in grocery aisles and at bus stops, in pews and on bleachers. The history written in official records did not always mention the woman who ran the diner, the mechanic who kept old cars alive, the nurse who sat at bedsides long after visiting hours were technically over. A gentle idea took shape. A book that would not try to capture everything, but that would honor something specific. A human history of the town, written not as a list of dates, but as a quiet record of ordinary lives, the way they intersected with bigger events and still remained their own. It would not be a textbook. It would not be a grand thesis. It would be something smaller, and perhaps because of that, something truer to what she now felt mattered most. Her fingers moved, a little stiffly at first, then with greater ease. She began with a scene she knew by heart. Mill workers walking home at twilight, their silhouettes elongated by the low angle of the sun, breath visible in the cold air. She described their boots on the cracked sidewalks, the way they loosened their scarves as they neared the warmth of their kitchens, the murmur of radios drifting from open windows in summer. She added the town's one surviving diner, its neon sign flickering. the bell over the door ringing as regular customers came in to sit at the same stools they had occupied for years. She wrote of the river that cut through the town, how in late autumn it carried a sharp, leafy smell, like wet paper and distant fires. She remembered walking along its banks during field trips, telling students about the time it had flooded and nearly taken out the bridge. Now, instead of focusing on the numbers and the measurements, she described the way people had stood together on higher ground, watching the water rise and fall, their shoulders hunched against the wind. Time slipped by gently while she worked. The building grew quieter as any remaining staff and students left for the evening. Somewhere below, a door closed with a muffled thud. The radiator exhaled a long sigh. Her tea cooled beside her, then disappeared in a series of absent-minded sips. The words on the screen multiplied, line by line, not yet polished, but present. Around 9, she leaned back and rolled her shoulders, feeling the mild protest of muscles unused to this kind of sustained effort. She saved the document, partly out of habit and partly with a small superstition that had carried over from years of grading electronic essays. Then she closed the laptop and reached for the light switch on the desk lamp she had found near the back of a drawer, deciding she would leave the overhead fluorescence for another time. As she cleared a corner of the desk to place her things back in her bag, she noticed a faint dusting of white along the front edge of the wood. She brushed a fingertip across it and frowned as the powder clung lightly to her skin. It was not plaster, and it did not feel like simple dust. It had the fine, silky texture of chalk. Under the desk blotter, the leather worn to a soft sheen, something caught her eye. She lifted the corner and saw, faintly penciled on the wood beneath, a few small words in a tight, neat hand. Accuracy first. The letters were almost invisible, as if they had been written long ago and partly erased by time and habit. She stared at them, feeling the echo of those two simple words settle into her chest. It was exactly the sort of phrase she imagined Ezra Blackwood repeating to his students. It was also something she had said herself more than once, standing at the front of a classroom. Elaine lowered the blotter back into place with care, as if covering a sleeping creature. She slipped her laptop into her bag, capped her pen, and finished the last swallow of cooled tea. The room held onto the warmth they had created together over the past hours, the air still carrying a hint of chamomile. At the door, she reached for the switch and turned off the overhead light. The fluorescence blinked once, then fell dark, leaving only the faint outline of the window against the night. For a moment, she stood there, hand on the knob, listening to the soft hum of the building systems continuing their work invisibly behind walls. She stepped into the corridor, pulling the door closed until it latched with a quiet click. The hallway was dim now, lit mostly by exit signs and a few motion sensors that had not yet decided whether she warranted full illumination. The hum of the lights receded to a distant murmur. As she began to walk away, something nudged at her attention. She turned back and glanced through the narrow window set into the door of room 312. From this angle, she could not see much of the interior, only a slice of the dark. Yet at the bottom edge of the door, a thin line of light traced along the floor, pale and steady, as if a lamp inside had been left on. Elaine frowned softly. She was almost certain she had turned everything off. Then again, it was an old building. Light leaked. Reflections played tricks. She watched the line for another heartbeat. It remained, a quiet band of brightness in the otherwise dim corridor. something in her wanted to go back, to open the door and confirm. Another part of her, the part that had lived long enough to know that not every small mystery needed to be resolved at once, simply filed the image away. She allowed herself a tiny, tired smile. "Accuracy first," she murmured under her breath, though she was no longer sure whether she meant the lights, the writing, or something larger. Then she turned and walked down the hallway, listening to the careful whisper of the carpet beneath her feet. Behind her, the thin line of light under the door of room 312 held steady, as if the room itself had decided that one small lamp should remain awake a little longer. By the second week, Elaine's feet seemed to know the path to room 312 without much help from her mind. It had become part of the new rhythm of her days. Early dinner at home in the quiet kitchen, a brief glance at the lamp waiting in the living room, switched off for now. Coat, scarf, keys, thermos. Then the short drive to the college, as the sky dimmed and the streetlights blinked into life one by one. The campus, which had felt foreign on that first visit, was beginning to settle into something almost comforting. She recognized the slow, steady gait of the custodian who worked her building, a man with a neatly trimmed beard and a habit of nodding with a kind of respectful neutrality each time their paths crossed. She knew the exact moment, halfway up the stairs, when the faint hum of the vending machine on the second floor would rise into hearing, joined by the soft rattle of bottles settled behind glass. The sounds were small, but they marked the evening in a way that made it feel less endless. On the third floor, the corridor greeted her with its familiar blend of worn carpet, curling posters, and the faint smell of dust and paper. Some evenings, she heard the muffled clack of a keyboard from behind a closed door, or the murmur of a phone call. On others, like tonight, the hallway was almost entirely silent, as if the building were pausing to breathe between days. Room 312 opened with the same gentle resistance as before, the doorknob cool in her palm. Inside, the air held the pleasant warmth of the radiator's slow work. The window showed a sky already leaning into blue-gray, the silhouettes of maple branches etched against it like veins. The oak desk sat where it always did, patient and solid. She placed her thermos on the coaster, unpacked her laptop and legal pads, and set the desk lamp at a soft angle so that its circle of light fell over the keyboard and the nearest stack of books. There was a sense, each time she arranged these items, that she was setting up a small ritual altar to thought. It was a private ceremony, no congregation, just her, the room, and whatever the past was willing to reveal. Tonight, she had decided to begin a chapter on the old textile mill fire, the one her grandmother had told stories about on long winter evenings. The event lived for her not only as a paragraph in the local history, but as a presence in her family's memory. She could almost hear her grandmother's voice again, low and steady, describing the smoke curling out of broken windows and the way the whole town had woken at once to the sound of bells. She opened a new document and typed the working title, "The Night the Mill Burned." The cursor blinked at the end of the line. She rested her fingers on the keys and let her mind travel back through what she knew. She described the mill as it had been in those years. Tall, brick, a little too proud for its foundations, its windows long and narrow like watchful eyes. She wrote of the night watchman making his rounds, lanterns swinging in a regular arc, boots sounding hollow on the wooden floors. She placed the reader on the riverbank nearby, where the water reflected the first faint glow that should not have been there. The words began to gather more easily as she leaned into the story. She described the first thin line of smoke seeping out from under a door, the way it would have smelled, acrid and wrong. She let herself imagine details that she did not know for certain, but that felt true to the scene. Small human gestures that carried the weight of the moment. When she reached the part where her grandmother always lowered her voice, she did too. She typed, "When the flames finally burst from the upper windows and tore into the night, the church bells rang like a scream, pulling people out of their beds and dreams, throwing them into the street with their faces turned upward in horror." She paused after that line, reading it back. The image pleased her in a way that was not entirely comfortable. It had a certain drama, a certain neatness of emotion that had more to do with storytelling than with the stubborn, uneven reality of events. She could not remember her grandmother using those words exactly. She certainly had no record of anyone describing the bells that way. It was her own addition, her own attempt to make the sound fit the feeling. Elaine frowned slightly at the screen. Then she decided that she would leave it there for now. This was only a first draft. She could come back later and temper it, or support it with something more concrete if she found it. A person was allowed to write one sentence that tasted a little like fiction in a chapter about a night that had felt unreal. She pushed her chair back with a small sigh, bones and muscles creaking in quiet echo, and stood to stretch. Her shoulders rolled, her fingers flexed. She walked to the window and looked down at the parking lot, where a few cars sat under the dull glow of the lamps like patient animals. Somewhere in the building, a door closed. The vending machine hummed below, faint but consistent. She let her eyes rest for a moment on the horizon, where the last light of day had faded entirely. Behind her, the laptop screen was still open, the paragraph about the fire glowing in its white rectangle. The room felt settled. Nothing moved. If one thought of it as a scene in a film, the camera would have stayed by the desk when she walked away, its focus lingering on the block of text. The words, "The bells rang like a scream," sat in the middle of the paragraph, dark against the light background, a small flourish in an otherwise straightforward description. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the sentence began to change. The phrase, "like a scream," dissolved, the letters thinning and vanishing as if erased by an invisible hand. The word, "finally," shifted backward, then forward, rearranging its place in the line. The mention of upper windows remained, but a time appeared where there had been none. At 2:17 in the morning, a reference to church bells moved into its own sentence. The bells of St. Mark's began to ring in precise, recorded intervals. The text reformed itself into something less emotive and more exact, the kind of prose that would have satisfied a strict peer reviewer. By the time Elaine turned away from the window and made her way back to the chair, the paragraph had settled again. The cursor blinked politely at the end of a tidy, fact-driven description of the fire, as if it had always been that way. She sat, reaching for the mug. The tea had cooled, but she took a sip anyway, letting the faint bitterness sit on her tongue. Then her eyes moved back to the screen, and the familiar world of text greeted her. The recognition came in layers. First, a vague sense that something had shifted. Then, a sharper feeling that the rhythm of the sentences was not quite hers. She read the paragraph once, twice, her brow drawing in. The bells no longer rang like a scream. They now sounded continuously from 2:17 to 2:43 a.m., as documented in the parish register. The narrative voice had changed. It no longer leaned toward metaphor. It stood straight and rigid, offering details that she had not consciously supplied. Dates and times had been inserted that she did not recall typing. She felt a small, unexpected rush of embarrassment, like the feeling of being corrected in front of a class after misstating a name or a year. It reached deeper than annoyance at a software glitch. It touched the part of her that had always taken care not to look foolish in front of those who trusted her. Her first instinct was to blame the machine. Autocorrect, perhaps. Some overzealous grammar function, or a key pressed accidentally during her stretch. She moved the cursor through the paragraph and checked for underlined words, suggestions, any sign that the program had intervened. There were none. She stared at the mention of the parish register, at the specific times. She did not know if those were accurate or invented. What unsettled her was not only the possibility that the details might be wrong, but the way the new language made the passage feel. It had the cool certainty of an official report, not the tentative reaching of someone trying to weave memory and record together. Elaine highlighted the paragraph and copied it into a new document, then printed it. The small desktop printer on the filing cabinet behind her whirred into life, spitting out a single sheet with its familiar series of mechanical clicks. She rose and took the page, feeling the warmth of the fresh ink under her fingers. Back at the desk, she placed the printed version beside the still open laptop, comparing them line by line, not so much to find differences as to interrogate her own memory. Had she really written that phrase? Had she typed that time? It became increasingly clear that she had not. At least, she did not remember doing so. The sense of being graded grew stronger. It was as if someone had taken her original attempt, crossed out a flourish in red ink, and replaced it with a more academically respectable construction. Only, there was no red ink. There were no visible corrections. Just a finished product that carried the faint scent of disapproval. Her cheeks warmed with a flush that made no rational sense. There was no one here to see this. No student, no colleague, no principal. And yet, she felt as if she had presented something inadequate and had it swiftly, efficiently revised without being asked. She turned the page over, then turned it back again, as if another explanation might be hiding on the blank side. It was a simple sheet of paper with black text and a slight ripple where the ink had dried quickly. Nothing more. As she looked closer at the bottom right corner, however, something else emerged. It was not printed in ink, but sunk into the fibers of the page, so faint that she might have missed it if the desk lamp had been angled differently. There, pressed into the paper, as if by the ghost of an old typewriter key, were two small letters, EB. The impression was delicate, almost hesitant, but unmistakable now that she had seen it. She traced a fingertip lightly over the initials, feeling no indentation, yet sensing their presence as clearly as if they had been whispered into her ear. For a long moment, Elaine sat very still, the only sounds the ticking of the radiator and the distant hum of the building. Curiosity and unease braided together inside her, neither loud enough to break the quiet, but both strong enough to hold her attention completely. She exhaled slowly, almost a sigh, and set the page down. Someone, or something, it seemed, had opinions about her work. The next evening, the routine unfolded with such familiar steps that it almost felt like muscle memory. Elaine washed her dinner dishes, dried them carefully, set them in their places. She put on her coat, checked the lock on the front door, twice out of habit, and picked up her bag and thermos. The small lamp in the living room stood ready but unlit, a promise for later. Outside, the air had sharpened, the sky holding the kind of heavy stillness that often came before snow. On the drive to the campus, the town looked softer than usual. The streetlights cast hazy circles on the pavement, and the bare branches of the trees along the sidewalks reached up into a sky the color of ash. By the time she parked near the humanities building, the first flakes had begun to drift down, slow and tentative, like someone testing how much quiet the world could bear. Inside, the building greeted her with its now familiar blend of old and steady. The stairwell felt slightly colder than the week before, but the handrail was the same under her palm, smooth and worn. The vending machine on the second floor hummed in its usual corner, its faint buzz oddly reassuring. On the third floor, the corridor stretched out, dimmer than usual. Some of the overhead lights having decided it was not worth their full effort tonight. The hush seemed deeper. Fewer doors bore signs of recent use. No voices leaked from behind them, no tapping of keys. Only the soft, distant groan of the building adjusting to the drop in temperature reached her ears. It occurred to her that she might be the only person on this floor. Instead of feeling disturbed, she felt a small, unexpected comfort. The emptiness made her presence clearer. For these hours, this place belonged to her and whatever lived in the books. Room 312 opened with its usual quiet click. The air inside felt slightly warmer than the hallway, carrying a different set of scents. It was not the smell of fresh coffee or new paper. It was something older and more layered. As she stepped in and closed the door behind her, Elaine paused and drew in a slow breath. There it was, a faint, unmistakable trace of fountain pen ink, the kind that used to stain fingers and shirt pockets, mixed with the powdery dryness of chalk. Underneath those, a deeper note of paper that had been handled many times and then carefully shelved. It didn't smell like her own classroom had. There was no sharp chemical bite of dry erase markers or floor cleaner. This was closer to the scent of a well-kept museum reading room, where time did not stop, but was asked politely to move more slowly. The smell did not unsettle her. If anything, it soothed something she had not known needed soothing. It spoke of people who had cared enough to write carefully, to underline, to correct. She still felt that small, persistent thread of unease from the typed initials on her page the night before. But it was braided now with something else, an odd sense of companionship. She set her bag down and reached for the lamp, turning it on. The soft yellow circle bloomed over the desk, pushing back the dimness that edged in from the window. Beyond the glass, snowflakes tapped and slid, leaving brief wet trails that chilled and then vanished. Elaine set her thermos on its coaster and placed her laptop where it usually sat. But before she opened it, something at the edge of her vision tugged her attention to the bookcase. Several volumes were missing from their previous positions. There were gaps now in the neat, crowded rows, like teeth taken out of a long-set jaw. On the desk itself, near the blotter, lay 3 thick books she was certain she had not taken down. Old histories of the town and county, their cloth covers faded to dusty blues and browns. Their spines were cracked, their pages thick and softly yellowed. Each volume lay open to a specific section, a thin strip of cream-colored paper marking the exact page as if someone had placed them there for her. The bookmarks were cut with precise edges, the corners aligned perfectly with the margins. It was a level of order that did not belong to a hurried visitor. Elaine remained still for a moment, listening. The radiator ticked gently, heat moving through its coils in an audible rhythm. The snow's muted percussion continued at the window. Nothing else betrayed any recent movement. She approached the desk slowly, like someone walking up to a stranger who had been sitting in their seat. The nearest book was open to a chapter about industrial accidents in the region, its paragraphs dense with dates and names. The second focused on the history of local churches. The third contained a compilation of contemporary newspaper accounts of the mill fire she had begun to write about. She did not remember taking any of them down from the shelf. Last night, she had left the room in careful order. Laptop closed. Mug washed in the small sink down the hall. Chair pushed in. Books upright and snug on their shelves. She was confident in that memory. Years of teaching had trained her to check her surroundings before leaving a space, making sure she had not left a stack of essays or a grade book behind. Now, though, here they were, prepared, open, waiting. Elaine rested her fingertips lightly on the edge of the closest volume. She could feel the slight roughness of the paper. The margins were filled with annotations in a strict, slanted hand, the ink faded but still legible. Someone had engaged in a long conversation with the text, and perhaps with the author, many years before. Her eyes moved along the side of the page. Beside one passage that described the mill fire as a tragic but perhaps inevitable result of rapid industrial expansion, a comment in the margin read, "Vague. Specify conditions." Another sentence spoke of panic-stricken citizens, and next to it, in the same tight hand, someone had added, "Evidence overly dramatic." In the second book, on the church history, she found a description of the bells being wildly rung in alarm. A note beside it, sharp in tone despite the years, said simply, "Unsubstantiated claim." The words were not addressed to her, and yet she felt the sting of them as if they were. Unsubstantiated claim. Overly dramatic. Vague. They were the kind of critiques she had seen on student papers, the kind she had written herself when she had grown impatient, though she had tried to temper her language. Here, there was no softening. The judgments stood in the margins like small, upright verdicts. On the third book, near the back, she found annotations that grew even more severe. Sentimental, one read, next to a passage in which an author imagined the inner thoughts of a survivor. Speculation masquerading as fact, said another. The handwriting did not waver. Whoever had written these notes had believed completely in the rightness of their corrections. Elaine straightened slowly, letting her hand fall back to her side. The faint smell of ink and chalk seemed to draw closer, like someone leaning in without stepping fully into the light. A thought came to her with quiet clarity. Whatever shared this space with her was not trying to frighten her away. If it had wanted that, it could have chosen other methods. Slamming doors, flickering lights, cold gusts at the back of her neck. Instead, it had rearranged the books, opened them to specific pages, and left its old, exacting opinions where she could see them. It was not hunting her. It was examining her. The realization did not bring the kind of fear she might have expected when she imagined haunted rooms as a younger woman. There was no sense here of malice in the dark, no looming shadow waiting to strike. There was, however, a steady, evaluating gaze she could almost feel on the back of her head as she considered the evidence. Like the sensation of being watched while writing on the board by a student who actually cared whether she got the details right. She thought of the paragraph that had changed itself the night before, how the metaphor had disappeared and the times had been inserted, along with that faint set of initials on the printed page. Whoever or whatever this was, it had very strong opinions about what belonged on the line between story and record. Elaine let out a slow breath and moved around to the side of the desk, drawing the nearest volume fully toward her. The radiator ticked again, a small domestic sound. Outside, the snow fell a little more heavily, blurring the view of the parking lot lights into soft halos. The room's lamp cast its warm circle over the text, leaving the corners of the office in a gentle shadow. She read more of the marginalia. Some comments were harsh. Others were almost dryly amused. Redundant, one note said. Author enamored of own phrasing. The criticism was sharp, but there was an odd familiarity in it. It sounded like remarks she might have made internally in her stricter moments, the ones she would never have written so bluntly on a student's paper, but perhaps had thought. The only truly unsettling part of all this was how calm it felt. There was no sense of intrusion, no sudden jump in her pulse. The corrections were simply there, the way a red slash might appear on a test, matter of fact and unquestioned. Elaine closed the first book softly, her fingers resting for a moment on the cover before she moved to the second. She did not slam anything. There was no point in making noise. She was not scolding a child. She was sharing a table with a presence that seemed to believe that the dead deserved precision, even in the accounts written long after their passing. When she went to close the third book, the one with the newspaper accounts, she noticed a small rectangle of paper tucked between the pages about halfway through. It had been hidden from view beneath the curve of the spine until she lifted the cover. She slipped it free and held it up to the light. It was a narrow strip, neatly cut, the edges straight. On it, in the same tight slanted script as the marginal notes, someone had written just 3 words and a short sentence. Use this. You owe them the truth. Elaine read the line twice, then a third time, the words settling into her like a stone gently placed in water. There was no threat in them, only insistence. The them could have meant the people who had lived through the fire, the town that had built itself around its scars, or perhaps, in some distant, troubled way, the past itself. She set the note down beside her laptop and looked around the room. The radiator ticked. The snow tapped. The lamp hummed softly. Nothing else moved. The peace of the office remained intact, yet now it held an extra layer, like an undercurrent beneath a calm surface. For a moment, she closed her eyes, letting the smell of old ink and chalk fill her lungs. Then she opened the laptop, laid one hand gently on the nearest book, and prepared to continue, acutely aware that she was no longer the only one participating in the work. It happened on a night when she should already have been home. The day had stretched longer than usual, errands multiplying in small, inconvenient ways. By the time Elaine reached the campus, the sky had surrendered fully to darkness. The lights in the parking lot cast pale pools over the cars, and the thin crust of old snow on the grass picked up a faint glow, like frost on old film. She hesitated for a moment beside her car, wondering if she should simply go home, make tea, and read someone else's book instead of her own hesitant lines. Habit, Or perhaps something quieter and more stubborn carried her forward. Inside, the building's stairwell felt emptier, the echo of her steps larger than before. On the third floor, the hallway had shifted from corridor to tunnel. Exit signs cast a dim red light at intervals, and most of the overhead fixtures had slipped into their overnight economy mode, offering just enough illumination to keep a person from walking into a wall. Closed office doors lined both sides, dark rectangles with brass nameplates that no one would read at this hour. Elaine's footsteps sank into the carpet with barely a sound. As she walked, she was aware of the particular hush that comes when human noise thins out and the quieter sounds emerge behind it. The soft hiss of heating through vents, the occasional creak of the building settling, the distant rattle of something metal that she could not place. It did not frighten her. It felt more like being in a library after closing, when the books themselves seemed to be catching their breath. Room 312 received her as it always did. The air held the familiar blend of paper and ink, and the radiator offered a steady, low warmth. Outside the high window, the night pressed closer than usual, the glass reflecting more of the interior than the world beyond. She turned on the desk lamp, and the room shrank into a comfortable circle of light, the rest of the office softening into shadow. She set down her bag, unscrewed the thermos, and poured chamomile into her mug. The steam rose into the lamplight, curling briefly before dissolving. She opened her laptop and pulled one of the old town histories closer, the one whose margins carried some of the sharpest comments. The bookmark still rested exactly where she had left it, a thin tongue of paper pointing at the section on the mill fire. Tonight, her purpose was not to add new material, but to revisit what she had already written. The paragraph that had changed itself still sat in her document, cooler and more exact than her original attempt. It was now supported by the parish records she had checked that afternoon at the library, almost as if the inserted times had nudged her toward the right shelf. She could not deny that the details were useful. Still, she wanted to reclaim a little of the feeling she had lost when the metaphor vanished. She scrolled up and found a passage that described the town's reaction in the days after the fire. In her first draft, she had allowed herself to imagine the faces of the families who had lost someone, the way they might have stood in the churchyard or at kitchen tables, passing news back and forth in low voices. The new version, the one that now lived on the screen, referred instead to funeral arrangements recorded in the local paper and the number of obituaries published that week. It was not wrong, but it felt thinner. She placed her fingers on the keys, feeling the familiar stiffness in the joints of her hands, and began to rewrite, line by line. She tried to balance what she now knew to be verifiable with impressions that had come from family stories, from the way grief moved through a small town. Each time she leaned a sentence toward something a little more evocative, she paused, waiting to see if anything would happen. For a while, nothing did. Time moved quietly. The building continued its subtle chorus. Radiator ticks, distant vents, the occasional pop in the old frame of the window. Her tea cooled unnoticed. The cursor blinked, obedient and patient. Elaine leaned closer to the screen, lips moving as she whispered phrases to herself, listening for the right cadence. It was when she reached for a particular line, one she had liked from an earlier draft and had cut under the first wave of corrections, that the air in the room seemed to shift. She typed slowly. For weeks afterward, the town walked a little more softly, as if afraid that any loud sound might call the fire back. She knew, even as her fingers finished the sentence, that it leaned toward the poetic more than the proven. There were no records that could confirm how softly people walked, but there had been something true in it, the first time she had written it, and she wanted to test the boundary. She wanted to see how far the invisible standards in this room would allow her to stretch. As the final period appeared, a faint sound reached her from somewhere beyond the closed door. It was not the clunk of pipes or the rattle of vents. It had a human rhythm, a low murmur, rising and falling in measured cadence, like someone rehearsing a lecture in another room with the door nearly shut. The words themselves were not clear. They came through the walls, blurred and distant. Yet the pattern was unmistakable. Statement, elaboration, corrective clause. The exact tempo of an experienced professor, explaining, qualifying, tightening a point until it fit within the boundaries of evidence. Elaine's fingers hovered above the keys. The light over the desk seemed to cool by a degree. The warm yellow of the lamp edged with a faint, almost imperceptible frostiness. Her skin prickled along her forearms, not with the wild jolt of sudden fear, but with the focused awareness that comes when a teacher realizes that someone is watching them solve a problem on the board. She stayed very still. The murmur continued, steady and patient. A phrase rose just enough above the rest for her to catch the shape of it. Something that sounded like, "You cannot say that," followed by a string of words she could not make out. Her heart tapped a little faster against her ribs. On impulse, she decided to push. With deliberate care, she moved the cursor to a new line and typed a sentence that she knew would not pass any reasonable test of accuracy. People said that for years no one dared to laugh on the streets, she wrote, that even children whispered their games, as if joy itself were an insult to the dead. It was not supported by any source. It was a pure invention, a dramatic image masquerading as community memory. It was the kind of line that had earned the word sentimental in the margin of the books on her desk. She finished the period and then took her hands away from the keyboard entirely, folding them in her lap. The room seemed to tighten around her. The air did not move, but something about its weight changed. The murmur from beyond the walls paused, then resumed at a lower pitch, as if someone had leaned in closer. On the screen, the cursor blinked at the end of the sentence. Once, twice, 3 times. Then, very slowly, the final word began to vanish. Not all at once, as if she had hit delete, but letter by letter, as though someone were meticulously backspacing. The D in dead disappeared, leaving Dia. Then the A, then the E. The process continued up the line, each letter winking out of existence in the reverse order of its arrival, until the entire sentence had been erased and the cursor sat again at the beginning of a blank line. Elaine watched the erasure with a kind of quiet fascination that surprised her. Her mind registered the strangeness, the impossibility of what she was seeing, but her body did not respond with the panic that might have seized her in a different kind of story. Her breath stayed slow. Her hands remained in her lap, fingers loosely curled. "That was not very kind," she said softly, her voice barely above the volume of the murmur outside. She was not entirely sure whether she was addressing the unseen editor or herself. The words carried neither accusation nor fear. They were simply an observation, offered into the air. For a heartbeat, the murmur stopped. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of attention. She could feel it, like the sensation of walking into a room and knowing immediately that a conversation had just changed because of her presence. Then the voice resumed, lower and more indistinct. The rhythm shifted subtly. It no longer sounded purely like correction. There was something in it that might have been resistance, or perhaps uncertainty. The line between the living mind and the dead one, if that was indeed what she was hearing, blurred further. She turned back to the previous paragraph, the one about the town walking more softly. That sentence remained untouched. The screen displayed it without comment, the words intact. The invisible hand had chosen its battle. Elaine revised the erased line into something more restrained, drawing only on what she could support. She wrote instead of the documented funerals and the quiet attendance at church, of the number of notices in the paper, of the way the town's social calendar emptied for a month. It was still sad. It was still human. It did not claim to know how loudly children played. When she was satisfied enough to leave it for now, she saved the document and closed the laptop. The murmur beyond the walls had faded into the general background of the building's sounds. Or perhaps it had ceased. She could no longer be sure. She gathered her things slowly, feeling the mild fatigue that comes not only from work, but from sustained negotiation. On the desk, the nearest of the annotated books waited with its familiar slanted handwriting. She opened her notebook to copy down the revised passage by hand, wanting a physical version she could take home, something that did not depend on electricity or hidden processes. Her pen moved across the page, the words she had typed reappearing in ink. As she wrote, a small disquiet brushed the edge of her awareness. It took her several lines to understand what it was. The letters were not sitting on the lines the way they usually did. Her own handwriting, developed over years of grading and note-taking, had always been neat, but slightly rounded, the letters leaning only a little, like people standing in light wind. Now, as the sentences took shape on the paper, she saw that the slant had sharpened. The stems of her T's and L's angled more decisively to the right. The loops of her G's had tightened. The script looked narrower, more disciplined, closer in character to the marginalia that marched along the pages of the old histories. She stopped and studied a word in the middle of a line. It could have been her own, on a day when she was particularly focused, but it felt like an echo of another hand layered over hers. The influence had moved beyond the screen, beyond the rearranged paragraphs. It had reached her muscles, her habits, the unconscious way her fingers shaped meaning on the page. Elaine closed the notebook gently, as if careful not to disturb whatever had settled there. She slid the pen into the spiral binding and sat for a moment, with her palms resting lightly on the cover, listening to the quiet room. The hallway outside was still a tunnel of dim exit signs and shadowed doors, but she no longer felt alone in the work she was doing. Whether that realization comforted her or not, she had not yet decided. Elaine decided, one clear afternoon, that if she was going to share a room with a ghost, she should learn who he had been before he became one. The campus looked different in daylight. The same buildings that at night seemed to lean inward, keeping their secrets close, now stood plainly against a pale blue sky. Their brick and stone surfaces softened by winter sun. Students crossed the quad in twos and threes, their conversations drifting like small currents of sound that reached her in fragments and then dissolved. She walked more slowly than they did, her boots crunching lightly over patches of old snow that clung to the shaded edges of the paths. The archives were housed in a wing of the library that felt newer than the building where room 312 sat, though it shared some of the same quiet. Large windows let in generous light, and the reading room was painted in a pale color that seemed designed to calm the eyes. Long tables stood in orderly rows, each equipped with a small lamp, though at this hour they sat unlit. The air was cool and very still, carrying a faint scent of cardboard, paper, and the kind of dust that settled only in places where things were kept and rarely disturbed. At the reference desk, a young woman with dark hair clipped neatly at the back of her head looked up from a computer screen. Her name tag read, Gina Archives. She had the attentive expression of someone used to being approached by people who were not entirely sure what they were looking for. "May I help you?" she asked, her voice low enough to respect the quiet of the room. Elaine smoothed the strap of her bag over her shoulder, feeling a small flare of self-consciousness at the thought of saying the next words aloud. "I am interested in materials related to Professor Ezra Blackwood. Correspondence, personal notes, anything you might have. I am using his old office in the history building." Something flickered across Gina's face, a brief combination of recognition and caution. She tapped a few keys, scanning the screen. "We have a modest collection," she said after a moment. "Mostly letters, some lecture notes, a few drafts of articles. Nothing that has been fully processed. It is in a small box in special collections. You are welcome to look through it here." She hesitated, then added, "He was brilliant. Everyone says so. But intense. The kind of intense that makes people lower their voices when they talk about him, even years later." The description fit what Elaine had already begun to feel in room 312. She nodded. "That sounds consistent with the marginal notes," she said quietly. Gina offered a faint, sympathetic smile. "I will bring the box," she said. "It is not large. That may be a mercy." Elaine chose a table near one of the windows, where daylight pooled in a comfortable rectangle across the wood. The view looked out over a stand of leafless trees and the roof of another building. The scene was unremarkable in the best possible way. No shadows clung to corners here. No strange drafts whispered along the floor. It was the opposite of a horror setting, which made it feel like exactly the right place to meet the earlier version of the man whose presence she felt elsewhere. When Gina returned, she carried a gray archival box about the size of a large shoebox. A neat label on the side read, Blackwood, Ezra, Correspondence, and Notes. She placed it carefully on the table, along with a pair of thin white gloves. "Please handle the documents with these," she said. "There's a finding sheet on top that lists what we have. You will see that the collection is incomplete. Some materials were never donated, or never found." Her tone held no drama, only simple fact. Yet the idea of parts of a life scattered or withheld tugged at Elaine. "Thank you," Elaine said. "I will be careful." When the archivist had gone back to her desk, Elaine slipped on the gloves, the cotton soft against her fingers, and lifted the lid of the box. The interior was carefully ordered, even if the collection was modest. Manila folders lay in a row, labeled in neat print: early correspondence, mid-career, late, lecture notes, miscellaneous. She began with the earliest letters. The first folder held envelopes addressed in a younger hand than the one she had seen in the margins of the town histories. The ink was darker, the strokes a little less rigid, though already disciplined. Many of the letters were carbon copies of outgoing mail, preserved by a mind that believed strongly in documentation. They were addressed to editors, to mentors, to other scholars whose names Elaine recognized from her own years of reading. In one of the earliest letters, written when he was still a graduate student, Ezra Blackwood wrote about why he had chosen to focus on local tragedies rather than grand battles. Elaine read the words slowly, hearing the urgency under their formality. "I am troubled," he wrote, "by accounts that reduce genuine human disaster to colorful anecdote. Popular histories are too fond of turning tragedies into bedtime stories. They smooth the edges, round off the cruelty, and send the reader to sleep with the comforting lie that everything was inevitable, and, in the end, perhaps for the best. I do not wish to contribute to that illusion. If the dead are to be spoken of at all, they must be given the respect of accuracy." Elaine felt something in her chest respond to that passage. The tone was harsh in places, but the impulse behind it was recognizably human. There was a kind of protective anger in it, aimed at the careless use of other people's suffering. She had felt a milder version of that anger herself, standing in front of teenagers who thought of past wars as multiple-choice questions rather than lived pain. Another early letter was to a classmate who had asked why he did not want to write for a broader audience. "I am not opposed to clarity," he wrote. "Clarity is mercy. But I am opposed to comforting lies. The past is not a parable written to make us feel better. It is a record of what people endured. To honor them is to refuse to blur the record for the sake of narrative." The words struck Elaine with their mixture of severity and care. She thought of her own lessons, the times she had decided, under pressure from the curriculum and the clock, to give the basics and move on. She had always told herself that she did what she could within the constraints. Yet reading Ezra's insistence on precision, she felt the old question rise again. How much had she simplified away? The letters did not show a monster, not yet. They revealed an earnest young man who believed that truth was a kind of shelter he could build for the dead, if only he constructed it properly. He cared, perhaps too fiercely, about the people behind the dates. Elaine read on, the daylight shifting slowly across the table as the afternoon advanced. In one letter, Ezra described visiting a small town to look at original parish records. He had stayed in a boarding house and spent his days in a musty church office, copying by hand the names and dates from a century-old register. "I felt," he wrote, "that I was rescuing them from the shallow summary of the survey volumes. Each name in that book represented a life that had been flattened into a line in someone else's statistics. I cannot bear to think of them only as numbers in a chart. I want their names to stand plainly where others can see them. That is the least we owe them." The phrase, "the least we owe them," echoed the note that had appeared in the book in room 312. "Use this. You owe them the truth." The continuity made Elaine shiver faintly, though the room around her remained as calm and bright as it had been when she arrived. The horror, she thought, if there was horror here, lay not in shadows or sudden movements, but in the way good intentions could harden until they cut. Still, for now, what she mostly felt was something like kinship. She had not gone as far as he had, but she knew the pressure to get it right, the worry that one might trivialize someone's suffering by telling it too simply, the knowledge that teenagers' attention spans were short and the material was long. She had often made choices based on what would keep her students awake, what would reach them at all, even if it meant leaving out parts that did not fit the lesson plan. Here, in these early letters, Ezra seemed to be standing at an earlier fork in that path. Choosing with all his strength to stay on the strict side, she moved one of the letters slightly and noticed another page half covered beneath it. The envelope bore a date from his first year of teaching, addressed to a colleague at another institution. The tone of the opening was less formal than the others, shaped more like that of someone thinking aloud to a trusted friend. I find myself thinking often of my own secondary schooling, he wrote. There was one teacher in particular who told stories in such a way that the past felt safe but blurred. She had a gift for narrative. The classroom would grow very quiet when she spoke. For many of my classmates, it was the only time history ever felt real. Yet I look back and see how much was glossed over, how many edges were smoothed for the sake of comfort. I fear that such teaching, however well meant, prepares students to accept pleasant distortions later in life. Elaine's eyes paused on the line about the classroom growing very quiet. She saw, unbidden, her own students leaning forward when she described an event not as a list of points to remember, but as a scene, a room, a person. The description of the teacher in his letter could have been a portrait of her, in another place, another time. She felt suddenly as if someone had placed a mirror on the table, angled so that she could see herself from a distance. The letter did not name the teacher, and the school mentioned in the header was in another state entirely. The surname, when she read it, was different from hers. There was no literal overlap. Yet the way he wrote about that early influence, the mixture of admiration and unease, sounded eerily like the way she sometimes thought of her own career when she lay awake at night. Elaine let the page rest under her gloved hands for a moment, feeling the faint rasp of the cotton between skin and paper. In the bright, calm quiet of the archives, she understood with a small ache that the line she was now walking with Ezra's ghost had begun long before either of them had stepped into room 312. The shift, when it came, was not sudden, but Elaine could feel it like a change in weather as she moved deeper into the box. The early letters spoke of duty and respect. The middle years, filed under mid-career, carried that same vocabulary, but something in the temperature of the language had altered. The ink looked no darker on the page, the handwriting no more severe, yet the sentences had sharpened in a way that made her skin prickle. In one letter to a journal editor, Ezra wrote, "I worry that we have grown indulgent toward error. I see colleagues who smooth over inconvenient facts for narrative ease. Such people are, in effect, traitors to the dead. They prefer the comfort of their readers to the dignity of those whose lives they claim to describe." Elaine read the phrase "traitors to the dead" twice. It was a heavy accusation, flung not at people who deliberately falsified evidence, but at those who chose simplicity over complexity. There was no allowance in the sentence for fatigue, for the limits of a curriculum, for the practical need to choose which details to keep and which to let go. The past, in his view, demanded total loyalty. Another letter, this one to a fellow professor, carried a complaint about students that made her stomach tighten in recognition and discomfort. "They do not want to read sources," he wrote. "They want a story. They ask for summaries, for the gist. When I insist on documents, their eyes glaze. They are lazy sentimentalists, eager to be moved, but unwilling to do the work of knowing why they are moved. I fear for the future of the discipline if such people are permitted to become teachers themselves. Elaine could hear an echo of many faculty lounge conversations in that bitterness. She herself had once sat with colleagues, sipping coffee from institutional mugs, lamenting that students no longer read as deeply as they used to, that attention spans seemed to shrink with each passing year. She had said gentler things, perhaps, but the impulse to complain had been there. The difference was that Ezra did not seem to be venting to release tension. He appeared to be building a case, brick by brick, against nearly everyone around him. In another letter, he devoted 3 paragraphs to a tiny error in a published article, a misquoted date in a footnote that no casual reader would have noticed. The mistake involved the year of a minor ordinance passed by a small town council. Ezra treated it like a moral failing. If one cannot be trusted with such a small point, he wrote, how can one be trusted with anything larger? A wrong page number is not a simple oversight. It is a crack in the structure of truth. Through such cracks seep all the distortions that eventually flood the field. Elaine imagined him in room 312 in those years, pacing between the desk and the shelves, muttering corrections under his breath, his fingers stained with ink from annotating other people's work late into the night. The image unsettled her, but it also tugged at something more tender. There was a loneliness in that imagined pacing, a man arguing with pages because the people who had written them were far away, or already gone. She turned to a folder labeled Reviews and Professional Correspondence and found the piece that, according to Gina's note, had marked a turning point. It was a typescript of a book review, with Ezra's notes in the margins. The book in question was a popular history volume written by a junior scholar whose name Elaine did not recognize. The original draft of the review was already harsh, accusing the author of shaping the past into an accessible fable and substituting mood for evidence. The language cut with the precision of someone who knew exactly where to place the blade. In the margin, next to one particularly scathing sentence, Ezra had written in his own hand, "Too soft." The sentence read, "The author's carelessness does a disservice to the subject." Across the line, he had drawn a thin slash and replaced it with a stronger phrase, "The author's carelessness commits a betrayal of the subject." Elaine leafed through the subsequent letters. There were replies from colleagues who had read the review, some praising his honesty, others cautioning that he had gone too far. There was a brief note from an editor acknowledging that the review had generated significant controversy, and that the author of the book was devastated and professionally imperiled. One letter, written months later to an old mentor, carried a tone that felt both triumphant and haunted. "I have heard," Ezra wrote, "that the young man will not receive tenure. I take no pleasure in this, yet I cannot regret having told the truth. If the cost of preserving the integrity of our field is the career of one who would turn history into comfort, it is a cost that must be paid. The dead have no defenders but us." Elaine sat back, the gloves whispering softly as she folded her hands. The phrase, "the dead have no defenders but us," was earnest, maybe even noble, if one looked at it from a certain angle. But paired with the knowledge that his words had helped end a career, it took on a different color. The past had become a cause for which any sacrifice, including the living, could be justified. From that point in the correspondence, the tone of the letters shifted further. The space between sentences seemed tighter, the margins more crowded with corrections, as though even his own drafts could not escape his scrutiny. He wrote about colleagues as if they were enemies on a battlefield, referring to them as apologists for ignorance and custodians of comforting myths. He complained that conference panels were full of performance masquerading as scholarship, by which he seemed to mean any presentation that attempted to engage a wider audience. In one letter, he described his students almost entirely in terms of their failings. "They want narrative arcs," he wrote. "They want to feel the rise and fall, the catharsis. They ask me whether there were heroes. They ask me whom they should side with. They are not interested in living with unresolved facts. They want conclusions that tidy the past into lessons. I do not know how to teach such people without lying." There was, in that despair, a kind of trapped sincerity that Elaine could not dismiss, even as she recoiled from his language. He had become locked inside a narrow definition of honesty that allowed no softness, no partial views, no admissions of human limitation. Passion, once directed toward honoring the dead, had become a cage he rattled from the inside, lashing out at anyone who did not accept its bars. She found, near the back of the folder, a letter that stood apart from the others in its tone. It was addressed not to a colleague or editor, but to himself. The addressee line was blank. The salutation read only, "To record what cannot be spoken." The handwriting on this page was slightly more uneven, as if written when tired or agitated. The sentences did not march as neatly. He wrote of nights spent awake in his house, listening to the creak of old wood and the distant sounds of the town. "I find that I can no longer rest," he confessed. "When I lie down, dates rise before my eyes like numbers on courtroom walls. I see errors in print that I cannot unsee. I hear the past knocking at the walls of my mind, demanding corrections. When I close my eyes, I picture footnotes I did not write. I wonder what misstatements are being spoken in rooms where I am not present, what lies are being told for the sake of closure. Sleep feels like complicity." Elaine read that last line twice. Sleep feels like complicity. The words settled over her like a thin, cold cloth. In that phrase, the cruelty of his reviews and his scorn for sentimentalists took on a different dimension. They were not only expressions of disdain, they were also the desperate strategies of someone who had convinced himself that to rest was to betray the very people he believed he was defending. Her own nights came back to her with unwelcome clarity. The hours spent listening to the refrigerator and the wind, turning over in her mind the lessons she had simplified, the messy stories she had trimmed down, the students she had failed to reach. She had never used the language of betrayal for her own choices, but the unease had been there. Reading his confession, she felt a fragile thread connecting his insomnia to hers, stretched across years and very different lives. She turned the page carefully, half expecting more. There were only a few lines at the bottom, the handwriting growing smaller and tighter, as if he had been running out of space or breath. "If I sleep," he wrote, "errors multiply in my absence. If I do not sleep, I feel myself fraying. I do not know which failing the dead would forgive less." Elaine closed the letter gently and rested her gloved hands on top of it, her chest heavy with a sadness that did not excuse his harshness, but made it harder to look away from its root. Passion, she thought, can become a prison if it is never allowed to bend. What had begun as a vow to honor others had narrowed until it could admit almost nothing human, not even his own need to rest. In the bright calm of the archives, surrounded by orderly shelves and quiet air, She realized that the haunting in room 312 was not simply the presence of a strict scholar. It was the lingering echo of a mind that had tried to bear more than any one person could carry without breaking. Elaine waited until a day when the sky felt reasonably kind to seek out Marcus Hill. It was late morning, the campus caught in that quiet between classes, when hallways were briefly empty and the air outside held a cool, watery light. She had called ahead, and Marcus had suggested they meet in his office. The history building looked less imposing by day, its bricks softened by years and weather. But as she climbed the stairs, she could not help glancing toward the corridor that led to room 312. She kept walking past it, turning instead toward the newer wing where faculty offices had larger windows and more forgiving fluorescent lights. Marcus's office door was half open. A rectangle of mellow lamplight spilled into the hall, and from within came the gentle clink of a mug being set down. She tapped lightly on the frame. "Dr. Hill," she said. "Please come in," a voice replied, warm and a little tired. The man who rose to greet her was in his 50s, with graying hair that seemed to have made only a half-hearted effort to be combed. His shirt was slightly wrinkled under a well-worn cardigan, and the knot of his tie sat a little off-center. The impression he gave was of someone who had meant to be formal and then lost interest halfway through. His eyes, however, were sharp and kind, taking her in with a quick, appraising glance that did not feel intrusive. "Elaine Carter," he said. "Lena told me you had been borrowing our haunted office." He extended a hand. "Marcus Hill. Please, sit." The office was small but lived in, with books stacked not only on shelves, but also in small, precarious towers on the floor. A large map of the region hung on one wall, corners curling slightly, dotted with pins in various faded colors. On the desk, amid papers and a modest computer monitor, stood 2 mugs. He gestured toward one. "I hope you drink coffee," he said. "If not, I'm afraid the tea in this building could be used to clean engine parts." "Coffee is fine," Elaine replied, taking the offered mug. The ceramic was warm against her palms. She sat in the chair opposite his desk, feeling the springs complain softly under her weight. For a moment, they exchanged the usual small talk. The weather, the current state of enrollment, the endless adjustments to syllabi that seemed to come with every new administrative directive. Then Marcus leaned back, cradling his own mug, and tilted his head slightly. "So," he said, "you wanted to talk about Ezra." The name settled between them with a weight that did not feel entirely comfortable or entirely unwelcome. "I have been using his old office," Elaine said. "Room 312. I am working on a local history project. There have been..." She searched for a word that would not sound hysterical. "Oddities. In the room, in the work itself. I thought it would help to know more about him as a person." Marcus nodded slowly, as if this request, in this context, made more sense to him than she might have expected. "I studied under him," he said. "A long time ago now. I suppose you could say I am one of the survivors." There was humor in his tone, but it was not cruel. It felt more like the kind of joke soldiers might make about boot camp after the fact, half fond and half wary. "What was he like?" Elaine asked. Marcus considered for a moment, eyes drifting to the map on the wall as though consulting terrain. "He was brilliant," he said finally. "Everyone agrees on that. He could bring a battlefield or a factory floor to life in a way that made you forget you were in a plastic chair under bad lighting. He would walk you through a day in the life of someone whose name never made it into any official record. You could almost smell the mud, the smoke, the oil on the tools. He made you feel that if you misremembered a single detail, you were doing that person an injustice. Elaine felt a prickle of recognition. The best parts of her own teaching had tried for something similar without the same relentless demand. But, Marcus continued, there was the other side, the red ink. He set his mug down, fingers lingering on the handle. On the desk before him lay a stack of undergraduate essays marked with neat comments in blue. She imagined, superimposed over them, a different color. He had a way of commenting on student work that could flatten a person, Marcus said. You brought him something you had labored over, something you had maybe stayed up all night writing, and it came back bleeding. Entire paragraphs crossed out. Words like sloppy and irrelevant scrawled in the margins. If you used an adjective he thought was unwarranted, he would circle it and write, "Prove it." If you tried to connect the material to your own experience, he would ask, "Who cares about you? Where is your source?" Elaine winced slightly, even though the criticisms were not aimed at her. She could picture a younger version of Marcus, handing over a paper with hope and receiving it back with that kind of judgment. Some of us took it as a challenge, Marcus said. We were stubborn or desperate enough to hang on. We improved. Our citations became small works of art. Our sentences straightened their posture, but others. I watched students who came in loving history leave hating it, or hating themselves for not being what he wanted. He fell quiet for a moment, gaze dropping to the surface of the desk. Elaine noticed a small, worn patch in the wood near his right hand, as if someone had tapped there repeatedly over years of talking. In his best lectures, Marcus said, you could see the man he might have been if he had found a way to be kinder to himself. He cared so much. Too much, perhaps. He could not bear the thought of simplifying. The past was sacred to him. The problem was that almost no one could live up to the standard he set, including himself. Elaine thought of the letters she had read in the archives, the way his phrases had grown sharper over time, the confession of sleeplessness, of hearing the past knocking at the walls of his mind. A cage built out of principle was still a cage. What happened to him? She asked softly. In the end, Marcus's mouth curved into a small, sad smile. He kept teaching until the department finally insisted he retire, he said, not because his scholarship had declined. If anything, it had become more precise. But his manner with students had grown unsustainable. Complaints accumulated. There was one particularly bad incident with a graduate student's thesis defense. After that, they moved him to emeritus status and gave him less direct contact with students. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a thin folder, not unlike those in the archival box, but newer. From it, he took a photocopied page and slid it across the desk. These are notes from his final semester, he said. I kept a copy because I did not quite know what to make of them. The page contained excerpts from student essays, phrases underlined not in red, but in a pale, tentative graphite. In the margins, instead of the brutal assessments she had been expecting, someone had written softer comments in pencil. Beside a clumsy attempt at an interpretive paragraph, the note read, promising thought, needs support. Next to a sentence that leaned heavily on emotion, the comment said, you are reaching for something honest here. Try anchoring it with an example. Only occasionally did the old sharpness show through, restrained, unclear, rewrite. Even there, the absence of words like lazy or sentimental was noticeable. He took old papers out of his files, Marcus said, sometimes from years before. He would sit in his office with stacks of them on his lap. I would pass by and see him reading, red ink already there from the past, and then he would pick up a pencil and add something new, as if he were arguing with his earlier self, or apologizing. The students were long gone. They would never see those softer comments, but he wrote them anyway. The image struck Elaine with quiet force. A man alone in a room, revisiting his own harsh judgments, trying to overlay them with something more humane, long after it could change anything tangible. It suggested a kind of regret that had nowhere to go. In his last months, Marcus continued, he stopped coming to campus as often. When he did, he seemed thinner, not physically only, as if some piece of him had been ground down. He still corrected published work with vigor. He still complained about popularizers, but there were moments when he looked tired in a way I had not seen before. He looked out the window above his desk, where bare branches traced lines against the light. He died at home, Marcus said quietly. In his sleep, they told us. The neighbor who found him said he must have been talking in the night. The phrase he heard, or thought he heard, just before the house went quiet was, "Someone needs to keep watch when I am gone." Elaine felt the words settle over her like a very light weight, hardly anything at all, and yet impossible to ignore. Someone needs to keep watch. It fit everything she had read. The man who believed that sleep was complicity would need to convince himself that someone would continue his vigilance if he allowed himself to stop. She thought of the note in the book. Use this. You owe them the truth. Of the initials pressed into the page. Of the corrections that appeared without rage, but with unwavering insistence. The haunting, she realized, was not merely territorial. It was vocational. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. The small office seemed to contract around the silence, the hum of the building's heating system, filling in the space where their voices had been. Marcus sipped his coffee, now lukewarm, without grimacing. "I do not think he wanted to be cruel," Marcus said at last. "Not at the end. I think he had built himself into a corner and did not know how to walk back out without feeling that he had betrayed everything he had stood for. So he kept standing there, even as the ground shifted under him. There was tenderness in the observation and something like a warning." Elaine set her mug down carefully, aligning it with a faint ring on the desk where another cup had once sat. "Thank you," she said. "This helps. It does not make the room feel less strange, but it contextualizes it." Marcus smiled, the expression creasing the corners of his eyes. "Historians do like context," he said. "It is our version of comfort." She rose, smoothing the front of her coat, and he stood as well. They exchanged the small, polite words that people do at the end of conversations. "Thank you, of course, any time." Elaine turned toward the door, her hand closing around the knob. As she began to open it, Marcus spoke again, his tone lighter. "By the way," he said, "you are not working in 312, are you? I should have asked that at the beginning." Elaine glanced back at him. "Yes," she said. "That is the room Lena arranged for me." For a heartbeat, his expression shifted, the humor faded, replaced by something more serious, almost troubled. He hesitated, as if debating whether to say what had come into his mind. "Just he began, then stopped, searching for words that would not sound foolish. Just do not let it make you forget you are a person. The statement was simple, almost absurd on the surface. Yet the way he said it, quietly, without a smile, gave it weight. He was not talking about ghosts now, she realized. He was talking about the particular gravity of that room, of the standards that had once lived there and were not entirely gone. Elaine nodded slowly. "I will try to remember," she said. As she stepped back into the hallway, closing the door behind her, it was that last sentence, more than the story of the penciled apologies or the final murmured words, that stayed with her. Do not let it make you forget you are a person. Liu. The phrase walked beside her all the way down the stairs and into the cold air. Where the wind carried the faintest echo of bells, no one was ringing. Elaine chose a quiet evening for the first full reading. The day had been uneventful in the best possible way. No appointments, no errands that demanded more than a few minutes of effort. By late afternoon, the light outside had faded into a soft gray, and a thin veil of cloud turned the early dusk into something gentle rather than oppressive. She printed the chapter in room 312, watched the pages stacked neatly in the tray, then slipped them into a manila envelope as if they were something fragile that might bruise. At home, she moved through her familiar ritual, coat on the hook, shoes aligned beside the door. A brief pause in the doorway of the living room to click on the small lamp. Its warm circle bloomed over the end of the couch and the coffee table, pushing the corners of the room into a kind of comfortable dusk. The television stayed dark. Tonight she wanted a different kind of company. She filled the kettle and listened to its low murmur as it heated. The house seemed to lean in around the sound, attentive but undemanding. When the water boiled, she poured it carefully over the chamomile, watching the steam rise in lazy curls and catch the lamplight. The scent was mild and familiar, a quiet anchor. She settled on the couch with the mug within reach and the envelope on her lap. For a moment, she simply held it there, feeling the slight weight of the pages. The chapter represented many evenings of work, of negotiation with the presence in room 312, of compromises and small victories. She had decided that tonight she would read it not as the writer, endlessly revising, but as a reader who had stumbled upon a book about her own town. Elaine slid the pages out and straightened them on the table. The title she had chosen sat at the top in a plain, unembellished font. Fire in the Mill Town, a history of one night and its long shadow. The words felt a little formal, but she had not found anything better yet. And titles, she reminded herself, could always change. She began to read. At first, the experience comforted her. The opening paragraphs carried the tone she recognized as her own on a good day. They described the river at the edge of town, the way the mill buildings had once loomed over it like stern guardians, the habits of the workers who had crossed its bridges in the early mornings and late evenings. The sentences were clear without being cold. They moved at a pace that felt natural to her, neither hurried nor indulgent. She turned the first page and continued. The account of the fire's beginning, drawn from parish records and newspaper reports, was precise, but it still allowed space for the uncertainty of witnesses. She had written, she saw, that no one could say with complete confidence whether the first flicker of light came from a dropped lantern or a hidden spark in the wiring. She liked that line. It admitted doubt without surrendering to it. A small warmth unfolded in her chest. For a few minutes, she let herself feel something like pride. The facts were solid. The narrative held together. The work did not embarrass her. This was more than she had been able to say about many things she had graded over the years. It was only as she moved deeper into the chapter, toward the sections that had been revised and corrected and smoothed over multiple evenings, that a different sensation began to creep in. The sentences grew longer. At first it was subtle, a matter of one extra clause, then another, then a third, until a single line carried half a page. The rhythm became less like someone speaking beside her on the couch, and more like someone at the front of a lecture hall, pacing slowly, unspooling thoughts in carefully balanced constructions that left little room for interruption. She noticed, with a faint frown, that emotional words had been pushed toward the edges. Where she remembered writing frightened families gathered in doorways, she now read, households emerged to observe the progress of the blaze. The change was not wrong. It simply felt more remote. The prose that had once invited the reader into a scene now seemed to hold them at a measured distance, providing commentary rather than companionship. Elaine turned another page and found a paragraph that began with a question. What, then, did this event mean for the town's future? The next lines marched through economic statistics, demographic shifts, and infrastructure decisions. The analysis was sound. The connections were even elegant, but there was a tone in the phrasing that did not belong to her. A faint impatience with anything that did not serve the argument. Halfway down the page, she stopped. In the margin beside one of the paragraphs, a word had been written in blue ink. Her blue ink. The same pen she used for grocery lists and notes on envelopes. The handwriting was hers beyond any doubt. The small curve in the tail of the L, the way the letters leaned only slightly to the right. It said, sentimental, trim. Elaine stared at the note, then at the sentence it referred to. The line in question described the way people in town had spoken of the fire in later years, how they returned to it in times of difficulty as a story of survival. She had chosen the words carefully, not wanting to overstate. The comment in the margin treated it as an indulgence, something that needed to be cut back. She did not remember writing that judgment. Slowly, she scanned the rest of the page. More notes waited, small and neat, almost shy in their placement. Too vague, one said. Remove anecdote, said another, next to a description of a woman at the riverbank that she was almost certain had been supported by an oral history transcript. Irrelevant to main thesis, stood beside a sentence that tied the event to a change in church attendance patterns. The shock did not come in a rush. It seeped in like cold water finding its way into a shoe. She turned another page. The pattern continued. In her own hand, in the same ink, she had undermined her own attempts to let individual lives show through the weave of the narrative. Overly emotional, speculative, unnecessary detail. Each note struck with the familiarity of a voice she had heard before, but not from her own mouth. It sounded like Ezra, filtered through years and softened only slightly by her habits. The discovery carried with it a mild horror wrapped inside a deeper sadness. She had spent so long sharing a room with that strict presence that it had apparently learned to move her hand without her conscious permission. Elaine set the chapter down for a moment and curled her fingers around the mug, seeking warmth. The lamplight pooled quietly over the pages, leaving the rest of the room in a kind of gentle blur. In that cocoon of light, The neat blue criticisms felt very sharp. She thought of all the papers she had graded over the years, the times she had chosen encouraging phrases or asked questions instead of dismissing efforts outright. She had prided herself on balancing honesty with kindness. Now, here, in the margins of her own work, she had become something harsher, and she had done it without remembering the decision to be so. When she picked the chapter up again, she tried to read past the notes, to hear the underlying voice, but it had become harder to separate. The sentences themselves seemed to have absorbed the scolding. They leaned away from warmth, as if ashamed of it. She read on, driven now, less by pride and more by a quiet need to understand how far the influence had gone. Near the end of the chapter, between the concluding analysis and the final, reflective paragraph she thought she remembered composing, a section appeared that took her breath for a moment. It was a full paragraph, not especially long, but dense. It traced a connection between the timing of the mill fire and a series of petitions submitted to the town council in the following year, arguing that the disaster had accelerated a shift in labor regulations and funding allocations for public safety. It cited a specific collection of documents by name, complete with archive box and folder numbers, as neatly as any formal article. Elaine read it once with a kind of detached admiration. It was exactly the kind of paragraph an exacting historian would praise. Concise, well-supported, tightly reasoned. Then a realization moved through her with the certainty of a cold wind. She had not written it. The recognition did not rest on anything as simple as memory. It lived in the bones of her body, in the way she knew the texture of her own step on a stair. The phrasing did not belong to her. The priorities within the sentences did not reflect the way her mind usually arranged information. There was no hesitation anywhere in it, no trace of the small uncertainties that usually slipped into her drafts. She had no recollection of opening the collection it referenced. She had never visited the particular archive mentioned. Yet, when she looked closely at the details, she realized with a kind of numb clarity that they lined up with what she had begun to see in the college records. A quick check against the notes she had brought home confirmed it. The citation was not only plausible, it was correct. Elaine sat very still, the pages trembling slightly in her hands. Around her, the house continued its quiet chorus. The refrigerator's steady hum, the occasional creak as the heating system adjusted, a car passing distantly on the street. The lamp cast its steady light, indifferent to the shift in her understanding. On the coffee table, the chapter with her name at the top lay open to a paragraph that bore all the marks of someone else's mind. The fact that the intruding voice had done its work well did not comfort her. If anything, it made the erosion harder to face. It was one thing to be corrected. It was another to realize that parts of the work now belonged to a stranger who shared her desk and had learned somehow to move through her hands. Snow had been falling since late afternoon, a steady, unhurried drift that ignored the clock. By the time Elaine made her way back to the third floor, it had accumulated in small white drifts along the edges of the walkways and piled itself in soft ridges against the windowsills. The campus, which during the day hummed with footsteps and fragments of conversation, had thinned to almost nothing. A few last cars crawled out of the parking lot, their taillights fading into the blue darkness. After that, the world outside seemed to fold in around the building and let it stand alone. Inside, the hallway felt more like a tunnel than usual, lined with dark doors and lit by a narrow strip of fluorescence that made the exit signs glow a muted red. Elaine's feet sank into the carpet with barely a sound. Her shoulders carried the weight of a long day. Errands, an unexpected phone call, a restless hour that should have been rest and was not. She could have gone home, poured tea, and accepted that tonight was a loss for work. Instead, some mixture of habit and obligation had brought her here again, to the room that had slowly become the center of her unquiet evenings. Room 312 welcomed her with its familiar smells and its steady warmth. The radiator beneath the window ticked and whispered as heat moved through its pipes. The air carried that faint blend of ink and chalk that she was beginning to think of not only as the room's scent, but as the ghosts, if ghosts had such things. The snow pressed against the glass in a thick band, muting what little light came from the outside and turning the window into a dim mirror. Elaine set her bag down with a little more care than usual. It was late, and her movements had acquired a heaviness, as if each gesture had to travel further than normal to reach its conclusion. She turned on the desk lamp, its pool of yellow light spreading across the oak surface, comforting and relentless all at once. There was no one here to tell her to go home. That choice was hers, and she was tired of choosing not to write. She opened her laptop and brought up the chapter that had begun to feel both like an accomplishment and an intrusion. The paragraphs stared back at her, the cursor blinking with an almost patient rhythm. On the shelf, the annotated histories waited, spines lined up like observers at a trial. She poured chamomile from her thermos into the mug and took a sip, but the tea had already cooled to a temperature that did little to ease the knot at the base of her skull. She began revising. At first, she tried to coax warmth back into the lines that had cooled under repeated correction. She inserted a small detail about the way the smoke would have clung to hair and clothing, how it might have lingered on pillows for days. She added a sentence about the sound of boots on the wooden floors of the mill, the hollow drum of men and women moving toward danger, because there had been no time to think. Each time she introduced such a detail, she felt an almost physical resistance, as if the text itself pushed back. Nothing dramatic happened. The words sat on the screen, black and obedient. Yet something in the tone shifted, a subtle tightening that she recognized now from nights when her own patience had run out. The sentences she wrote with more feeling seemed to stand out, waiting for judgment. Slowly, without quite deciding to, she began to surrender to the colder voice. She trimmed her additions. She replaced phrases that leaned toward metaphor with those that leaned toward measurement. The paragraph that had once described the town walking softly, as if afraid to wake the memory of the flames, now spoke of a documented decrease in public gatherings in the month following the fire. It was accurate. It was safe. It was not what she would have written if she had been alone. Fatigue softened her resistance. The day had left her with little energy to argue with an invisible collaborator who never seemed to tire. Her eyes burned slightly at the edges. The small muscles in her neck protested when she bent closer to the screen. Each choice not to fight felt reasonable in the moment. Perhaps she was being too sentimental. Perhaps the story did need to be more tightly bound to what could be proven. Perhaps this was simply the work maturing. The light from the desk lamp grew cooler in her perception, as if the warmth had drained from it, leaving only clarity. The white of the document glowed with a pale intensity that made the rest of the room recede. Bookshelves, radiator, walls, all stepped back into shadow, leaving her and the text facing each other across the small gulf of the keyboard. She paused to rest her hands, letting them hover above the keys. Her fingers felt oddly light, as if they belonged to someone who had been doing this for so long that the effort had become negligible. The muffled quiet of the building pressed in. Somewhere deep in the structure, a pipe clanged once, then fell silent. Snow brushed and settled against the window, with a faint, rhythmic sound. When her shoulders began to ache from their own stillness, Elaine lifted her head and turned slightly toward the window, seeking the small relief of looking at something other than the screen. The glass reflected the interior now more than the world outside. Snow and darkness had turned it into a dim mirror framed by white. For a heartbeat, she did not recognize the face that looked back. The reflection was familiar and wrong at the same time, like a photograph that had been subtly altered. The face was hers in outline, but narrower, the cheekbones more prominent. The mouth was drawn into a line of concentration that seemed less patient than severe. Small, round glasses sat on the bridge of the nose, catching the lamplight in their thin metal rims. Elaine did not own glasses like that. Her reading glasses, when she remembered to bring them, were a different shape entirely. Her gaze dropped in the reflection to the posture of the body that sat at the desk. The back was perfectly straight, shoulders squared as if held in place by an invisible brace. The hands hovered above the keyboard, not in the relaxed curl she usually adopted when thinking, but in a poised, deliberate pose. Fingers slightly arched, ready to strike the keys with precision. It was the posture of someone about to address an audience, a lecturer poised at the edge of speech, rather than a woman alone with her work. Elaine did not move. She watched the reflected figure with the same care she might have given a stranger seen through a window on a train. The sharpness of the glasses, the lean of the neck, the particular tilt of the head, all carried a familiarity that did not belong to her, but to the man whose handwriting marched through the margins of the books on her shelves. A thought rose in her mind, clear and fully formed, with a tone that did not match her own internal voice. "You owe the dead your accuracy." The words did not sound like an admonishment screamed from a distance. They sounded like something spoken just behind her left ear, in a calm, relentless voice that had repeated the sentence so many times it had worn smooth. The phrase dropped into her consciousness with the weight of a stone into water. Ripples spread outward. Memories of lessons hurried, of stories shortened, of students who had left her classroom with only partial truths. The sentence resonated. It felt true in its core, so true that part of her wanted to nod. The dead could not correct the stories told about them. Someone had to take that responsibility seriously. At the same time, another part of her recoiled. There was a wrongness in making that duty absolute and placing it above every other consideration, including the humanity of the living who tried to bear it. Accuracy, she thought, is a kind of love. But if it is the only kind allowed, what happens to all the other ways of caring? She did not know whether the question belonged to her or to the figure in the reflection. The border between them had blurred. For a long breath, the room seemed to hold still. The ticking of the radiator faded into the background. The hum of electricity in the walls softened to a distant haze. Elaine and her reflected counterpart sat frozen on either side of the glass, neither entirely one person nor distinct enough to be two. Slowly, as if moving through water, Elaine lifted her right hand from its hovering position and reached toward the laptop screen. The motion broke the spell of perfect symmetry. On the glass, the hand rose as well, pale in the lamplight. For a fraction of a second, before the angle changed and the familiar shape of her fingers reasserted itself, she saw a different hand in the reflection. The bones seemed more pronounced, the fingers longer and thinner. The skin bore the faint shadow of permanent ink stains along the sides, as if years of fountain pen use had left their mark. The nails were clipped short, utilitarian. It was the hand of someone who had written on paper more than on screens, for so many hours that the posture had become inseparable from the self. Then the moment passed. The reflection snapped back into alignment with her own body. It was her hand again, lined and solid, the faint wrinkles at the knuckles exactly where she knew they would be. The glasses were gone from the reflected face. Only her own weary features remained, framed by the halo of the lamp. Elaine lowered her hand and exhaled slowly. Her breath left a soft ghost of fog on the glass before fading. The sentence that had risen in her mind still echoed there, quieter now, but not gone. You owe the dead your accuracy. She turned back to the screen, where the latest sentence waited, balanced on the edge between plain statement and something more charged. The text did not move on its own this time. No letters vanished. No new dates appeared. The cursor blinked with its usual mechanical patience. For a moment, she sat with her fingers resting lightly on the keys, aware of how easy it would be to let that other posture, that other voice, take over completely. There was a strange temptation in the thought. It would be a relief, in some ways, simply to become the vessel, to let the weight of decision pass to the stricter authority that shared her desk. She straightened her back deliberately, feeling the tightness in her shoulders protest, then let herself slump a little, reclaiming the posture that belonged to her. Not careless, but not rigid. Her hands relaxed on the keyboard, fingers spread in the way that came naturally rather than in the poised readiness of the reflected stranger. Very quietly, so quietly that even the room might not hear, she said, I owe them more than that. The words did not answer the thought. They did not resolve the tension. They simply joined it, another strand in the tangled rope that bound her to this work. Outside, the snow pressed closer against the window, blurring the view of the lights below into soft, indistinct halos. Inside, the lamp shone on the document, on her hands, on the books that watched from the shelves. The campus was almost empty. The building was nearly silent. In room 312, two ways of telling the past sat together in one body, and the keyboard waited to see which of them would speak next. It happened on an evening that began almost peacefully, as if the room wanted to lull her before it spoke more loudly. Elaine arrived a little earlier than usual, carrying with her a sense of uneasy purpose. The day had been clear and cold, the kind of winter day that seemed to sharpen outlines rather than blur them. On campus, the light was already beginning to thin, but students were still moving between buildings, shoulders hunched, breath visible in small clouds. She watched them through the car windshield for a moment before going inside, thinking of how many of them would pass through years of classes and never know the stories sealed away in the rooms above. On the third floor, the corridor felt almost companionable. The fluorescent lights were mostly on, humming in their familiar, low way. A faint murmur of voices drifted from one office where a professor was still holding office hours. Someone had left the scent of coffee in the air. For a little while, the building seemed less like a place haunted by past obsessions and more like a simple workspace where people tried, in their limited ways, to make sense of things. Room 312, when she opened the door, held its usual mix of warmth and quiet. The radiator knocked once and then settled into its rhythm. The desk lamp waited, its shade casting a pale circle on the oak. The shelves stood along the wall, patient and dense, full of histories that had outlived their authors. She set her bag down, unpacked her laptop, and laid out a legal pad and pen. Tonight, she had told herself, she would find a way to reclaim a little of the project as her own. The reading she had done in the archives, the stories Marcus had shared, and the strange, tender regret she sensed in Ezra's later notes had all converged into a single realization. If she let his standards control everything, the book would be clean and precise, but it would not be the kind of monument she wanted to build. She turned on the lamp and the overhead light both, as if more illumination might give her courage. The screen blinked awake, the chapter on the mill fire waiting where she had left it. She scrolled past the paragraphs that had shifted under an unseen hand and opened a new document, something blank, something not yet infiltrated. On the shelves behind her, a row of old journals watched, their spines narrow and serious. She had glanced at them before, seen the years embossed in fading gold, but had not yet taken them down. Tonight, the urge to look more closely tugged at her. She rose, leaving the cursor blinking on the empty page, and moved toward the bookcase. The journals were smaller than the town histories, bound in dark cloth, their pages edged with the slight waviness that came from age and handling. She reached up to touch the spine of one, feeling the texture of the fabric under her fingertips. Before she could pull it free, the shelf above her head gave a small, almost apologetic creak. Then a stack of journals tipped. It was not a violent motion. They did not hurl themselves off the shelf. They simply slipped, as if nudged by a hand that misjudged its own strength, tumbling in a slow cascade toward the floor. Elaine stepped back, startled, as the first volume thudded onto the carpet, followed by another and another. The sound was not loud, but it was sharp enough in the quiet room to make her heart jump. The journals hit the floor and fanned open, their pages spreading out like wings. For a moment, the paper seemed to flutter in a kind of shiver, stirred by the displaced air. Then they settled, scattered around her feet in a ragged circle. Elaine stared at them, her breath caught somewhere between her chest and her throat. The fall had not torn any pages, but the sight of so many open books on the ground felt like a spill of something precious. She knelt carefully in the midst of them, the carpet pressing into her knees, and reached for the nearest volume. Inside, the handwriting was small and cramped, the ink faded, but still legible. It was not Ezra's marginal script, but the careful, dense lines of someone recording events in real time. The entry she happened to open to describe a year of poor harvests, the way the fields had failed in sequence, first the wheat, then the barley, then the potatoes. The writer noted the names of families who had gone hungry, who had left town, who had lost someone to illness in the cold months that followed. Another journal had fallen open to a page about a minor factory accident that had killed only one man, a name she did not recognize. The record was precise. The date, the type of machine involved, the position of his body when they found him. A third held a brief, matter-of-fact note about a house fire that took a mother and child. No flourishes, no lamentation, just the facts, lined up like small gravestones. Elaine moved from book to book on her knees, her hands trembling slightly. Each page held another hurt, a famine, a cholera outbreak, a cluster of quiet deaths in winter. Some entries were only a few lines long, but they carried the same gravity as the longer ones. Lives reduced to essential details, written by someone who had clearly believed that the duty of a record was to witness, not to interpret. The fallen journals lay around her like scattered lives, each open to a moment when something broke. She felt a sharp ache behind her eyes, a mixture of grief and an odd sense of responsibility. These were the kinds of stories she wanted her book to hold, not just in terms of what had happened, but in terms of how it had felt to the people who had endured it. She thought of the way her chapter had begun to sound, the coolness that had crept in under Ezra's guidance. It would be a fine piece of scholarship when it was done. She did not doubt that. It would satisfy reviewers and stand up to scrutiny. But kneeling here among the scattered journals, she understood with sudden clarity that if she allowed his presence to fully take over, the book would read not as a memorial, but as a verdict. It would weigh, measure, classify, and pronounce judgment on the past, rather than hold it with the gentle understanding she had always tried to offer her students. Perfection, she realized, could be a kind of cruelty. A slow breath escaped her, shuddering just slightly. She picked up one of the journals that had fallen near her knee. The entry on the open page was short, only a paragraph, but it caught her. It told of a woman named Margaret Heath, who had lost 2 children in the same winter, one to fever, one to an accident on the river. The writer did not describe her feelings, only her actions. How she continued to attend church, how she took in sewing to make up for her husband's reduced wages, how she was seen standing at the window some evenings, looking toward the mill. Elaine closed her eyes for a moment and pictured Margaret, not as a set of facts, but as a person moving through small domestic tasks under a weight that never lifted. She imagined the sound of her needle pushing through fabric late at night, the thread pulling tight. She saw her folding shirts that no longer needed to be worn, her fingers lingering on the empty sleeves. Those details were not in the record. No one had written them down. But they belonged just as surely to the truth of that winter as the dates in the parish register. In a quiet, deliberate act of rebellion, Elaine returned to the desk and opened the new document she had prepared. She glanced once at the existing chapter, with its precise citations and careful arguments, then turned back to the blank page. She began to write Margaret's story. She wrote without footnotes, at least at first. She wrote about the small house near the river, where the wind slipped under the door in January. She described the way Margaret's hands might have chapped from washing clothes in cold water, the stiff ache in her shoulders after hours bent over her sewing. She imagined the rhythm of the needle, the soft thump of her heel on the floor, the quiet in the room when everyone else had gone to bed. She wrote of the 2 small graves on the hill, the way snow collected on their stones. She allowed herself to describe how a mother might stand there and feel the weight of the silence pressing against her chest. There were no statistics for that, no primary source that could capture the full shape of that grief. But she refused. in that moment, to believe that this meant it had no place in the history she was trying to tell. As her fingers moved over the keys, the air in the room seemed to grow denser, as if the space had taken a breath and was now holding it. The temperature dipped just enough for her to notice the coolness against the skin of her hands. The lamp above the desk flickered once, twice, the light thinning and thickening in quick succession, as if in disapproval. Elaine's heart beat a little faster, but she did not stop. The flicker passed. The light steadied, though it seemed a touch harsher, as if the bulb were now watching her with narrowed eyes. She finished the paragraph with one last small imagined detail. Margaret folding the shirts her sons would no longer wear and placing them carefully in a trunk, not because she expected to open it again soon, but because not folding them felt like abandoning them twice. Her hands trembled slightly as she lifted them from the keyboard. The tightened air pressed in, almost like a presence leaning close enough to read over her shoulder. "I will not erase her warmth," she whispered, the words barely louder than a breath. "Not even for you." The lamp gave a small, almost petulant flicker, then settled into a steady glow. The radiator creaked once, protesting the temperature shift, and then resumed its ticking. The weight in the air loosened, though it did not fully leave. Elaine stared at the paragraph on the screen, braced for it to begin rearranging itself, for the lines to flatten and the details to drain away. For a long moment, nothing moved. The sentences stayed exactly as she had written them. It was only when she reached for the mouse to scroll up that she noticed a new mark at the margin. At the edge of the page, in the familiar, strict hand she had come to recognize, a small note had appeared beside her paragraph. The letters were narrow and perfectly aligned, as if written with great care. Check Parish Register. She let out a long breath she had not realized she had been holding. The note was not a reprimand. It was not sentimental or unsubstantiated. It was an instruction, yes, but a practical one, focused on grounding what could be grounded rather than erasing what could not. The presence in the room, whatever it was, seemed to have stepped back from outright rejection into something more complicated. It still demanded evidence. It still insisted on truth. But it had not crossed out her imagined sewing or the folded sleeves. It had not called them an offense. Conflicted, she thought. The word drifted through her mind as she looked at the neat marginal script. Perhaps the ghost of Ezra Blackwood, so long accustomed to guarding the dead from simplifiers and sentimentalists, did not quite know what to do with someone who wanted to honor both the record and the warmth within it. Elaine placed her hands back on the keyboard, feeling the slight tremor in her fingers begin to ease. The room around her, full of scattered journals and annotated histories, seemed a little less like a courtroom and a little more like a place where two stubborn minds were learning, slowly and uneasily, to share the same work. Elaine did not begin with the chapter outline that evening. She did not open the document labeled Chapter 5, though the cursor seemed to beckon from behind the screen. Instead, she walked into room 312 with a decision already sitting quietly in her chest, as solid as the envelope of printed pages she had left at home beside the living room lamp. The building was nearly empty. It was late enough that the usual scatter of students had thinned to almost nothing. The custodial cart was parked at the far end of the hallway, unattended for the moment, a mop leaning against the wall like a tired sentry. Overhead, The fluorescent fixtures buzzed in that low, slightly uneven tone that never fully disappeared, a kind of mechanical breathing. Inside the room, she turned on the overhead light as well as the desk lamp. The combined glow made the office look flatter, less intimate, as if it were presenting its public face. Shadows shrank into corners, and the books on the shelves no longer seemed to lean quite so close. The radiator sighed, then settled. The window was a darker rectangle now, night pressing up against the glass. Elaine set her bag down and did not take out any of her notes. She lifted only the laptop, placing it in the middle of the desk as if it were a sheet of paper on a table where one might write a serious letter. She sat, feeling the familiar creak of the chair and the way it adjusted to her weight, and took a moment simply to rest her hands on the cool wood. "This is ridiculous," she told herself softly. "He has been dead for years." The room, predictably, did not answer. Ridiculous or not, she knew with a clarity that had grown out of too many restless nights that she could not continue as she had been. The uneasy truce in their shared work had begun to erode the edges of her sleep and her sense of herself. She had started to speak in his phrases without meaning to reach for his standards before asking what her own might be. Marcus's warning echoed in her. Do not let it make you forget you are a person. So she opened a new document and, in the title line, typed, "Letter to Professor Ezra Blackwood." For a moment, after she finished the name, the hum of the overhead light seemed to deepen. The impression was small, almost certainly imagined, but she felt it nonetheless, like the shift in a room when someone stands up in the back. She drew in a slow breath and placed her fingers on the keys. "Professor Blackwood," she wrote. The formal opening steadied her. It reminded her of all the letters she had guided students through over the years, teaching them how to address principals, employers, admissions committees. Respectful, clear, not supplicating. She would give herself the same structure. "I am writing to you," she continued, "from your old office on a winter night, under the same humming lights that once shone on your papers and your shelves." The words came more easily than she had expected. She explained, in simple sentences, why she had begun this book. She wrote about the students who had sat in her classroom over 3 decades, heads bent over desks, eyes bright or bored or quietly wounded. She wrote about the way some of them had come back, years later, to tell her that a story from those days had stayed with them, when dates and outlines had not. "I wanted," she typed, "to write something that would belong to them as they age. Something they could listen to when the world feels thin, and remember that their town has endured more than they can see from their windows." She wrote about her grandchildren, the ones still too young to understand why she sometimes stared out at the river without speaking. She imagined them grown, living in cities or other small towns, perhaps far from this place. She wanted them to know that the names on the old stones in the cemetery were not just letters, but the remains of lives that had been difficult and full, and sometimes quietly brave. "I wanted to write for the people who never made it into the textbooks," she went on. "For the woman who took in sewing after her children died. For the man whose name is recorded only as a casualty in a factory accident, but who was, for someone, the center of a room. I wanted to give them more than a line." She paused, feeling the familiar pull of self-consciousness. "Why are you telling him all of this?" a part of her asked. He of all people would not care about motives. He cared about footnotes. Still, she went on. She thanked him next. The words felt strange, but honest. She acknowledged the corrections that had saved her from clumsy mistakes. The misplaced dates, the misremembered order of events, the phrases that had been too confident about things the record did not support. "You have prevented me," she wrote, "from embarrassing myself in print and from passing on errors that would have compounded over time. You have pushed me to read more closely, to check my sources, to respect the limits of what can be claimed." She admitted that his devotion to truth had impressed her. She had always believed in getting things right, but his letters and marginalia had shown her a level of vigilance that bordered on devotion. It was, she told him, a kind of love, however distorted it had become. The emotional tone of the letter shifted as she wrote, not to accusation, but to something steadier, firmer. The way one might speak to a stern elder who had frightened you when you were young, and much later had taught you something you were genuinely grateful for. "I also need to tell you," she typed, "what your presence in this room has done to me." The lamplight, which had been steady, flickered once, almost delicately, then held. She could feel the fine hairs on her arms stir, as if brushed by a draft. "You have made me afraid," she wrote, pausing over the bluntness of the word and then leaving it in place. "Not of you as a ghost, if that is what you are, but of your standards. I find myself afraid to be human on the page, afraid to admit what I do not know, afraid to include the warmth and uncertainty that make these lives something more than case studies." Her fingers moved more slowly now, each word pressed out with care. "I wake at night," she continued, "hearing your phrases in my mind. Sentimental, unsubstantiated, irrelevant. I stand in my own kitchen and feel as if I am back in a classroom with a principal at the door, waiting for me to slip. I lie in bed and think about the people whose stories I am trying to tell, and I begin to fear that I am turning them into exhibits in a courtroom instead of guests at a table." She told him, without dramatizing it, that his voice had made it harder to sleep, that she had grown nervous about her own impulses toward solace and gentleness, as if every soft detail were a step toward betrayal, that her decades of teaching had been built on the idea that stories could heal, not only instruct, and that she was now questioning whether that had been a flaw rather than a gift. "There is a line," she wrote, "between comfort that lies and comfort that strengthens. I am afraid that under your scrutiny, I will choose neither, that I will end with a book that is beyond reproach in its apparatus and empty of the very thing that made me begin it." She sat back for a moment, listening. The overhead light hummed. The radiator clicked. Somewhere, deep in the building, a door closed with a distant thump. No other sound came. When she leaned forward again, something new caught her eye at the right-hand edge of the screen. In the margin beside one paragraph, a small comment had appeared. The font was not hers. It looked like the digital equivalent of a handwritten note, dark and slightly cramped. It read, imprecise, with a thin underline. Before she could fully process it, the word shimmered and vanished, as if someone had struck through it and then deleted the entire comment. Elaine blinked, uncertain whether fatigue had tricked her. She kept typing. "I am not asking you to approve of me," she wrote. "I do not think that was much in your nature. I am asking you to allow me to remain who I am while using what you left behind. I want to honor your devotion to truth without losing the part of myself that believes people can bear more truth when it is given with warmth. Another comment flickered into existence, this time beside her admission of fear. Self-indulgent, it said, the letters sharp. Her chest tightened, the familiar sting of that kind of judgment pricking at old teacher instincts. Then again, the words erased themselves. First the final T, then the rest, until the margin was blank. It felt, in a strange, almost tender way, like watching someone try to interrupt themselves mid-criticism, as if a hand had reached out to scrawl the old verdict, and then another hand, perhaps the same one, had pulled it back with a reluctant shake of the head. Elaine studied the empty margin for a moment, then went on. "You spent your life keeping watch over errors," she typed. "You stood guard at the gate of what could be claimed, and perhaps you felt that if you relaxed for even a moment, the flood of simplifications and false comforts would wash everything away. I respect that fear, but I also know, from my own years in the classroom, that people do not learn, or change, or heal, if they are spoken to only with that kind of severity." She ended that section of the letter with a sentence that surprised her by how steady it felt under her fingers. "I will continue to check the parish registers," she wrote. "I will continue to correct myself when I err, but I will also continue to imagine how a woman folded a shirt that nobody would wear again. If that is an error in your eyes, then we will have to live with that disagreement, you and I." The cursor blinked at the end of the line, small and patient. No new comments appeared. No text rearranged itself. The overhead light hummed on, as steady and imperfect as ever. In the layered quiet of room 312, Elaine realized that for the first time since she had felt his presence, she had spoken to Ezra Blackwood not as a timid guest or an overawed student, but as another caretaker of the same field, refusing to vanish inside his shadow. The room did not like being spoken to. Elaine felt it as soon as she moved past the first clear declaration in her letter. The air, which had settled into its usual quiet hum, seemed to gather itself in response, as if the space had taken offense, or, more unsettlingly, interest. The radiator, usually content to tick and sigh at irregular intervals, rattled with a sharper clatter, pipes knocking in the wall like knuckles on a closed door. A faint vibration shivered through the shelves. The books did not slide or fall, but she saw their spines tremble, the way leaves do when a train passes underground. The desk lamp above her buzzed louder, its filament taking on a tight, high note that reminded her of a fly trapped against a window. Outside, beyond the dark rectangle of the window, the snow had thickened. Flakes moved in dense diagonals, blurring the few campus lights into soft smears of pale gold. The world beyond room 312 became muffled and indistinct, as if the building had been wrapped in cotton. The noises of distant cars, footsteps on the path, even the echo of doors closing somewhere below, all seemed to recede. The room and its occupant stood alone inside a deepening hush. Elaine adjusted her hands on the keyboard and let her shoulders drop. She reminded herself to breathe in through her nose and out through her mouth, a slow, steady rhythm she had once taught anxious students before exams. The keys waited under her fingers, small and neutral. On the screen, her last line to Ezra still glowed. "If that is an error in your eyes, then we will have to live with that disagreement, you and I." The cursor blinked. Then, at the margin beside that sentence, a new comment appeared, as crisp as if it had been typed by an invisible hand. "Overly emotional," it said. The words sat there, dark and blunt. Elaine felt a familiar flicker of shame, the reflex born of years of trying not to appear unprofessional, not to make things about herself. The old teacher in her stepped forward, ready to trim, to cool, to replace the line with something more measured. She did not. Instead, she moved to the next line and began to type. "You will probably say," she wrote, "that this is overly emotional." The comment did not vanish. It remained in the margin, but now it had been acknowledged, folded into the text itself. The small act of naming it felt like picking up a stone that had been thrown and placing it carefully on the table between them instead of letting it bruise. She continued, "You are right that emotion can be indulgent," she typed. "It can be used to hide from facts, to manipulate, to excuse. I have seen that. I have done it. But emotion can also be honesty. People do not live inside footnotes. They live inside fear and hope and boredom and small daily joys. If I leave those out, I am lying in another direction." The radiator rattled again, louder this time, as if arguing. On the screen, another comment nested in the margin beside her new paragraph. "Evidence?" it demanded. Elaine almost smiled. It was an academic challenge, not a supernatural threat. The familiar request for proof. "All right," she typed. "Evidence. I have the parish records for who lived and who died. I have the petitions filed after the fire. I have the wages recorded in the mill ledgers, but I also have my grandmother's voice, telling me how people would not walk past the mill alone for months. Is that not a kind of evidence? It is not perfect. It is not impartial. Neither are you. Neither am I." She did not try to erase the comment. She let it sit beside her answer, a mark of the ongoing argument. Her breathing stayed slow. The clicking of the keys became a kind of metronome, steady, almost soothing. The tension in the room did not dissolve, but it became structured, like the pull in a rope during a serious but controlled tug of war. This was not a battle about possession of the room. It was an argument about how to speak for the dead. Another comment appeared when she wrote that grief could not be fully captured in statistics. "Unsupported assertion," it said, the letters thin and exact. Elaine answered it in the body of the letter. "Grief," she wrote, "does not sit neatly in the margins. You cannot measure how quiet a house feels when a chair is empty. You cannot cite the way a mother's hands hesitate over a pot when she no longer needs to set 4 places at the table. I can describe those things only by admitting that I stand outside them, imagining as carefully and respectfully as I can. That is a different kind of truth, but it is not worthless." The overhead light buzzed louder for a moment, as if straining under an invisible surge. One of the books on the shelf gave a faint thump, settling more firmly into place. The snow at the window moved in thick, restless sheets, blowing sideways now, hiding the campus entirely. Elaine focused on the feel of her fingertips on the keys, the slight give of each one. She focused on the warmth of her own breath in her chest. She reminded herself that she was here by choice, engaged in a conversation years in the making. No one had slammed the door behind her. The tension was real, but she was not trapped. "You believe," she wrote, "that accuracy is the highest form of respect. I am beginning to think that perhaps the highest form of respect is to tell the truth about what we can know, and also about what we cannot. To say, here is the record, and beyond this line, I can only imagine. I would rather be honest about my limits than pretend that citations can cover everything that matters. As she finished that sentence, the lamp gave a sharp, electrical crackle. For half a heartbeat, the light flared, then dimmed. The computer screen flickered once, twice, and then went black. The sudden absence of light and color was unnerving, but not absolute. The overhead fixture remained on, humming, casting a thin, flat glow over the desk. The laptop, however, sat dark, its own small world temporarily gone. Elaine's fingers froze in midair. The building was so quiet that she could hear her own pulse in her ears. She waited, counting her breaths. On the third exhale, the computer screen blinked back into life. For a moment, what appeared was not the document she had been typing, but something that looked like the end of it. The letter scrolled on several lines further than she remembered writing. Her eyes caught only the last few words at the bottom, before the view snapped back to her previous position. What if I failed them by being only accurate? The final single line had said. The voice in that sentence did not feel like hers. It carried a cramped, forced humility that did not match her own patterns. It felt like a thought dragged reluctantly into daylight, the confession of someone who had built his life on the opposite belief. Then it was gone. The cursor sat once more at the end of her own last paragraph. The marginal comments still hovered where they had been. There was no sign of the additional line in the visible text. If it had been an error in the way the document loaded, a brief glimpse of a saved future version, it had vanished completely. Elaine sat very still, her hands resting lightly on the edge of the keyboard. The hum of the overhead light filled the room, joined by the softer ticking of the radiator. The snow continued its relentless, muffling fall. The whole building felt wrapped in cotton and expectation. She could choose, she realized, to tell herself that she had imagined that line. That tired eyes and a momentary glitch had combined to create something that was not truly there. She could choose, just as plausibly, to accept it as a moment when another mind had allowed itself, for one flicker, to articulate a doubt it had never voiced in life. She did not decide immediately which explanation to favor. Instead, she placed her fingers back on the keys and continued. You may wonder, she wrote, whether I am failing them by letting warmth in. I wonder whether you are the one who is afraid that you failed them by excluding everything that could not be measured. Perhaps we are both wrong. Perhaps we are both right in different ways. What I know is that I cannot carry this work if I do not allow myself to be a person doing it. No new comment appeared beside that line. The margin stayed empty, a small, pale column of waiting space. Elaine read back over what she had written so far. The letter was not perfect. Some sentences rambled. Some were sharper than she had intended. It did not matter. This was not a document for publication. It was a record of a conversation that needed to happen, even if the other party never fully answered. She saved the document, partly out of habit, partly because the flicker of the power had reminded her that nothing in this room was guaranteed to hold steady. Then she leaned back, letting the chair creak, and let her gaze rest for a moment on the shelves. The room had pushed back. It had rattled, flickered, scrawled its familiar criticisms in the margins. Yet it had also shown, for a second, a sentence that did not belong to its old certainties. That small admission. What if I failed them by being only accurate, hung in her mind like a single, fragile icicle on the edge of a roof? Outside, the snow kept falling. Inside, the keys under her fingers waited for what she would choose to say next, and the silence in room 312 was no longer only an opposition. It was also, tentatively, a listening. For a long moment after she stopped typing, Elaine did not move. The letter sat on the screen, lines of black against white, her words to a man who had been dust and footnotes for years. The marginal comments had gone quiet. No new criticisms appeared. The hum of the overhead light seemed to recede, as if someone had slowly turned down a dial. Then the rest of the building followed. The faint buzz of electricity in the walls softened until she could no longer tell whether it was there or whether she was imagining it. The radiator's ticking slowed, then stilled. Even the distant, comforting thrum of the boiler far below faded from her awareness. It was as though the building had stepped back, leaving room 312 alone in a pocket of stillness. In that quiet, Elaine became aware of her own heart. It thudded steadily, not fast, not slow, just insistently present in her ears and fingertips. Her breath sounded louder than she expected, the small rush in and out of air that marked the simplest fact. She was alive, sitting at a desk where another person had once sat until he was not. The empty chair across from her, on the other side of the desk, seemed less empty. It did not move. Nothing visible changed. Yet the air around it felt slightly denser, as if someone had just settled there and folded invisible hands in their lap. The feeling that washed over her from that direction was not anger. It was something quieter, heavier, like the sadness that clings to a room after a hard conversation. Elaine swallowed and reached for the mouse, scrolling back to the top of the letter. The cursor blinked patiently in the corner of her vision. The document she had written for Ezra waited, full and untested. It had been one thing to type those words in the safe distance of thinking about him. It was another to say them out loud, here, where his books lined the walls and his notes still pressed through paper. She cleared her throat, the small sound startling in the silence, and began. "Professor Blackwood," she read, her voice softer than she had intended but holding. "I am writing to you from your old office on a winter night, under the same humming lights that once shone on your papers and your shelves." The opening steadied her. As she continued, the words she had typed became spoken air, carrying themselves into the corners of the room and onto the spines of the books. She told him why she wanted to write the book. Not for tenure, not for acclaim, but for the students who had sat in her classroom, blinking against fluorescent glare. For her grandchildren who might one day wonder what kind of place had formed them. For the older residents who had never seen their family names in print anywhere but obituaries. She read the lines about the woman who took in sewing after her children died, about the man whose name appeared only once in a list of the deceased. She spoke of wanting to give them more than a line, of wanting to offer them a space where their lives were not treated as examples in a lecture, but as real, complicated stories. Her voice shook once when she reached the part where she thanked him. Gratitude, she discovered, was almost harder to say aloud than anger. She pressed on anyway. "You have prevented me from embarrassing myself," she read, "and from passing on errors that would have compounded over time. You have pushed me to read more closely, to check my sources, to respect the limits of what can be claimed." As she said those words, she felt the presence in the empty chair draw a fraction closer. Not looming at all, merely leaning in, the way a student might when they heard their name spoken with unexpected kindness. She continued into the harder part, the confession. "You have made me afraid," she read. Not of you as a ghost, if that is what you are, but of your standards. I find myself afraid to be human on the page, afraid to admit what I do not know, afraid to include the warmth and uncertainty that make these lives something more than case studies. Her voice wavered there, but did not break. She let the honesty sit in the air between them, a small, fragile object placed carefully on the desktop. She read the passages about her sleeplessness, about hearing his phrases in her head, about the fear of turning the past into a courtroom. She spoke of her students who remembered not the dates, but the stories she had told them. The woman who had once written to say that what she recalled most from high school was not the year of a certain war, but the way Elaine had described a single soldier looking at a photograph in his pocket. They did not remember the tests, she said aloud. They remembered the human parts. I am starting to think that might have been the point. The room remained intensely still. The sense of being watched was not threatening now. It was attentive, as if something in the air had been waiting a long time to hear someone say exactly these things. She told him about the older residents who had come to her after talks at the library, clutching photocopies of family records, asking in quiet voices whether she could mention their grandparents' names in her book. They did not care how many citations there would be. They wanted to know that someone would say their people had existed, had mattered, had stood in this town and faced its winters. As she reached the end of the letter, her throat tightened, but she kept her gaze on the words. The last paragraphs felt both rehearsed and new in her mouth. You are not on trial, Professor, she read, the syllables slow and careful. Neither am I. The past is not a courtroom. It is a house where the lights sometimes go out, and someone needs to stand up and turn a lamp back on. The metaphor felt homely compared to the footnoted sentences above it, but it was the truest image she had found. She thought of her small lamp in the living room at home, the way she had left it on night after night so the house would not feel erased. She thought of this office, once dark and unused, now lit again by her presence and his stubborn insistence on accuracy. A house where the lights sometimes go out and someone chooses to get up anyway. When she finished the last word, the sound of her own voice fell away, leaving a deeper quiet than before. For a moment, it was as if the entire room exhaled without making a sound. The pressure she had been living under for weeks, that subtle, constant sense of being evaluated from just behind her shoulder, eased, not vanished. Ezra Blackwood, in life or in death, did not seem like someone who ever fully left a room, but softened, like a hand lifting from the back of her neck. The air no longer pressed inward. It simply lived around her, full but not suffocating. The radiator ticked once, an almost apologetic sound, then resumed its normal, irregular rhythm. The buzz of the lamp settled into a lower, less insistent tone. Somewhere, far off in the building, a pipe clicked, reminding her that other systems were still running. Other people still occupied other rooms. The world, muffled by snow outside, went on. Elaine sat with her hands resting lightly on the keyboard, suddenly aware of how tired she was, but also of a strange lightness under the tiredness, like a muscle finally unclenching after being tensed for too long. The document on the screen waited, the last line about the lamp, glowing faintly in the blue-white light. The cursor blinked at the end of the paragraph, a small, pulsing mark. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the cursor moved. Elaine did not touch the keys. Her hands stayed still, fingers slightly curled. Yet the cursor hopped to a new line as neatly as if someone had tapped the enter key. Letters began to appear, one by one, in the same font as hers, but with a rhythm she recognized as not entirely her own. They formed a single sentence, no more. Then do it properly. She watched the words complete themselves. There was no jagged haste in the typing, no angry stutter. The line arrived at a measured pace, as if the writer were choosing each letter carefully. Elaine read it aloud in a whisper. Then do it properly. The tone, as it settled in her mind, was not cruel. It did not carry the sharpness of sentimental or betrayal. It felt tired, yes, with the worn fatigue of someone who had spent a lifetime trying to hold back a tide. But there was something else braided into it now. A small, reluctant openness, a grudging, almost hopeful invitation. Not an order, a request. Elaine sat back, letting the chair creak, and looked at the line for a long time. The presence in the empty chair across from her seemed less like a judge and more like an exhausted colleague who had finally admitted that he could not watch every door alone. "All right," she said into the quiet, her voice steady. "I will." Outside, the snow continued to fall, soft and persistent, covering the campus in a smooth, forgiving layer. Inside room 312, the lamp shone on the desk, where one living woman and one restless set of standards had at last agreed, however uneasily, to turn the light back on together. Elaine did not change everything at once. The shift came the way winter yields to spring in a cautious climate, in small, almost tentative adjustments that only later reveal themselves as a new season. After the night of the letter, she gave herself a day away from room 312. She stayed home, moving slowly through the familiar rooms, letting her mind circle the problem from a safer distance. The lamp in the living room was on even before the sun had fully set, casting its warm pool over the coffee table and the envelope of printed pages. Outside, the street was quiet. Snow pushed into gray banks along the curb. Inside, the refrigerator hummed, the clock ticked, and the house felt less like a hollow and more like a place that was gradually remembering how to hold her. She sat at the table with a notebook open, not the laptop, and began to sketch. Until now, she had thought of the book as a single line of text, the way most readers saw it, one voice moving forward, page after page. The haunting had taught her otherwise. There were always at least two voices present, even before Ezra had made himself known. There was the storyteller who wanted to sit beside the reader and say, "Listen, this is how it might have felt." And there was the teacher who insisted gently, "This is what actually happened, as far as we can tell." She had tried, for years, to keep those two voices blended, seamless, hoping one could carry the other without drawing attention to itself. Now she accepted that they might need separate rooms in the same house. On the top half of the notebook page, she drew a rectangle and labeled it, in neat block letters, main text. Below it, she drew a narrower band and labeled it notes. Off to the side, in the margin of her sketch, she wrote 2 layers, 1 page. The structure looked almost like the cross-section of a house, a living room above, a foundation below. In the main text, she decided, she would write the way she spoke when she sat with someone in a quiet kitchen, warmly, clearly, allowing for pauses and small digressions. She would tell stories of individual lives, of streets, of seasons. She would describe the way the river smelled in late autumn, the sound of a loom running late into the night, the hush inside a church, on a day of bad news. She would not pretend to know what no one could know, but she would allow herself to imagine carefully, to fill in the spaces between the sparse lines of the record with human texture. In the notes and margins, she would make room for Ezra. Not only for him, of course, for all the documents, all the records, all the careful scholars who had come before her. But she knew whose style would dominate that lower layer. There, she would place the precise citations, the parish registers, the ledger entries, the dates checked and rechecked. She would acknowledge when an image was supported by a particular source and when it rested only on family stories or reasonable inference. She would give the dead their proper footnotes, the way Ezra had always wanted, but she would also keep those footnotes in their place. She smiled faintly as she wrote a small line at the top of the notebook page in smaller script, "Consulted in absentia, Professor Ezra Blackwood." The phrase felt both serious and gently amused, like setting an extra plate at the table for someone who would never walk through the door, but whose presence was felt in the way the meal was prepared. That evening, she returned to room 312, with the notebook in her bag and a sense of clarity that softened the usual apprehension. The corridor was dim, but not unfriendly. The vending machine hummed in its corner. The custodian nodded as she passed, as if she had become as much a part of his nightly routine as the trash bins and light switches. Inside the room, she turned on only the desk lamp. Its circle of light now suggested, to her, not an interrogation, but a small stage where two voices might share a script. The shelves watched, the radiator ticked. The window held the reflection of the lamp and the faint outline of her own face. She set the notebook beside the laptop and opened a new document. At the top of the page, she typed the title of the next chapter. Then beneath it, a short preface in italics, a quiet invitation to the reader. What follows is one way of walking through this night. The notes below will tell you where the stones in the path are fixed and where memory has filled in the gaps. The words filled her with a small, steady satisfaction. She began to write the main text as if she were indeed sitting beside someone in a warm living room with a cup of tea, speaking in a voice meant for rest, not examination. She described a street at twilight, the way lamplight pooled around the feet of people going home, the smell of coal smoke and wet wool. She allowed herself to linger on the color of a shawl, the sound of a door closing behind a tired man. When she reached a detail she knew she could support, the exact date of the fire, the number of people recorded as injured, the name of the street where it had begun, she placed a small superscript number, and in the notes below added the precise reference: parish register, volume and page, newspaper, title and date. She did this with care, honoring the part of her that had always respected such diligence, and the part of Ezra that still paced somewhere behind her shoulder, counting errors. Occasionally, she added a note not to a fact, but to an uncertainty. "No direct source for this description," she wrote in one footnote, "based on family oral history recorded in 1972. In another, speculation, offered as possibility rather than claim." She imagined Ezra reading those lines and felt, not his wrath, but his grudging approval at the honesty. The margins themselves became a quieter conversation. Where earlier there had been sharp judgments, sentimental, irrelevant, there were now bracketed remarks in a tone that felt more like advice than reprimand. When she wrote that people gathered at the riverbank in silence, a small note appeared in the margin, Silence reported in 2 accounts. Others mention prayer. She answered it not by deleting her line, but by adjusting it slightly. Most stood in silence. Some prayed aloud. As she worked, she began to notice something new. In one section, she typed confidently that a particular bridge had been rebuilt in 1898, a date she had repeated to students for years. The moment her fingers left the keys, a faint unease tugged at her, like a gentle hand on the sleeve. It was not the sharp jolt of a mistake exposed. It was a quiet sense of not quite right. She paused, fingers hovering above the keyboard, and let the feeling settle. Her gaze drifted toward the shelves, almost without her deciding to look. One book in the second row seemed to stand out, though nothing visibly marked it. She rose, warm mug in hand, and stepped closer. Her fingers found the spine as if they had known it all along. The volume was a collection of town council minutes. She carried it back to the desk, opened it roughly where the weight suggested, and found, without much searching, the entry on the bridge. 1896, not 1898. She corrected the date in the text and added a note at the bottom of the page, citing the exact meeting. The uneasy feeling faded, replaced by a small, almost companionable quiet. It felt very much like a tap on the shoulder from someone who had chosen, this time, to guide rather than scold. Later, when she wrote about a particular family's move after the fire, she guessed at the month, thinking it had been in early spring. The same gentle misalignment stirred inside her. Again, her attention was drawn, not forcefully, but with a kind of patient insistence, toward a specific box on the floor, where she had stacked the journals that had once fallen. She opened one at random and found, 2 pages in, a brief note about that family's departure in late winter, a few weeks earlier than she had placed it. The correction was small, but the feeling of being nudged, not struck, lingered. Elaine smiled, quietly, in the lamplight. "Thank you," she said under her breath, not entirely sure whether she spoke to the records, to Ezra, or to the version of herself that had finally admitted she could not hold all these dates alone. The tension that had once made room 312 feel like a court had given way to a different kind of energy. The haunting had not gone. Books still seemed to shift at the edges of her vision. The air still thickened sometimes when she strayed too far into comfortable invention. But the atmosphere now held a sense of shared purpose. She was no longer fighting to keep her voice alive. She was learning how to let it sing alongside another, stricter melody. On the title page of her evolving manuscript, in a smaller font beneath her own name, she added a line that made her both ache and feel strangely reassured. Consulted in absentia, Professor Ezra Blackwood. It was not a joke, not entirely. It was an acknowledgement that she was no longer writing alone, and that the ghost in room 312, for all his sternness, had stopped trying to hold the book completely in his own hands. The next weeks in room 312 unfolded like a slow, steady exhale. Elaine no longer arrived with the tightness in her jaw that had become so familiar. She still walked the same corridor, past the curling posters and the humming vending machine. She still opened the same door and set her bag down by the same old oak desk. But something in the way she crossed the threshold had shifted. It felt less like entering a tribunal, more like stepping into a quiet workshop where 2 people, seen and unseen, were learning to share a table. She began a new chapter about a nurse. In the main text, she wrote as if she were sitting across from the reader in a booth at the diner, speaking over warm mugs. She described the nurse, Agnes Rowe, who had worked the night shift at the town's small hospital for 40 years. Agnes, with her sensible shoes and tired back, whose hands smelled faintly of soap and antiseptic, whose hair never quite escaped the pins by morning. Elaine set her in the fluorescent glow of the ward at 3 a.m., who, walking past sleeping patients, checking charts by soft light, humming a hymn under her breath when the hallway felt too long. She mentioned how Agnes knew every back road in town from years of early morning drives home, how she kept a pair of gloves in her coat pocket all year round, just in case. Elaine imagined the sound of her key in the lock after a long shift, the way the house sighed around her as she stepped inside, the kettle becoming her last patient of the night. Below the story, in the notes, she anchored what she could. Agnes's employment dates, pulled from the hospital newsletter archive, mentions in the local paper when the town honored long-serving staff, the obituary that listed her surviving grandchildren. The footnotes were precise and dry, but they did not spill upward. They stayed in their band at the bottom of the page, a foundation rather than a cage. There were no marginal comments scrawled with words like lazy or sentimental. Occasionally, a single word would appear, neutral and efficient. Date or source. It guided her, but it did not sting. More often than not, she found that, before any note appeared, she had already turned toward the right shelf, fingers reaching for a record almost in rhythm with that quiet, familiar nudge in her chest that said, "Not quite yet." Check. Another evening, snowless and crisp, she wrote about the diner owner. His name was Frank Delaney, and his diner had been a constant in town for decades. The kind of place where the coffee was never truly good, but always reliably hot. She described the way he wiped the same counter every morning, humming along to whatever the radio chose, and how his pen moved in his small private ledger behind the register. In the story, she let herself include the secret that had only ever been hinted at in conversation, the tab he kept for people who were suddenly out of work. She wrote of the trucker who did not have enough cash one winter, the single mother who slid into a booth with nothing but a tired smile. "Put it on the list," Frank would say, waving away their apologies. The list, everyone in town knew, had a way of disappearing whenever someone tried too hard to pay it back. The notes below named the years the diner had been in business. The address changes when the road was widened. The newspaper clipping that praised Frank for his community spirit without ever mentioning the ledger. There was no way to footnote the quiet tab that kept people fed in bad months, so Elaine simply admitted that this part rested on stories told over coffee, over years, in the soft confidence of those who had needed that kindness. The margin remained still. No invisible hand crossed the line out. She wrote, too, about a teacher who had once stood in front of a classroom and used fairy tales to explain wars. The woman's name was Helen Flores. Elaine described how Helen took myths and stories the children already loved and used them to talk about power, greed, fear, and courage. The dragon, Helen would say, is sometimes a person, sometimes an idea, sometimes a law. She had taught during a time when the curriculum was rigid and the world outside the school was rattling with change. Her method had not always pleased administrators. It had, however, stayed in her students' memories long after test scores had faded. In the notes, Elaine recorded Helen's official titles, the years she had taught, the single photograph of her in an old yearbook, standing in front of a chalkboard with a storybook in her hand. She also noted, honestly, that much of what she knew came from former students' recollections, from the way their voices softened when they spoke of those classes. Memory source, one footnote read, unverifiable but persistent. The margins offered no protest. At home, the effect of this new balance seeped gradually into her nights. The house did not change in its bones. The floors still creaked in familiar places. The fridge still hummed. The pipes still tapped when the heat came on. Yet the emptiness that had once felt so vast around her bed began to feel less like a void and more like simple space. The small lamp in the living room, which she continued to leave on, shifted in her mind from sentinel to companion. Its light no longer felt like a guard at a door. It felt like a quiet presence that said, "Someone is still awake here," even if only in the words on the table. She still woke in the dark sometimes. The old patterns did not vanish overnight. There were nights when a stray worry or the memory of a class or face would tug her out of sleep at 2 or 3 in the morning. But now, instead of lying rigid and listening to the house expand and contract, she reached for a printed page. Sometimes it was the chapter on Agnes. Sometimes the fragment about Frank. Sometimes only a few paragraphs about a nameless winter morning by the river. She read her own words slowly, not to revise them, but to remember what she had been trying to build. A house of stories where people could rest. The sound of the sentences moving through her mind, the cadence of their quiet, warmed her breathing. One page was often enough. Her chest loosened. Her eyelids grew heavy. The lamp's glow from the other room no longer felt accusatory. It felt like a light left on by someone who trusted she would find her way back to sleep. In room 312, the nights grew kinder as well. One evening, late in the process of revising a chapter, she wrote a scene about a boy standing outside the mill the morning after the fire, staring at the blackened windows. The records did not mention him. No journal had recorded his name. He existed only as a possibility in her mind, a representative of all the children who must have watched and tried to understand. She described the way his fingers might have been numb inside thin gloves, the way his boots crunched on frozen dirt. She imagined the smell of smoke still hanging in the air, the faint, sour tang of wet ash. She wrote that he pressed a stone into his pocket, one he picked up from near the river, and that years later, without knowing why, he still kept it in a drawer. There was no footnote. There could be none. This was, openly, an act of imaginative tenderness. She saved the document and sat back, waiting almost out of habit for some sign of displeasure. The screen remained steady. The words stayed in place. No comment appeared in the margin. The room was calm. The radiator ticked in its normal way. The lamp's light hummed, level and unperturbed. Hours later, when she came back to that passage at the end of the evening to read the chapter aloud for pacing, she scrolled down and saw something new at the edge of the page. In the margin beside the boy and his stone, a single word had appeared in the strict, narrow hand she knew so well. Yes, just that. No question mark, no qualification, a small, firm assent. Elaine rested her fingers lightly on the desk, looking at the word until her eyes blurred. It felt less like praise and more like surrender of a particular kind, an acknowledgement that there were truths the records could not carry alone, and that perhaps he, after all his years of guarding, was willing to let someone else hold that part. The room was quiet. Her house, later that night, would be quiet too. But in both places, silence no longer felt like judgment. It felt like room. Elaine did not hold a grand unveiling. It began with a photocopier that left faint gray shadows at the edges of the page and a manila folder tucked carefully under her arm. Lena was the first. They met in the campus coffee shop on a late afternoon when the sky was the color of paper left in a window too long. Students moved around them in loose, noisy constellations, but at the small table near the window, the world felt contained. Elaine slid a stack of printed pages across the table, her breath catching in a way that reminded her of handing back graded essays. "It is still rough," she said. "Do not treat it as finished. I would just like to know how it feels." Lena did not skim. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, planted both elbows gently on the table, and began at the first line. The noise of the shop moved in waves around them. Milk steamed. Someone laughed too loudly. A song hummed from a speaker. Elaine watched the muscles in Lena's face, the way her brow furrowed, smoothed, furrowed again. She saw the small moment when Lena reached the story of Agnes on the night shift. The younger woman's eyes grew wet. She blinked once, quickly, and kept reading. Her thumb paused just above a footnote marker and then moved on, uninterested in the numbers at the bottom for now. When she finished, Lena sat back and exhaled as if she had been holding her breath the whole time. "It feels," she said slowly, searching. "It feels like you have put a blanket over people who were standing in the cold. Not to hide them, to keep them company. I know these streets. I can see them again in my head, exactly how they looked when I was 8. She laughed once, softly. "And you actually cited the church minutes." "Of course you did." The footnotes, for her, were a background hum. Necessary, but not the point. What she spoke about were faces, smells, the way the words had made her remember her father's hands on the steering wheel of their old car, driving past the mill at dusk. Marcus read next, in his office that smelled of coffee and chalk dust. He spread the pages across his desk, straightening them with the absent care of someone who had done this for hundreds of student essays. Then he grew quiet. His eyes, which had once scanned sources with the hard glint Ezra had taught him, now moved more slowly. He lingered over the lines about the boy at the riverbank, the stone in the pocket, the teacher with fairy tales in her lesson plans. When he finished, he touched the edge of the stack with his fingertips, not quite picking it up, as if it might startle. "You have done something I did not know how to do," he said at last. "You have written a book that Ezra would not be able to dismiss. And yet, it is not his book. It is yours, and it is theirs." He nodded toward the window, toward the town beyond, invisible from this angle, but entirely present in both their minds. "They will complain about the details," he added, a small smile breaking through. "Somebody will tell you that you placed a shop 1 block too far south, but that is only because they see themselves in it. That means you have already succeeded." The real test, though, came at the senior center. Elaine carried a thinner stack of pages there, choosing sections that felt complete enough to share. The room smelled of coffee, lemon cleaning solution, and something softer underneath, like old wool. A television in the corner played a news channel with the sound turned down. A few residents sat at tables playing cards, their hands moving with slow competence. Others watched the window. She sat with a small group who had agreed to listen. There was Mrs. Patterson, whose late husband had once been a foreman at the mill. Mr. Green, who still walked his dog past the diner every morning. Mrs. Singh, whose children had grown and left, but who still baked for every fundraiser. They did not ask about methodology. They did not ask about sources. They asked, with a kind of polite caution, "What did you write about?" She told them. Then she began to read. Her voice moved through the room at a calm pace, describing the nurse, the diner owner, the teacher, the old winter by the river. The listeners grew very still. Someone sniffed quietly. Mr. Green lifted his hand once, as if to interrupt, then lowered it again, as if not wanting to break the spell. When she finished, there was a small silence, not because there was nothing to say, but because they were adjusting to the feeling of having been seen. "That was my street," Mrs. Patterson said at last, the words thick. "That is how the river smelled in November. I remember that winter. I remember the smoke. I did not know anyone would ever write it down." Mrs. Singh wiped the corner of her eye with the edge of her sleeve. "You wrote your own name here," she said, tapping the title page lightly. "But it feels like ours too, like the town is reading itself." No one mentioned the footnotes. They did not ask for the parish register volume or the council minutes. They worried, somewhat comically, over whether she had spelled their cousins' names correctly. They argued over whether Agnes had actually kept her gloves in her coat pocket or in her handbag. The arguments themselves were part of the affirmation. They treated the book as a mirror of their lives, not as an abstract text. For Elaine, sitting among them with the pages in her lap, something unknotted quietly inside. The fear that had always lurked at the edges of her work, that she would erase someone by telling the story wrong, or that she herself would be erased by history that cared only for larger names, began to loosen its grip. The horror had never been ghosts. It had always been silence. Now, listening to these people claim sentences as theirs, correct small details with smiling precision, or hold a paragraph against their chest as if it were a photograph, she felt the opposite of erasure. She felt addition, layering, a fuller presence. Back in room 312, the change was subtle but real. The books still lined the shelves. The journals still sat in their careful stacks. The radiator still ticked its patient rhythm. Yet the air felt less charged, less braced for error. She could feel, in some quiet way, that the room understood its stories were reaching the people they belonged to. One evening, when the sky was clear and the snow had melted into slick patches along the walk, she finished a long session of editing. The chapter about Agnes and Frank and Helen now held both her voice and the notes that anchored it. The margins contained a few sparse suggestions, none of them cruel. The footnotes sat in clean rows, like discreet helpers. She closed the laptop, stacked her papers, and put her mug in the small sink at the end of the hall. Habit had always made her, at this point, turn back toward the door of room 312 and check the narrow window to see whether the light inside did anything on its own. There had always been a small, wary expectation that she might catch the lamp flickering back on, or the glow changing, an echo of those early nights. This time, deep in thought about how Mrs. Patterson had laughed at a particular line, she simply locked the door, slipped the key into her pocket, and walked down the corridor without looking back. Her mind was already halfway home, planning which pages she might read if she woke at 3. The hallway hummed softly around her. The vending machine buzzed. The exit sign glowed red. She stepped out into the cold night air with the unthinking trust of someone who has decided that a place, and whatever lives in it, means her no harm. It was only the next day, when she returned, that she realized the small shift. She had left early, a pale band of sky still showing above the trees. The building smelled faintly of wet shoes and paper. On the third floor, she walked to room 312, her keys already in hand. The narrow window in the door showed darkness. She frowned for a moment, thinking she must have forgotten to leave any light on at all. That in itself was unusual. She had grown used to the overhead fixture being the last thing she switched off. She turned the key and pushed the door open. The overhead light was off. The room lay mostly in shadow, the bookshelves tall silhouettes against the walls. On the desk, the small lamp glowed. Its shade cast a gentle, warm circle over the oak surface, touching the laptop, the stacked drafts, the notebook open to her scribbled plan. The rest of the room receded into a soft dusk, edges blurred, corners quiet. The glow was exactly the sort of light she had always chosen at home, the kind that did not interrogate, but invited. Elaine stood in the doorway for a long moment, taking in that simple arrangement. She had not turned the lamp on the night before. She remembered clearly now. She had flicked the overhead switch and left, thinking of the senior center, thinking of the river, not of whether the room chose its own lighting. Someone, or something, had preferred the softer glow. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The pool of lamplight welcomed her to her chair, to her keyboard, to the next story. Whatever watched from the shelves, whatever stirred in the old teachings and the restless marginal notes, had apparently agreed that work like this belonged not under the full glare of judgment, but in a circle of light where a person could breathe. Elaine sat down, rested her fingers on the keys, and felt, for the first time, that room 312 was not only haunted, it was, in its own way, companioned. The book did not arrive in the world with fanfare. It came back from the small regional printer in 2 cardboard boxes that the delivery driver left on Elaine's front step with a thump and a polite knock. The boxes looked like any others that might contain office supplies or canned soup ordered in bulk. Only the weight in them was different. The odd density that belonged to printed pages and the quiet, stubborn hopes pressed between them. Elaine opened the first box in her kitchen, on the table where she had once graded essays late into the night. The knife slid through packing tape. The flaps folded back with a dry sigh. Inside, copies of Fire in the Mill Town, Lives Along a River, lay in neat stacks. The cover was simple, a muted painting of the river at dusk, mill buildings, a softer presence in the background, light in only a few windows. Her name sat under the title in modest letters. Inside, in smaller type, the line, "Consulted in absentia, Professor Ezra Blackwood." She ran her hand lightly over the topmost copy, feeling the slight give of the cover under her palm. The book was not thick, not thin. It had the gravity of something that had taken years to assemble and would likely sit on shelves for many more. Perhaps opened often, perhaps hardly at all. There was calm in that uncertainty. She put 3 copies in a canvas bag and drove first to the town library. The librarian, Mrs. Avery, had been there as long as Elaine could remember. She wore her hair in the same twist, held up with the same tortoiseshell clip, and her cardigans rotated through a familiar palette of grays and blues. When Elaine placed the book on the counter, Mrs. Avery's eyebrows lifted in quiet surprise. "You have brought us something new," she said, touching the cover with careful fingers. "It is about this place," Elaine said. "I thought it belonged here." Mrs. Avery flipped the book open, scanning a page. Her eyes paused on the table of contents, then on the list of names at the back. "We will put it in local history," she said, "and on the new arrival shelf, just for a little while. People like to see that their own town can still produce something." The next copy went to the senior center, where the staff member at the front desk immediately called out, "Everyone, look, Ms. Carter has brought her book," as if Elaine had arrived with a tray of fresh pastries. A few residents shuffled forward, peering at the cover, tracing letters with age-spotted fingers. "Does it have an index?" one man asked. "It does," Elaine said, smiling. "Your name is in it, Mr. Green." He took the book with both hands, suddenly solemn, and opened to the back pages. His lips moved silently as he scanned down the list until he found his surname, then his first. His shoulders dropped, just a little, as if some small tension he had not named had eased. "Well," he said, clearing his throat, "would you look at that? We did not vanish after all." At the college reading room, Marcus met her at the door, having been warned by Lena that the book was coming. He took his copy with surprising gentleness for someone so accustomed to stacking texts in careless piles. "I look forward to arguing with your footnotes," he said, eyes twinkling. "And perhaps for once, losing." He read it over the course of several evenings, sitting in his armchair, with a lamp very much like Elaine's casting light over the pages. When he finished, he left it open on his desk and stood for a while looking at the notes at the bottom of one page. The footnotes feel like a second character, he told her later, with quiet amusement. Firm, but no longer cruel. Like a strict uncle who has finally accepted that the children grew up and can be trusted with the truth. Older residents found their way to the book in their own time. Some discovered it on the new arrivals shelf at the library, drawn by the cover or the familiar name on the spine. Others were handed copies by grandchildren or neighbors who said, "Look, I think this is about your street." They read their way to the index, to the lists of surnames that had hung in their families like heirlooms. Fingers traced over letters that had once been chalked on classroom boards, engraved on mailbox labels, etched on headstones. For some, there was a choked laugh when they saw how many page numbers followed their family name. For others, there was a long, slow exhale. "Here," a woman said to her daughter at the kitchen table, tapping a line. "This is your great-grandfather. Remember how I told you he used to walk to the mill, even in snow, up to his knees? It is in there now, not just in my head." At the small library gathering, they did not call it a launch. It was simply an evening of local history reading, the sort of event that usually drew a handful of regulars and a plate of store-bought cookies. This time, a few more chairs were added. People came in coats, still dusted with snow, hats in hand, cheeks red from the cold. Elaine sat near the back at first, letting others take the front seats. The librarian introduced the book briefly, then asked whether Elaine would read a passage. She stood, feeling her knees protest, and walked to the lectern. Her voice sounded different here than it had in room 312. It was warmer, perhaps, lifted by the presence of the people whose lives had fed the pages. She read about Agnes walking the hospital halls at 3 a.m., and someone in the audience nodded slowly with each line. She read about Frank's secret ledger at the diner, and a murmur ran through the room as people recognized themselves in the memory of unpaid breakfasts. When she faltered, slightly, on a sentence describing a winter by the river, an older man in the front row finished it for her under his breath, as if he had been there, which he likely had. Later, others took turns reading shorter sections. Mrs. Singh's voice caught when she read the part about Helen's fairy tales. Mr. Green chuckled when he reached a description of a dog that refused to leave a certain patch of sidewalk. There were tears in the room, but they were quiet, private tears, wiped away with handkerchiefs and the backs of hands. There was laughter too, soft and surprised, when someone recognized an old neighbor in a line about the way a man wore his hat. No one spoke about fame or reviews. No one asked about sales. The success of the book was measured in the way people lingered over sentences, and how often they said, "I remember that," or "I did not know that part." It was measured in the small crowd that formed around Elaine afterward, not to praise, but to offer corrections, additions, stories she might include if there were ever a second edition. "You got the color of the door wrong," one woman said, smiling. "But you got the smell of my mother's kitchen exactly right." Elaine walked home that night with snow crunching under her boots, the lamplight from living rooms spilling in rectangles onto the sidewalks. She felt tired in the way that comes after something has been completed, not exhausted, but gently emptied. The old fear that she might erase someone or be erased herself was still there somewhere in the background, but it had lost its sharpness. She had built a house of words and invited people into it. They had recognized the furniture. Back at the college, the copy of the book in the reading room found its way into students' hands. Some skimmed, hunting for usable quotes. Others, usually the ones who lingered after class to ask her sideways questions, read more slowly. One afternoon, a student in a faded hoodie sat in the corner by the window, the book open on the table. Sunlight pooled over the pages. He had turned to the back, out of idle curiosity, to see whether anyone had defaced the book yet. In pencil, in a delicate, old-fashioned hand, someone had written on the inside of the back cover, just above the stamped return date grid. "For once," the note said, "I am grateful for what was left in." The student, who did not know the long story of room 312, assumed it was a comment from a professor about the richness of the material. He smiled, shrugged, and turned back to the text. The pencil marks would fade over time, rubbed by thumbs, and the slow abrasion of pages opening and closing. But for now, the words sat there quietly, the strict letters softened not by age, but by something like acceptance. Time did what it always does. It moved on, not quickly, not slowly, just steadily, like the river that flowed past the edge of town. The semester after the book's quiet arrival, Elaine still walked up the steps to the humanities building now and then. She visited Marcus. She delivered a guest lecture once to an undergraduate class about how to read old letters without treating their writers as simple symbols. Students nodded, or pretended to, and some of them came up afterward to say that the passages she read made them think of their own grandparents. Over the next year, the visits grew fewer. Her days began to fill with other rhythms. There were grandchildren to watch on rainy afternoons, small hands tugging at her sleeve, asking for stories that had nothing to do with mills or fires, but everything to do with dragons and brave little foxes. There were community talks at the library, where she sat in a comfortable chair and answered questions from people who had lived in town far longer than she had. There were long, peaceful afternoons at home when she sat under her own lamp, a worn quilt over her knees, reading novels she had never had time for while teaching. Room 312 did not vanish from her life, but it stepped back, like a place in a dream that one can still summon if needed, but no longer has to live inside. The key to the office hung on the same hook as always. Sometimes she touched it as she walked past. The cool metal, a reminder of evenings spent in the quiet buzz of the old building. More often, she let it be. At the college, the department grew and shifted as departments do. Retirements brought new faces. Student numbers rose and fell. Space became, as always, a problem. The time came when a young graduate student in history, newly arrived and slightly overwhelmed, was told that there was a workspace available, at least part-time. Room 312, the departmental administrator said, checking a list. It is mostly used for overflow and odd projects. It is a little old-fashioned, but it has a good desk. The student, whose name was Alex, carried a box of books and a laptop up the stairs one quiet afternoon. They were at that age when everything felt both important and slightly absurd. Thesis topics, conferences, imposter syndrome, the shape of the future. Their scarf trailed behind them like a loose flag. Their mind was full of footnote formats and the uneasy thought that perhaps everyone else in the program had already read twice as much as they had. The corridor was nearly empty. Posters for past lectures curled at the corners. The vending machine hummed. The plaque on the door to room 312 looked no different from any other, just a number on worn metal. Alex turned the handle and stepped inside. The first impression was one of coziness, more than of ghosts. The room was small, but not cramped. The shelves lined with books that smelled faintly of dust and ink. The high window let in a stripe of light that softened the edges of the furniture. On the desk, a single lamp stood ready, its shade tilted in a way that suggested frequent use. When Alex tried the overhead switch, the main light flicked on with a harsh buzz. They immediately turned it off again and chose the lamp instead. The pool of warm light it cast onto the desktop was gentler on the eyes and on the nerves. In one corner of the desk lay a book, not quite abandoned, not quite placed with care. Sticky notes protruded from its pages in pale flags. Underlines marked certain sentences in a steady hand. The title made Alex smile. It was the local history volume that had begun to appear on reading lists throughout the department. Fire in the Mill Town, Lives Along a River. Beneath the title, the small line, Consulted in Absentia, Professor Ezra Blackwood. Alex had heard of both names. Professor Carter, retired now, whose classes older students spoke about with a kind of quiet affection. Professor Blackwood, the legendary hardliner, whose reviews still circulated in whispers, more myth than document. The idea of co-authoring with a ghost had always sounded like a joke to Alex, a way for faculty to warn that the old standards were watching. Now, the book sat here, full of colored tabs and penciled notes, as if left by someone who had spent long hours in this very chair. They ran a hand over the cover, then set their own laptop beside it. The desk creaked pleasantly when they sat down. The chair fit their back better than the modern ones downstairs. It felt, oddly, like sitting in a seat that had been adjusted many times and finally reached a shape that accepted whoever came next. The first weeks of work in room 312 passed without drama. Alex read, highlighted, and wrote, hunched in the lamplight, surrounded by the quiet presence of old bindings. The radiator ticked, the building hummed. The room smelled a little of paper, a little of old coffee from the mug they sometimes forgot to wash immediately. They had chosen a thesis topic that involved both social history and historiography, which meant not only reading about what had happened, but also how different people had told the same story in different times. It was a topic that seemed to please older professors and intimidate younger peers. Alex was fascinated by it and also deeply afraid of getting it wrong. On late nights, when the building had emptied and the last distant door had closed downstairs, they sometimes felt a gentle tightening in the air when they typed too quickly. It was nothing like a cold hand on the neck. It was more like a small pause that settled over their shoulders, a sense that the room was waiting for them to notice something. One evening, working on a passage about a 19th century strike, Alex wrote confidently that it had taken place in 1874. Their fingers moved on, piling on interpretation, when a mild unease brushed the edge of their awareness. A thought, unbidden. Are you sure about that? They frowned, pulled back their hands, and flipped through a notebook. The date they had jotted down from an earlier source was indeed 1874. Yet the feeling did not quite release. Almost without deciding, they reached for the local history book on the desk and thumbed through the index. There, under the name of the mill, the strike appeared with a different date, 1873. Below, in a footnote, the citation pointed to council minutes and a contemporary pamphlet. Alex checked the primary documents online later and confirmed that the book was right. Their notes had been wrong. The room seemed to relax around them, the lamp's soft buzz smoothing into the background again. Sometimes, when they grew too ornate in their phrasing, the sensation was different. Not a warning, but a strange, quiet encouragement. They would write a sentence that explained not only what a law had done, but how it might have felt to live under it, and half expect some unseen critic to slash through it with invisible red ink. No such reprimand came. The screen stayed as it was. The lamp hummed. Under the influence of the book on the desk and the mood of the room, Alex began to experiment. They wrote not only analytical chapters filled with citations and comparisons, but also small reflective pages about why any of it mattered. Why a strike in 1873 could still echo in a person's decision to join or avoid a union today. Why a parish register entry could make someone feel less alone in the present. These pieces began as exercises they never intended to show anyone, yet the more they wrote, the more integral they felt to the project. The room tolerated this balance. It seemed, if anything, to support it. The books did not shudder. The air did not sharpen. On the contrary, when Alex included a paragraph about a weaver's long walk home after a 12-hour shift, supported by pay records but carried by imagined details, there was a sense beyond words that this was all right. On one particular evening, late in winter, the feeling became more specific. Snow had begun again outside, a thin, steady fall that blurred the view of the parking lot. The building was almost empty. Alex sat in room 312 with the lamp casting its familiar circle of light. They were working on a passage that tried to capture the moment a small group of workers decided to sign their names to a petition. They wrote, "In the narrow room where the petition lay, the air smelled of wool and ink. The men hesitated, calloused fingers hovering over the pen, aware that the curve of their names on that page would outlast the calluses themselves. They knew, as they typed, that the scene was slightly poetic. They had records of the petition, of the names, of the outcome, the description of the smell, the calloused hands. The sense of time stretching ahead was their own careful imagining. It was historically solid, but also an attempt to let the reader feel the weight of that decision. They sat very still after finishing the line, half expecting the old unease to tighten and pull them back toward a more clinical phrasing. Instead, they felt something behind them. Not a chill, not a hand. Only the unmistakable presence of someone standing just out of sight, not leaning close, not looming, simply there. For a quiet, steady heartbeat, Alex had the odd sensation that whoever it was read the sentence along with them. And then, very gently, as if answering a question that had not been spoken aloud, there was the feeling of someone behind them nodding. Years passed in the way they often do, when no one is keeping strict notes. One season folding into the next, hair silvering a little more each time someone forgot to be surprised by it, Elaine grew older quietly. The book found its modest place in the world, on shelves and in hands and on tables that still smelled faintly of furniture polish. Every so often, a letter arrived at her small house, written in careful script or uneven ballpoint, from someone who had read about Agnes or Frank or the winter by the river and wanted to say, "That was my aunt," or "I remember that snow." She answered when she could, slowly, grateful for every proof that the stories had landed where they were meant to. When someone from a small audio publisher called and asked whether she would consider recording an audiobook version, she hesitated. The idea of reading the whole thing aloud again, this time into a microphone, felt slightly absurd and slightly tender. But the caller said, in a warm, practical voice, "People like to listen when they cannot sleep. Your book might help with that." And Elaine, who remembered too many nights staring at the dark ceiling, agreed. The studio was not the sleek, intimidating space she had half expected. It was a converted room in a downtown building above a bakery, its walls lined with soft panels that looked like oversized quilt squares. There was a single chair, a music stand for her pages, a microphone whose presence became less imposing once she saw that it, too, needed a cable and a switch and someone to set it up. A lamp stood in the corner, its shade throwing a warm, forgiving light into the small space. The rest of the room was dimmer, not theatrical, just calm. A young sound engineer with kind eyes showed her where to sit, adjusted the microphone, and said, "Just talk like you were telling it to one person. We can stop whenever you need." So Elaine sat, arranged her pages, and began again. Her voice had changed since the classroom days. It had lost some of its brisk edges and gained a slower, almost rocking chair rhythm. Each sentence stepped out carefully, not in a hurry to reach the end. In the little bursts of silence between paragraphs, you could hear the faint whoosh of the building's ancient heating system, the click of someone in the next room tapping at a keyboard, the soft rustle of paper as she turned a page. She read about Agnes walking the halls at 3 a.m. She read about Frank wiping the counter and pretending not to see who could not pay. She read about the teacher with fairy tales and the boy with the stone in his pocket. Each story, spoken now into the small, attentive dark of the studio, took on a new weight, as if the words had been waiting for this particular journey from page to air. Eventually, she came to the passage near the end, the one that said, "And sometimes, in certain old buildings, there is a last light in an office that never quite goes out. Not because something cannot rest, but because someone has chosen to keep watch." Her voice softened further. She knew that room, as well as she knew her own kitchen. She could see again the circle of lamplight on the oak desk, the shelves leaning in, the sense of two minds sharing a task. She read the lines with the gentleness of someone describing a friend. While she read, the story, as stories do, began to drift. It slipped out of the confines of the studio, away from the sound panels and the microphone, and into the ears of people who had never seen the river in her town, never walked the hallway of room 312, never smelled chalk on old blazers. Among them is you. You are listening in a bedroom that has its own particular geography. There is a bedside lamp, perhaps shaded, perhaps bare, casting a modest pool of light over the corner of your sheet, the edge of a book, the curve of your hand. A glass of water rests within reach, half full, catching a small reflection of the lamp. On the wall, or on the table, a few framed photos stand. Faces from other years, caught mid-laugh or mid-thought, watching over the room without asking anything in return. Down the hall, a clock ticks, not loudly, not insistently, just enough to remind you the time is moving, whether you pay attention to it or not. Somewhere in the building, a pipe clicks as the heating turns on. Outside, a car passes, its tires whispering against pavement. The world is not fully silent. It rarely is. But the sounds have blurred into something soft enough to lie down inside. The story has taken up residence in the space between you and the dark. Elaine's slow, steady voice unspools the last chapters, talking about lights in old offices and the way people leave traces in footnotes and in kitchen conversations. Her words move through the small speaker of your phone or your headphones or the device on your bedside table, then cross the short distance to your ears, and then the even shorter distance into your mind. Somewhere inside, a part of you that has been busy all day begins to listen differently. The narration speaks very gently now, not only about the town by the river, but about you. Not by name, how could it, but by shape. It reminds you that your life, with its routines and its secret worries, is not separate from history. The way you set your keys down in the same dish, the way you check the stove twice, the way you remember a certain song when the weather turns a certain way. All of that is part of the record, even if no one has written it down yet. The doubts you still carry from things you said years ago, the kindnesses you offered that no one thanked you for, or that you barely remember, the small compromises, the long loyalties, the nights like this one when you lie awake a little longer than you meant to and listen to someone else's story because your own feels too loud in your head. The voice suggests, without pressing, a question. What would it mean to tell your story kindly enough and honestly enough? To remember the things you did well without pretending you never failed. To admit where you hurt someone or yourself without turning your whole life into a trial. To hold your own memories the way Elaine tried to hold those of her town. With accuracy, yes, but also with warmth. What if, for once, you did not demand perfection from yourself in order to believe that your days were worth recording? What if you could say, I was wrong there, and I tried there, and I did my best there, and let all of those sentences stand beside each other without rearranging them into a verdict? The lamp beside your bed glows on. Your eyes grow heavier. The glass of water gathers a tiny halo at its rim. The photos on the table bear their patient witness to the person you have been at different ages, in different lights. The chapter moves toward its finish. Elaine speaks of the last light in room 312, of the desk lamp that someone once chose to leave on when the overheads went dark. She describes how that light became less a sign of unrest and more a sign of care, a small, steady promise that someone was still willing to stand up and tell a story as truthfully as they could, without locking anyone in or out. As you drift, somewhere between waking and sleep, you might feel a faint, uncanny sensation. It is not frightening. It does not jolt you upright. It is more like the awareness you sometimes have in a dream, that another room exists just beyond the one you can see. In that quiet room, inside your own mind or heart, or whatever name you give to the place where your deepest thoughts sit when no one is looking, a small desk lamp has just been turned on. Its circle of light falls on a surface you cannot quite picture, on pages that have not yet been written, on memories that are still scattered like loose papers. Someone is there, not a judge, not a critic with red ink, but a presence that feels patient and very slightly curious, as if they have all the time in the world. They are waiting, not to correct you, but to listen. Whenever you are ready, tomorrow, or the next week, or in some conversation you have only in your head, you can sit down in that inner room and begin to speak. Haltingly, perhaps, out of order, with some dates wrong and some details too bright. You can tell your story as it really was. Imperfect, particular, full of small mistakes and small mercies. The lamp will stay on while you do. Outside your real window, night holds steady. In your hallway, the clock continues its slow, patient ticking. Beside your bed, the light may still be on, or you may have clicked it off, leaving only the faint glow of some distant street lamp finding its way through the curtains. Either way, the story has done for you what Elaine hoped it might do for someone, somewhere. It has turned a light back on in a room that did not have to stay dark. Your breathing deepens. The last words of the chapter blur. The voice becomes less a series of sentences and more a low, steady hum. In the house of your own mind, the small lamp burns on, keeping watch not over perfection, but over the simple, enduring fact of your life, exactly as it has been.